Welcome everyone to another episode of the Lancescurv show. These last few days, this last week has really been something. But then again, in the world that we're living in, we could say that at any point, it's just like, just when you think things are settling down, things start to pick up. And in America, the United States of America, if we can say united, I can't even say I'm shocked about the police shootings that are coming out, about the racism that's being displayed, about the frustration that many feel in the Black community. From my standpoint, it's not shocking at all. I'm going to adjust the volume on this particular video so we don't hear myself echo like I usually do on the other shows. I actually want to play a clip. Yes, it's going to come. But I'm going to say a few words first. First of all, I was going to do a show last night. I want to apologize to everybody. I told Shelly that I was going to set something up really late. Yesterday, I don't know, it had to be a combination of the heavy thunderstorms, the good food that I had, and the fact that I worked and really put in some hours during the week after work doing the shows that we do, which there were some really good shows. And it's not because of me. It's because of everybody who called in and participated, and that just gets me hyped up even more to put out good stuff. You know, it's an addiction, because in my day, driving the bus, dealing with the public, I have to say, and I'm sad to say, it's sorry to say that I don't deal with as much intelligence around me. It's just people in general, their minds are somewhere else. And I'm very lonely for intelligent conversation. So I just have to thank you all for coming over to this side of the cyber universe and joining me and chopping it up with me. But that being said, there are a lot of people expressing themselves on social media and cyberspace in a full range of ways. Some good, some bad, some crazy, some that don't even make any sense. And there's some that are very truthful. And, you know, like I said, from my point of view, as a Black man, because we can look at our lives and existences in so many different ways. You know, my mother's deceased, but to my mother, I'm her son, right? To my kids, I'm the daddy, I'm the father. To people who live in my community, I could be a neighbor or even an asshole. You know what I mean? So when we speak, we also have to, what we should do is be a little more detailed in what slice of us we're speaking from, because everybody is multifaceted. Even what the person that a person who's an idiot, even they have more than one side to themselves, even if all sides may be tainted by that little idiotic quality that they have. You know, so when we watch things on Facebook, sometimes because of the availability and we say things off the cuff, even I will look past certain things that say someone from another community that doesn't look like me. It may be where they're frustrated at that particular moment, and I have to look at the overall. And for those who come on the show and express themselves, that for the people who don't look like me, I want you to also have an open mind and say to yourself, well, maybe they're very, very frustrated at that particular point, or there's a frustration that's brewing that has been there for a long time. Because no matter how many Black friends you have, or no matter how many Black lovers you've had, or no matter how long you've grown up in the Black neighborhood, you really don't know, if you don't look like me, what it's like to walk in my shoes. I could imagine what it's like for a Native American to move about in this country and not have favor when this was or is his land, but it's been stolen. And people say, oh, you don't want to hear that. That's the past. Yeah, well, you know what? You benefit from it. So shut up. Listen sometime. How would they feel with their names all over the street signs, just names of streets, of their tribes, of their nation, of their people, yet they're damn near extinct. Damn near. Reservations and a few here and there. And there are a lot, but it's not like it was hundreds of years ago when from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic, from Canada down to Mexico and beyond, you know, when they ruled, when they lived, what happened? So I'm not speaking from a place of venom. I'm just saying that look at the perspective of a person who's speaking. And because social media allows us to express ourselves, you know, with no breaks, try to understand that when a person's angry or frustrated, where that person might be coming from and what their walk has been. That's the main thing I really want to say. So when I look at it through that lens, it's very enjoyable to hear people express themselves. And some people, they stand to benefit from the rhetoric, so they rouse things up. But this is a great tool that we can use to learn from each other, to teach each other, and to really make others who want to understand, because there are many people out here who don't want to understand. They put you in this cookie cutter situation. They put you in this general box and say, this is what it is. I don't want to hear it. All blacks are this. I don't want to hear it. Many of you younger whites who had parents who were racist outright or had sprinklings of it in there. I don't even know how you can say, well, I'm 80% racist or 20%. Either you're that or not, I guess. But it rears its ugly head. You know, when you were growing up, the things that you heard on the inside that may have influenced you for a time until you got out into the outside world. You went into the military, you went to school, you just flat out moved. And you said, wait a second, they're not really like this. And like on another video I hope to play, there are good and bad in all situations, right? So that's not going to excuse the system that's in place that keeps us in the position that we're in. Yet we can succeed and do better. It's so many variables involved, and I just wanted to throw this show up. You know, it's not going to be a 6-hour show. And as a matter of fact, the lines are open, but I'm going to play some clips, and I'm going to come back later on and do something a little more in depth. Hey, I got the studio here. I can push a few buttons and do 50 shows if I want every day. I'm going to go outside in a little while. Well, why not do this before I leave? So I said, let me just do it this way. So if there's any glitches here, just let me know. But there's a clip that I'm going to play from a gentleman named Dana Stevens. And I forgot what his website was. He's going to actually say it at the end of this clip. And yes, I did not want to sit down today. I sit down on the bus and I sit down for most of the shows. I want to move around, y'all. I got the space. I want to move around. And also we have a surprise speaker and guest with us right now, who after, I guess she's going to have her bit to say on this, right? Here we go. Mr. Dana Stevens, I want you to listen to what he has to say. And this is a white man. And this is what he's saying.
Hey, friends, and well, let me be honest, probably before this video is over, some of you will consider me as an enemy. But I wanted to share a couple minutes about my thoughts, not only on the tragedies that we have been experiencing over these past months, and especially these last couple of days with the shootings of our black men. But what I'm coming to learn over my 23-year journey of being a white man, living and ministering amongst my black family here in several inner cities of Chicago. And I'm going to speak very black and white because, let's be honest, it's a black and white issue. I want to take you to the book of Exodus, chapter 1, and I wanted to share a little bit of what took place prior to the rise of Moses. When I read that, it talked about that the Pharaoh became concerned and very fearful that the Hebrew slaves were growing in number and in power. So in order to maintain their oppression, he put upon them great labor. He put upon the Hebrew slaves cruelty to keep them down. However, they still grew. And so he brought together some midwives, and he instructed them that when a Hebrew boy was born, kill him. Well, these midwives did not follow, and the Hebrew slaves continued to grow. Eventually, the Pharaoh became so hatred and towards those Hebrew slaves that he made a decree. He put out an order that male baby boy Hebrew slaves were to be killed by casting them into the Nile River. Let's look at America. We brought blacks into this country as slaves. We never intended them to be anything other than a slave. But they began to grow in number and in power, and eventually they fought their way to some freedom. So we became even more cruel, and to keep our black Americans down, we lynched, but yet they rose. So then we used the welfare system, the criminal justice system, to keep them down, to contain them, to destroy them, but yet they rose and they're rising. Then we built prisons and jails to hold them, yet they rose. And so now we are doing exactly what the Pharaoh did at the end, sending out a decree, kill them. So until we admit that when we wrote this Constitution that all men are created equal, that we never intended to include our black brothers and sisters, our nation may end up facing exactly what the Egyptians faced when they refused to let God's people go. So I'm going to say this to my white fellow Americans, that the bloodshed that is on its way is not on the hands of our fellow black Americans, but is on our hands. We are the ones that are refusing to let God's people go. We are the ones that are refusing to acknowledge that we do not value our black brothers and sisters as equal individuals or equal Americans as us white men. And to my black brothers and sisters, the racial issues, as I've said, have been there from the very foundation. But why do we see it more? Because there's a shifting. See, us white men have been at the head since the foundation. But we've had a black president. And you know, we've done everything in our power to keep him from really changing things. Now we have another minority rising to the top, a white female. What does that say? Those of us who are white men who have been at the head are now starting to see and fear that we are going to become the tail. And we know what we've done to you. And so now we're fearful that you're going to do to us what we have done to you. But I will say this, I've lived in a black community for 23 years. I've never been treated the way that this country has treated my black Americans. So I call out my white Americans to say we better heed, repent, acknowledge, and change. Because if we don't, I just want to again say this, the bloodshed that we will experience is on our hands, not the hands of our fellow black Americans. I welcome your comments. I welcome your feedback. Hit me up on Facebook or go to my webpage at www.studio2911.org. Again, that's studio2911.org. I don't necessarily know the answer, except for us white Americans need to repent, acknowledge the lies that we have taught, acknowledge our value system of equality, it is not here. And it does not include our Black brothers and sisters. And we need to change. And we need to now. Thanks for your time. Bless you.
Was that right on point or what? I guess he's going to receive a lot of hate mail and comments, but there are good people out there who don't look like us. Again, that's refreshing. I received that in the spirit that he spoke it. And I'm not some animal or some out of control person who hates all white people. I get lots of emails and text messages saying that, but I can't help if a person is so caught up in their ignorant way of thinking or their narrow-minded way of thinking that they just see me that way. But I'm gonna call it for what it is when I see it. I'm not afraid to speak my mind publicly. You all know that. But I do give credit where credit is due. And this gentleman, Dana Stevens, I give you a lot of credit, brother. So I reached out to him, and I knew that he probably wouldn't get back to me. He's probably a busy man, especially with a video that has gone viral. But again, I sent him a message, so I guess he'll get back to me when he can. But if anybody has anything that they want to speak about, text me, call me. Text is preferred. 407-924-8793. The lines are open now, 888-575-3769. You'll see that down below. I wrote everything out. So if you want to call, and this is not going to be a long one, I'm just going to vibe out. And I want to ask the young lady who is on the phone right now with me. I don't know if she's still on there, but I'm assuming she is. I'm going to ask her to come on. And it's the great Madam Whipass. And I hope she's still on this line. Madam, are you with me? Madam Whipass. She is muted, though, on her side. So maybe she forgot. I see her connection still there. But anyway, we're going to move on. I see the chat room jumping. Eva Johnson says, the white man spoke the truth. White folks better wake up. The blood is on their hands. Exactly. K. Sand, 30. Finally, a pastor that knows and speaks the truth until America repents. Yes, I agree with the way you spelled that, America, with K's. Worse will happen. This is a spiritual battle that's spilling over into the natural. Very well said. Yes, Pam Baker. Wow. That truth is truth no matter who speaks it. And I'm always one to say that. You know, like I said, I got directions one time. I was lost. I forgot what city I was in. I was driving, had some friends with me, and we were lost. And our GPSs were all jacked up. And a wino, we stopped. And he told us, you know, hook a left there, 3 miles, hook another right. And everybody in the car said, man, he's a wino. You going to listen to him? Well, we had no other choice. But you know what? We followed those directions. We found a highway to get on up out of there. So it doesn't matter the packaging. If truth is spoken, truth is truth, right? So, you know, that being said, Eva Johnson left some wonderful comments on some of the prior videos. And she also sent me a message, and I'm giving you a shout out big time, just as I do everybody else here who contributes. And what she suggested, and I agree with, is basically a boycott of America, a boycott where we can't boycott it and say we're in America, right? So for folks who don't grasp that, she didn't mean it that way. We still have to pay our taxes. We still have to pay our mortgage / rent. We still have to do all of these things. But, you know, that being said, we don't have to indulge in this system as much as we think we do. Pull away with our money, pull away with our indulgence and locking our minds into the entertainment that they put out there, that just, it's like putting sugar in your gas tank. You know, it just blurs you on what you need to do. And like it was said inside the room, the chat room, this is a spiritual battle that is spilling over. So while it manifests as white and black, it's really a good and evil thing. So I'm not saying all black people are good and all white people are evil, but when you look at the standard of truth, right, then you understand that, well, some people are closer to it and some people are further from it. And that's not to say that you can stay one way forever. We're on this earth and we have time to adjust where we stand on that scope. Some are stubborn and like, I'm not changing. This is the way it's been my whole life. This is the way it's going to stay. I don't care how much truth you show me or how much you could show me that things are not that way. If it doesn't fit, those people, you forget about them. They refuse to change. They refuse to see truth for truth. They're going to die off eventually anyway. And the vibration of this planet will rise up a little higher, hopefully. But on a spiritual level, yes, don't be so quick to be roused to anger. Yes, you're going to feel angry when you see certain things. But this is like a boxing match. And I love boxing, so I always refer to boxing, right? And that being said, when you get punched in the face, you're fighting the dude in front of you who you probably don't know. You might have looked at tapes of him and see his style. You know where his strong points are, his weak points are. You want to capitalize on that, off of that. But the bottom line is you don't know who this is. And you're in there and this is a sport, right? It's not personal, but he's trying to take your head off and you're trying to take his head off. You want the knockout or you want to outpoint him, right? And this is the way I look at it. In this system, we're being manipulated. And a lot of us are doing some wonderful things in our community. And I'm just rambling, y'all, until somebody calls in. And if not, we're going to end this soon because, like I said, I did not plan this. I just got up, saw this. I said, you know what? We need to share this with everybody. But there's certain people who, the elites, will say it that way. I'm going to speak in general terms. You all know what I mean. The elites, and that's some thunder there, so I might not be going out. They benefit from all of us being divided. I do believe that there's an agenda of population control. The gay agenda definitely helps out with that, right? But they benefit from us being at each other's necks. They benefit from the wars that happen. They benefit from the planet being divided. I do believe that. But in that, they manipulate and they use those, in this slice of the conversation that we use and we're speaking on, the racism here, they benefit from that, right? So since you know there's a bigger force, it's like a promoter over that boxing match who, no matter who wins, he's getting paid, right? It's like a manager, a promoter over both fighters. He has rights over both fighters. So he wants you to go at each other because if you lose, you're out, and the winner he rolls with, and he keeps going on with it. Don King did it. Bob Arum did it. You know what I mean? So they win, and you have to understand it and keep that going. And it's a satanic order. Luciferians. I had one here. I won't say who it is. We did an interview. Homeboy never came back. We had a conversation after, and he knew where I was coming from, and I let him know that I was on to certain things. Homeboy disappeared. All right? If you want to know who it is, hit me up. I'll tell you on the private conversation. But I think you all have an idea. So I run across lots of people who want to check me out and know what I'm all about. And when they see that you're the real thing and you're living this, they flee. Truth will always make falsehood flee. But in that slice of things, you know, the TV will put out so much and mold our mind and basically tell us how to think. Last night, I didn't do a show. I usually watch HGTV or National Geographic Network. Those are only two things I really look at. Home improvement, you know, there can't be that much manipulation there. I pay the commercials no mind. Or National Geographic, where they go to different parts of the world, and, you know, like nature channels and stuff, cooking channels, you know, Chopped, the competitions where you're cooking the food. Mr. SCURV watches that all the time. So I'll go in there and see that. But I think it was HGTV, and the remote control was in the bed, and I rolled over and it changed channels. And I was in a deep sleep. I took 2 naps yesterday, unexpected, because I've been tired, y'all. And I fell out. And right before I woke up, late this morning, early afternoon, because I slept long, I had these deep, weird dreams, right? Planes crashing. I'm driving on the highway and planes are crashing around me. And when I woke up, Mrs. SCURV said, you must have fell asleep watching that movie that was on. I didn't want to turn it off. I think you were still half asleep, but you were whatever. But I absorbed that. That's what I'm trying to say. It went into my subconscious mind. And I dreamt about it like it was me. And I mean, the dreams were real. Because I'm like, yo, this plane is coming down to crash on me. And I must have rolled over and opened my eyes a little bit and absorbed a little bit of it, but it became part of me. So when Eva Johnson said boycott America, it's not like, oh, I'm just going to leave, which the whole planet is ours. You know how I feel about that. But boycott these things that permeate into our subconscious mind. Boycott these things that suck from us. Boycott these things that keep us enslaved with a noose around our neck. I've used the example before where every time you go out and buy a brand new car, the noose of your boss tightens around your neck. Oh, they're two unrelated things, but it's the same thing, because now you got to get this money to pay this car, unless you get it cash. And still, why would you want to do certain things with certain things that depreciate, right? And I do want to speak finances, and I do have a few people that I know that are deep on that, on the whole financial thing, because we get hit with that, and we don't understand how it's all tied in together. I see Brother Samir here. I welcome you, brother.
How you doing?
Talk to me, brother. How have you been?
Hey, man. Hey, I've been good. I've been good. I just wanted to chime in.
Yeah, sure.
For those of us who's been sounding the alarm for years, I was introduced to you from YouTube. I think one of the first interviews I heard was with the young gentleman Shepard.
Yes, Eric Shepard.
Yeah. I think that was my introduction to you. But the funny thing is, I always heard your name.
Really?
That's why when I came across your channel, I'm like, Lancescurv. Like, where did I hear his name? So, so I started following. But me.
Not to cut you, man, but I just did a move. I was about to drink my water, and I put the microphone like I was going to drink. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So me personally, I've really never had a large platform, but I've always held court when it came to talking about these issues with friends, family. I ran away from my gifts because at times it seems that a lot of our people and really didn't want to hear it. It's just kind of like the ostrich, the animal that just basically puts his head in the sand and just basically waits for the threat to pass, and that's not the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when the Iraq War was going on. I was going to Essex County College. I did some time in prison, some federal time.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a chance to read a lot. So I've always been an avid reader, and I've read up on history. I love history.
Right.
So when the Iraq War came, I sounded the alarm then. I said, listen, this ain't what we think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And there was other African American, men and women that went to battle with me. It was to the point where I was in a classroom one time, Lance, and the history teacher basically let us go at it because she said that she has a brother that was in the CIA. So my warnings and what I was basically saying, she said it's some truth to it.
Mm-hmm.
But, people was kind of blinded by religion because George Bush professed to be Christian. And I had a cousin who was in the military, and he's like, no, we got to go in there. And years later, he came to me and he said, you know what? You were right.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong.
Right.
I was so steeped in ignorance that I wanted to basically defend my way of thinking,
right,
without even sitting back and rationalizing and taking consideration what you said. So I'll fast forward to today.
Mm-hmm.
So us people who have the foresight, we're going to be bombarded because there's a lot of people that's confused and they're going to be looking for answers, and they're going to run to us because we've been the ones who've been sounding the alarm. So
yes.
It's so right now I'm just going through a time where I have to be patient. I basically send out, Facebook posts. If people call me and, they want some insight, I direct them to different people, whether it's your YouTube channel, whether it's, Tariq Nasheed, whether it's Jason Black, whether it's Boyce Watkins, because these gentlemen have, you know what I mean, you and other gentlemen of like minds have been out here, you know, sending it along. But one thing that we have to do is, and it's not, I'm not really speaking to us, man, because we know the game.
Right.
Turn off the TV and stop listening to the media, because they're going to try to sway you. They're going to put pictures of little black children walking, you know, embracing the police. You know, it's a propaganda machine.
Right.
This is why I ask all of you to really, really, really read about Hitler and that regime. Really, you know, read about Operation Paperclip, where the scientists and former Nazi officers was incorporated into the United States government and actually helped form the CIA. We have to know these things. You know, we're so ignorant, and we just think that, you know, history is just a thing of the past. No, history is present. History is present, because these people are not basically do away with a formula that has been working, and it's been working. You spoke about dividing and conquering. That's basically what we're doing. Some of our white brothers, you know, I mean, they're ignorant. I mean, it's not to, you know, beat them down or you know, speak down on them, but we give them too much credit. The white masses of people is not as smart as we think they are. You know what I mean? There's another hierarchy.
Yes.
That's why, you know, people like Millie Fuller, you know, when he talks about white supremacy, a difference between a white supremacist and a white person. So we just have to be vigilant. You know, I really don't know what's to come, but I really don't see things lightening up. I don't see brighter days on the horizon. There's gonna be some trying times coming up. And my question to the religious folk, with all this turmoil, I have not heard a statement from T.D. Jakes. I haven't heard any statements from Creflo Dollar. I haven't heard any statements from Joel Osteen.
Yeah.
These are leaders. These are people that have the attention of the masses. Where are they?
Influence. Yes.
Where? Now, this is a time where a lot of people are being exposed. You understand? Because I mean, I'm seeing a lot of, you know, we coined the term coon. I've been hearing a lot of coonish statements from, you know, some of these celebrities, but then there's some celebrity that's stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
So this is an awakening. People are being revealed. True people who are really in your corner, they're stepping up. The people who, you know, you put your money and your trust and you know, they have money, so you follow them and you think that what they say is the end all be all, they're exposing themselves now. So the only thing I would say is, you know, you just sit back and you just watch. And like you said, Lance, and Millie Fuller and Francis Wilson said this. There's no time to be angry and get all up in your emotions. This is a chess match.
Yeah.
So when you sit on two opposite sides of the table, you're not cussing at each other. You're not arguing at each other. You're not throwing insults. You're sitting there, you're moving your piece, and you're basically quiet and you're calculating your next move. There
you go. Man, that's some truth.
What I'm saying is, and I'm, you know what I mean, I'm going to let you go. Listen.
Oh, no. You and I are the only one here on the line. The chat room is, chat room was bumping. I just want to let everybody know, just in case you see me standing here, if you call to my phone, everything just goes out. There's a storm outside. I can see through my security. It's dark out there. So, you know, this is Florida. So sometimes lightning can strike a mile away, 2 miles away, next door, boom, and everything's out. So I wouldn't abruptly cut it out like that. But if it does do that, just know that I'm going to be okay, we have another call here. Hopkinsville, Kentucky. I'm going to have to call him back from this particular line. I think he wants to call in on the show. Maybe he called the wrong number. The real number to call in to get in the show is 888-575-3769. But you know, that being said, the chat room is pumping. And I'm going to read off some of the comments. Eva Johnson, try to live on as little as possible. If your job sends your paycheck via direct deposit, take it all and keep your cash somewhere else. Cheetah Baby Goddess, excuse the profanity, but this is what it is. Fuck them mega preachers. They sold us out a long time ago. You know, Mona Lisa, you haven't heard from Jakes or Dollar because they are coward soldiers. Cheetah says again, this is the age of exposure, family. And it's the truth. Really, we need to do a program just like that. Why haven't we heard? We're going to pick those names. TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Joel Osteen, and the people who are up under their so-called ministry. Where are they? Yeah. Right? What happened? You know, we have someone here. Oh, yeah, this is the person who just called. I don't know who it is, but I'm seeing Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Madisonville, Kentucky. I don't want to say the name because the name might be in a different name. And I got into a little, not a problem, right? But I had a caller a while back when I first started doing it with this style, with this conference, because I can see where you're calling from, right? This person, I named out the name that I see the phone is in because I get that information. I didn't know. I got this guy in trouble because the young lady who called using this phone was his mistress. So I called out the name and she said, no, I'm not him. She didn't think. She's talking. And I heard there was something going on behind that because I think the wife found out and heard the show or something. I don't know. She called the number. You know, I don't know, but I don't say names no more. So I'll just say a state. Kentucky, your line is open. If you're not going to speak, just mute the phone, you know, to keep the background noise down. But your line is open. If you want to say anything. Going once?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Who am I speaking to?
Hey, this is AK.
AK. You're not 47 years old, right? AK 47. How are you?
No.
I'm just playing with you, man.
I kind of want to share a story with you. I mean,
yeah, share it.
You know, I'm from, you know, we, you know, about the law enforcement and things of that nature. I recall I had a horrible situation happen to me. So, you know, I'm not saying all law enforcement is bad,
right?
But I was actually in law enforcement and I was off duty.
Mm-hmm.
And me and a young lady took a trip to Nashville because we were going to school to receive our, you know, she was getting her massage therapist degree and I was getting my associate's in surgical tech, right? And she kept speeding. And I told the young lady each day, hey, you need to slow down. You gotta slow down. You can't be driving that fast, right? And she wasn't listening. So we ran up on that one day, and this state trooper pulled us over. Well, I was going over my homework notes in my hand. And this is 2003, about 10:47 a.m. I-65, like I say, in Nashville. And the guy pulled us over, lights flashing. And so I handed him my badge, my information, let him my ID, and let him know who I was, and I let him know there was a weapon in the vehicle.
Right.
And he takes everything out of my hand and said, what are you giving me this for? I said, well, as a professional courtesy, all officers and anybody that's licensed to carry are told to advise you if there's a weapon in the vehicle.
Right.
And he looks at me and he says, well, how do I know this is you? I said, well, here's the number to contact my lieutenant, my captain, and everybody. Here's my badge number. I mean, he had everything. And he said, where's the weapon? And the weapon was in the back seat clear as day. It was out in the open. And again, I'm ex-law enforcement, so, you know, there it is.
Right.
And he says to me, where? He says, where? And I told the young guy to keep your hands on the steering wheel because she was all nervous and bitchy. And he says, where? And I pointed, you know, I looked behind me and I said, behind me. So I kept reading my homework assignment, right?
Right.
And he kept saying again, over and over, where is it? And I said, look, it's behind me now. And he goes, where? Show me. So I took my left finger, and I pointed really slow.
Right,
over my shoulder, over my right shoulder.
Good move.
And I said, it's right. And I said, and as soon as I got out right there, he pulled his gun down out on me. He drew down. He said, what are you doing? What are you doing? He had his gun drawn. He had his gun.
Oh, wow.
Head. The young lady in the car, she's freaking out, screaming. I'm telling her to be quiet, calm down. This guy was fuming. I've never seen anybody that upset. And I was like, okay, what's going on? And he was just angry. I didn't tell you to show me where the weapon was. I didn't tell you to show me where the weapon was. I said, you just told me to show you where the weapon was. And I didn't even show you. I just pointed in the direction of where it's at.
Right.
He's still yelling. It's not coming out of his nose. He had a high-end type haircut. He was red-headed guy. Badge number 357. And he was red. I mean, he was furious. And I said, "Am I being punked?" I said, "Are you kidding me? You're going to kill me and shoot me right here in broad daylight
Wow.
on I-65, the busiest highway, one of the busiest highways in the nation. Are you really going to shoot me?" And he looks at me, and he would not pull that gun away from my head. And I looked at the young lady next to me. I said, "You realize if you kill me, you got to kill her to explain why you shot an off-duty officer." He started calming down just a little bit, and he was still pointing the gun at my head. I said, "So what's going on, man? Are you seriously going to kill me out here right now in broad daylight on this house?" This cop looks at me, and he looks in the back seat, and he says, "Oh, I see the weapon. Is it loaded?" I said, "Of course it's loaded."
Right.
He said, "Why do you have your weapon?" I said, "Because I'm off duty, the same reason you would carry your weapon."
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
He looks at me, he calms down, he reholsters his weapon, he wipes his nose. I mean, this dude was in a rage, and I've never seen anything like that. He wrote the young lady that was driving a $200 ticket. And I mean, she's freaking out, she's shaking, she can't go, she's really unwilling to continue to drive on. But I told her, I said, "This is exactly what I was telling you." I said, I almost died. And again, I don't know why I wasn't afraid. I probably should have been with the gun right there at my head. Wow. But I'm thinking that maybe, I don't know. I just never imagined law enforcement treating other law enforcement this way. But when I got back to my place of work, we definitely had a contact call to his supervisor.
Right.
I never saw the guy again after that. But the point was, I could have been the brother that got killed in Minnesota. I could have been that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, that's heavy. And, I rarely share that story. I don't even think most of my family didn't even know that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
The young lady did, and the young lady that I'm with now, I explained to her and expressed to her just how devastating this stuff can be. I mean, the rage that some of these cops show is unreal. And they can sit back and say what they want to say.
Right.
I know for a fact there is a blue wall of silence.
Yes.
You're not supposed to tell on other officers.
That's the truth.
Period.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to, and I'm ex-law enforcement, and I'm speaking out on it because you're not. And they keep saying all cops aren't bad, right? This is the dilemma that we face when we say that, right? And they are not all bad. But what is that if you see a cop killing people in cold blood, beating people, taking drugs from people, redistributing those drugs in the community, and you don't say anything about it? What exactly does that make you as an officer if you're not a bad cop?
That's right. That's right.
Wow. Are you still a good cop or are you a bad cop? What are you considered at that point? If you're allowing bad things to happen and you swore that oath, you took that oath, and you're allowing those same things to happen and you're witnessing it, and you don't report it, what does that make you? Are you a good cop or a bad cop?
You're part of the bad side. Silence is signing off. Silence is agreement. I mean,
and you know what, Lance? Another thing, just with the gentleman's story, and that was cool that he was, just calm and cool. When I'm pulled over by the police, I do the same thing. Because one day I was at work, and I was on my way to work, and a police officer pulled me over, and it was a routine traffic stop, and it's like, do you have a record? I'm like, what that has to do with me speeding? Like,
he said, a record?
I was cool.
He asked you if you had a record?
If I ever been arrested. Yeah, if I ever been arrested.
But
like, what does that have to do with
right? Oh, okay. But what does that have to do? With that?
Yeah. So with that. But you know what? I was just cool. I said, yeah. I've been in trouble with the law, but as you can see, I got my work uniform on. I'm headed to work. That was 20 years ago. So I guess he went, ran my name, and he's like, thank you for being honest, and But I was offended, but I was like, okay, and I just drove off. But I say that to say this, and we have to stop saying. We keep saying that they're scared of us. No, they're not scared of us.
No, they're not.
Like Nelly Fuller said, there's police. You don't know if you're being pulled over by a police officer or a race soldier, and they're just looking for that excuse. Because there was a situation in Bloomfield, New Jersey. There was a young gentleman who was arrested, and he's never been in trouble with the law. And this made the news in New Jersey. So they basically assaulted him, and you know, he was basically fighting to say, listen, I didn't do anything. They're saying that, you know, he assaulted the officers, so he basically a traffic stop turned into assault on the officer.
Right.
But what happened was there was another oncoming police cruiser that hit the car from the front, and it videotaped everything. So basically, the guy clearly had his hands up, and if they didn't, you know, he would have just basically had to wear that. So they was beating him up, punching him in the face, and you can clearly see his hands up, and they're screaming, "Are you going for my gun?"
That's when you know you're being set up. The verbals.
Right.
That's right.
This is when you know you are in trouble, and I mean, you have to, like the gentleman, you got to be as cool and calm as possible. So this is what they do, and this is what they did in Baton Rouge. This is why they said he's got a gun. He's got a gun.
Right.
That was a planned execution.
But you know, the thing is that
there was no fear.
Right. Even in report writing, when I went to the Correction Academy, which is probably like 2/3 of the deputy thing, because they have to deal with this being on the road and crowd control and so on and so forth. It's the same thing. They gave us a short video to watch, and it had to be like 3 or 4 minutes long, 3 minutes long, 2.5, about 2 minutes long. And we had to memorize everything we saw in that video for the most part, because we were going to write a report on it. And I'm quite sure this is standard protocol in most academies to hone your skills of observing and making notations and writing things down. Because one thing that stuck with me, whenever I see anything happen, I look for the exact time. That's in me forever. It was a man who came into a store, a small store, a small mom and pop shop, and he held the store up, and everybody gave everything up, and he walked out. Well, this is the funny thing. He had polka dot pants on, right? He had a striped shirt on. But in most of the reports, he had a polka dot shirt on and striped pants on. He held the gun in his right hand, but in actuality, he held in his left hand. So just getting caught up in the frenzy that he said certain things, and they reacted a certain way, and they didn't know how to observe properly. The general population, they don't know. They're not so keen on that. I'm not saying they're idiots, whatever, but most of us who sit here in front of the television set and don't really, we're fed things. We don't go in and say it to yourself sometimes when something happens. It's 10:33 a.m. That's a blue Chevy Impala. It's a white male driving. It seems to be another passenger that, yes, there's another, looks to be female. Say these things to yourself so it cements it in your mind. But I'm saying it to say this, because most of us in the general population is like that, when the cops offer their verbals that way, you know, are you reaching for my gun? Are you reaching for my gun? It might be somebody who's standing behind the cop car and just sees the cop, and they'll say, yeah, I saw him reaching for the gun, when they didn't see anything. It puts it in the favor of that crooked cop when it's all said and done, that when the news comes around later on, and there's always that Rusty or Kirby or Pookie or Leroy that's there. Yeah, he reached for the gun. And they didn't even see it. They weren't even around. They just heard him say that. And the media will take all the stories, and the one who will say, you know, he said that homeboy was reaching for the gun, but he had his knee on one of the wrists and he had the other hand where it couldn't move. So there's no way. So you think the news is going to use that story? No, they're not going to use it, because they want to manipulate it a certain way. So even with proof, evidence right in your face, we can be manipulated to see something different, because we don't work our brains normally. Whatever is handed to us, we believe. See, and that's how they get over. But the wonderful thing, and I can't say wonderful because these are really bad situations that we don't want to have happen again, but the wonderful thing is that we do have social media, that there are other people who see what's going on, and that slight little crack where nothing can go through has widened to a wide chasm, right? And stuff is coming out, and now stuff must be dealt with. But for all these things that other people, it doesn't mean just white people, because there are white people who know what's going on, and they are outraged also. But others who are in denial, like it couldn't be that way, who live out in a suburbia where there are not too many of us. They might be somewhere up in Maine. You know what I mean? I'm not knocking Maine, but who said that was the whitest state in the country? A comedian or something said that. But they only can go on what they think. What's put out on us is what they go on to judge us. And it could be something further away from the truth, because I've learned that in different work situations where I'm around people. It could be some of our own, but lots of times it's someone else, maybe a foreigner or another white person who grew up somewhere where there are not too many of us. And they let me know by saying, wow, I never met anybody like you, Lance. Wow, you're so different. They're not finishing up that sentence. This is what they thought. Wow, I never met a black person like you. Wow, you're so different than what I thought blacks would be because of the TV shows and the propaganda out there of you. So many of us are looking at each other. See, black people know this, and I'll say dominant because we're in America and the number is 13%. Of course, that's what it is. We know the dominant culture so well. This is why when the phone rings for that job, I'm not saying we all speak in an ebonic fashion, but to make the point, you know, one of our sisters could be in the kitchen, you know, sitting on the table, you know, in the kitchen cooking or eating. Girl, let me tell you something, child. Let me say, this guy, he thought he was all that. He thought because he had that nice car that he was going to win me over, you know, but I gave him the hello. And all that goes out the window because we know how, we know the different cultures. It's almost like, and this goes in so many different ways. I mean, Latinos, whether they black or white or whatever, they can speak in there with their little accent, but when the phone rings and they're looking for that job, that goes out the window because that's the dominant culture. I'm not saying that's right, but that's the game that many of us play. But a lot of them don't know us. They only go, they expect you to be, you know. It's like when Eddie Murphy said in Raw, you know, when the foreigner saw, hey, Eddie, how are you? The fuck you, man. He got that from the movies. And that was so true. There's some white people that I've met that expect me to tell jokes. There's some white people that I've met that are scared of me because they saw the projection of the angry black man. There's some who think I'm going to steal. There's some women who they're looking at me with this fascination, like, because they're up at night watching porn with these dudes stuck out there. Hey, you got to figure out where their mind is, but it's nothing for us to figure out. That's their homework that they have to do. Why should we have to go and tell these people that we're human beings and that our lives matter? If our lives don't matter to them, there's something wrong with them. And by you begging or saying, oh, see, Black Lives Matter, that's my humble opinion. Black lives, see, they matter, please. Of course they matter, damn it. And you go sit up in a church and you call yourself this Christian who loves everyone and you want to be Christ-like, but then you don't really know who Christ is because if you did, you probably wouldn't be in there. But then you go out on the street and you have these racist idiosyncrasies that stay with you. And you feel guilty. You go to a church to feel holy and say, it's crazy. That's your sickness for those who have that sickness, you know? But yeah, my brother from Kentucky, AJ, AK, I'm sorry, AJ. I was watching boxing on YouTube with AJ, what's his name? Joshua, what's his name? And that was stuck in my head. So what's the general climate over there in Kentucky where you are right now? He might be on mute. I see his line here. Don't want to say his name. Okay, I think he's talking. I hope I didn't lose a connection. I think I did. You know what? He is busy talking, and I'm going to have to join these lines back together again. I lost it. Okay. Hold tight with me, folks. Hold tight. Okay.
Recorded by the organizer.
All right. Sorry about that. AK?
No problem, man.
Yeah. The line cut. I was running my mouth, and I think you were talking, and we're just not hearing your words again. So whatever you were saying, okay. You didn't hear me, did you?
No. Well, I did. I was listening to everything that you were saying, man.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't trying to talk over you. It's just that there was a disconnect. I run everything through my phone, but I have all stuff I can run. Instead of me running over here hitting buttons, I do it all through my phone. So when I saw that your module was jumping, I said, "You're talking." So go ahead and say what you're saying, brother.
No. I haven't been in Kentucky in a while. I'm actually in Florida now. But
oh, if I may ask, you know, is it Central Florida? I don't want to ask. You don't have to say.
Yeah, so we're sort of in that area.
Yeah, you can hit me directly. You don't have to say. You know what I mean? Because I know how these things are. You know, this has become a hot channel. Folks love to watch us.
Yeah, again, man. I mean, just the sheer audacity of this guy, man. I mean, just his anger, man. And I mean, my dad was a cop for 20 years, and I remember we were riding home. You know, I think every brother has a story, at least if not.
Oh yes,
they maybe have more.
Right.
And we were riding. My dad was a cop for 20 years, and I recall my dad. I was stupid, and I said, man, I want to be like to have your dad pull you over, right? And here we come through. We went through me and a white guy. He was driving. He had a nice ride, and we came through one of the bad parts of our neighborhood back home. And when we did, we pulled up, and this cop pulled us over. And again, you know, they teach you how to approach the vehicles, and of course, I learned all of that, you know, through my training. And he approached the vehicle wrong. And when he recognized he approached the vehicle wrong, he saw me and he pulled out his gun. And we both threw our hands on the dashboard again. And I was like, man, oh my God. So I'm looking in the car, in the police car, it was my dad. I'm screaming at my dad, Pop, you want to come get me for this dude shoot me? And my dad looks out the window and he walks up to the office and he said, man, put your gun away. That's my damn son. Are you kidding me?
Right.
So then my dad got angry at me and said, what are you doing? I said, I'm going home. We just high school just got out. We're going home. I'm going home. He shot me up.
Right.
He said, well, you get your ass home. And I was like, okay, Pop. I mean, why? I'm like, why are you mad at me?
Right.
I'm going home. I'm pretty sure he's more mad at the officer because the fact that he pulled his gun. But I'm looking at my dad like, you know, address him. You know, it was I always gave my parents respect. Still give them that same respect.
Yes.
You know? So when he said move, I moved. I didn't question it. It wasn't a bunch of yik yak. Hey, the man said move, you move. It's that simple. But just the anger, man. They're so quick to draw down on you. It's not even funny. In my 6 years of doing that job, I think, man, I have always been with the de-escalated situation. I never reached for my for a firearm first. It was either pepper spray or the baton. Because you don't have to do that. I mean, people say it's a split-second decision, and it really is. It really is. But if you approach the situation like you got some common sense, and you approach it, you know, with that respect, right? And some people are going to be unruly, and those are not the people that I'm concerned with. The ones that I'm concerned with and most disappointed with when I see them, you know, leave this earth, is the ones that are compliant.
Yes.
And they get that bullet anyway.
Yes.
The ones that are giving the officer all respect, and you still get that beat down, or you still get that bullet, or you still get that. I tell you, man, it's just some of the stuff that I saw. Man, I had to get out of that line of work. I said, "There's no way I'm standing this." And I mean, it got to the point where, at some point in time, I'm going to write a book about it. In fact, I'm working on it now with somebody, and it was crazy. I mean, I was there 8 years. I did 8 years, and me and my dad had these talks all the time as to how we handled our situations when he was on for 20 years, how I handled mine. And I just asked him all the time. I said, man, are you seeing what I'm seeing on TV? Do you recall ever having to go through this kind of thing? I mean, I just don't. I remember only pulling my gun out only one. But that you know, like 7 guys tried to approach me, and I was with a young lady, and I had my weapon in the car, and I was like, hey, I'm not taking a 7-man beat down out here. You know, I don't know what y'all thinking about.
Right.
But, you know, I'm at home and you coming to me. Well, you know, you're telling me, you know, we're gonna come up here and beat you down. I said, how you getting back? Because I don't know how you're getting back down there if you come up to my house and try to attack me, hurt me. But those are different scenarios. But the one, I mean, I wake up one morning, see the brother get killed in Baton Rouge. Then I wake up the next morning and there's another one that got killed. And we're not talking about the other brothers. I think about all the brothers before video phones and cameras could capture.
Yes.
Imagine all the murders and killings. And people go, oh, why is it all of a sudden just happening? I'm like, you guys don't get it. Technology is just finally caught up with the crime.
Yes.
This has been going on for centuries, right? But nobody cared then. Nobody really still cares now. But the technology has caught up with the crime.
That's right.
Now you can't do that stuff out in the open and be as blank, you know, as blank as you want to be and out blunt with it like you want. and you know think you're going
Mute your phone, Samir.
So they're getting away with it and still feeding the charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I tell you, man, it's heartbreaking, man, to see these cats. You know, when I saw Tamir Rice drop that day, he was there before the car stopped rolling. If you remember, the car was still rolling when that kid dropped, and I just stood there, man. I mean,
yeah.
I think that's one of the few times, man, that I actually, you know, like broke down crying.
Yeah.
And I was at work and somebody showed, you know, not that work, but somebody showed me. It's like, man, look at this. And when you saw that kid drop like that, and I know I've seen white kids fight officers. I've seen them attack officers. I've seen them spit on them. I've seen them try to take their weapons.
Yep. And this doesn't happen.
I've been there. And these cops take the most delicate approach to these kids and these individuals. And with us, man, I mean, think about it. I'm an officer giving him everything. He had my metal badge in his hand, and he was still hell-bent on shooting me.
That's right.
If I gave him any indication or any move, he would have killed me. And would have had to kill the witness in the car, because if he didn't kill her, she could testify and say, hey, you killed him for no reason. But all the cars driving by did not deter this guy. I mean, I've never seen anybody go from 0 to 60 like this cat did. And it's just, it's a shame, man, that you always have to explain or justify. And, you know, every time somebody gets killed, you hear somebody white coming out saying, hey, well, you know what? He shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done that. I mean, stop being stupid. What if that was your kid?
That's right.
What if that was your loved one? What if black cops went across America shooting white kids like that and white people like that for no reason? What would you say then? What approach would you take then? Will all of that clean itself up? Because I think, you know, you have to put yourself in an individual position, and it hurts. And we need to stop apologizing. We need to be able to be angry.
Right.
Be angry.
Right.
That, you know, I'm not saying go out and hurt anybody. I'm not saying that. But be angry. I'm not apologizing if you kill one of my family members in cold blood. What if I'm not forgiving you? Why? What am I forgiving? What am I forgiving? You just took the life of somebody, and you're gonna sit back and order pizza and drink the water cooler and talk about how you did black folks, because I'm telling you, my situation is so much worse than I'm telling you right now. I'm giving you just small aspects of it. I'm talking. I had other officers when it got really bad. We had to take a stand. These were white officers that stepped up with it. Believe it or not, I was stunned at them guys.
Right.
I mean, but I'll probably have to talk to you offline about it.
Yes.
But it was. I tell you what.
You have my number, right?
You know, I've never seen one.
You have my cell number, correct? It's here on the
I think so.
It's all over the place. It's down below in this video. That's my real cell number.
Gotcha. I see it now. I'm just shocked at what we got to go through. Even when we, you know, and black officers have it even worse than any other officer.
Tell us about it.
You know, excuse the expression, but when you're a black officer, when you're dealing with black folks, sometimes you're a nigger with you just you know, you're a sellout with a badge, right? And when you're talking to white folks, you're just a nigger with a badge.
Right. So you get it both ways.
You're catching that double-edged sword.
Yeah.
But the thing about it, you learn to recognize. The thing about it is that you, being a black officer, you have a different perspective, and your respect is a lot more different. You have a lot more patience with people in general anyway.
Exactly. Because
you experience so many different aspects of life. Because life comes at you as a black person from so many different angles and so many different directions that other nationalities don't get to see. And then they're in denial about it. I mean, come on, think about it. There's a systematic reason that black males have the highest rate of unemployment. I mean, come on. You just think things like that. And you see that system set up the way that it's set up to keep that plantation going. I mean, you know, slavery is alive and well. I mean, that's just the way to get, you know, more people on the plantation and keep them on the plantation.
That's right.
And it's set up. It goes through the black community, and it sets up that poverty. I mean, if I can't feed my family, if I don't have family members that I can go to different parts of the country with, if I can't get into the military, and if I can't, you know, get into college, what am I going to do?
That's right.
I'm not advocating drug selling or criminal activity. I'm not advocating any of that. But what am I going to do if I can't survive?
That's right. You're
going to force me in a way to do something criminal.
Exactly. You're going to eat, man. Right.
You're going to eat. You got to take care of family. And you get, what about these, when you try to go for these interviews, if your name is Tyrone you have to change it to Ty.
Right.
In order to get a job.
That's right.
Because they take your application. And if your name sounds black, you can forget that. It's thrown in the trash a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the things you face as a black person. And then you're saying, okay, I can't even get a job. I have a clean resume. I have a clean background.
Mm-hmm.
But yet still you won't hire me. And if I sound too, and then if you get that phone interview, now you have to change, like you just said a minute ago, you have to change your voice and your vernacular.
You better be on your P's and Q's 24/7.
You constantly got to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's almost like, Neo in the Matrix when he did this thing and he leaned all the way back, and the bullets are flying past him. It's an obstacle course just to go through your day to make sure, and like I say, I speak my truth and I live my truth 24/7, but still at the same time, you pick your battles, especially me in the public, right? I don't have a weapon.
Right.
My only weapon is my wits. And for most of us out here who look at us like these big monsters, we don't have a weapon. We have our wits. And so this is why, to me, a lot of Black American comedians are the funniest, because we learn how to pop it, because we're not using our fists, using a gun. Lots of the times we're not able to do that. So we better use what we have. And that's that gift of gab. And when it comes time, that gift of intimidation, knowing how to bluff and sound authentic when you do it. And afterwards say, phew, I got out of that situation. Because sometimes you do have to, I'm not saying against the police, but you do have to brace up against other people or appear to be like, I don't want to mess with that guy, and throw that off. That keeps us alive sometimes. And we have to know how, not that I do it, but there's some who have to know how to not come off as fearsome. Not that you're scared, but you're trying to get through a situation and get into the next day. Because you know how you come off. But you know what, with them, they don't care. Like what you just said about the white kids who spit on the cops, smack them up, try to grab their weapon, and they tolerate that. But if we look at them the wrong way, we're staring down the barrel of a weapon. And I remember, just like you said, when you dealt with that cop, this was back in 2001. I'll never forget it. I was coming from the Corrections Academy. I was coming home. I had an apartment. It wasn't a house at that point. We had just moved down, and the apartment that I got was in a neighborhood that wasn't the most pristine. It is what it is, but it was cheaper to live, and it was closer to the jail. So I'm like, I'm gonna live there. I'll stay for a year or two or whatever, get myself situated and bounce. But I was going to, I think my cell phone was broken or what, but I was going to go to use a public phone to find out if there's anything needed at home. So I saw a gas station. This is probably about 5:30. We get out at 5, it had to be 30 minutes before I got there. I pull up to the gas station, not to go to one of the terminals to pump gas, but close to where the phones are. I had this pickup truck. The windows weren't tinted. It's broad daylight. Yes, it was what many would consider down here to be a high crime area in a drug infested area. But in the daytime, it's one of those type of areas like industrial areas where there are lots of companies and trucks and stuff. So that's not going on really in the daytime as much. You see little things, you see a couple of prostitutes, whatever, but when those places close and the trucks are gone, it's hot out there. So that being said, I pull up and they had what they call the jump out boys, right? The guys who keep their faces covered up and you can only see their eyes. I don't know across the country. I know it's in Florida a lot, but that's what they call it down here. And I forgot the official name because they call it different things at different. And so I didn't know about that because we didn't have that in New York City, right? So I pull up and I'm about to get out. And all of a sudden I hear this commotion about maybe 200 feet behind me. And this is the daylight. There are other people out there. So I turn around and I see this black guy running, right? And there's about 8 dudes in black combat boots, weapons. The heads are covered and you just saw the eyes. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I closed the door. And the dude that they were chasing, that I eventually found out was selling drugs. He had drugs on me, threw him down or something like that. They were watching him for a while. They jumped out on him and he ran. He did a nice slide, home plate slide like in baseball, right up under the driver's side of my pickup truck. So he was right there. So now here come the weapons. They had him. How come there are 3 guns on this side pointing my face and 4 there, 1 in front of me, like he's going to shoot through the windshield, and my whole vehicle was surrounded. And I'm seeing the sweat on these guys' faces. And they were running, so their hearts were beating. They were hyped, right? My hands were on the steering wheel. Yeah. And I could see how it was shaking. You know, they had it right in front. Don't move, don't move. And I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But guess what? I had my t-shirt on, the gray t-shirt where you stencil your name across, your last name, which is Scurvin. Scurvin was across the front. I had the Correction Academy book next to me. I had a pair of handcuffs there next to me because we had the cuffing, you know, class and different things. And I had my other thing with the mouthpiece for when you do the physicals. So all the stuff was there. So I took a deep breath and I realized what was going on. And I realized a bad move could have really messed me up. So
right.
Yeah. They got that guy out of the way and they was busy screaming. And I'm staring down and I'm like, I don't want to find out what this is like. You know what I mean? So I said, can I talk? And they said, what? I said, I don't know this guy, because they thought that I was the getaway for him. Are you with him? Do you know him? I said, no. And can I talk? And they said, yes. I said, I have nothing. And I spoke really calm because they could have perceived it as being something out of control. Like, and I could see them writing in the report, you know, because I'm an excellent report writer and they teach you damn near how to lie, right? To cover certain things. Yeah. And being the fact that I'm an excellent writer, you know, if they came at me with something in real life, they got a fight on their hands. You know what I mean? So I did everything projected. And I said, listen, and I had to say it this way because I don't look at it like I'm not a black man now. I'm in law enforcement, so I'm one of you guys. But I understand how they think. So I had to say it that way, right? I said, I'm not out here for anything else except to make a phone call to find out if there's anything home. I have my correction book. I just got out the academy. Look at my shirt. Look at the cuffs. I'm one of you. I'm with you. I'm one of you. Now I had to say that.
It don't matter to him.
It don't. Right. No, I know it don't matter. And I wasn't trying to curry favor with him. But at that point, with 7 guns pointed at me, I got to say what I have to say to get through it.
You got to save your life.
Exactly. Right. So I saw a black face covered and I saw the eyes and I knew it was a black man. I looked at him. I said, I'm in the academy, man. I'm not a threat to you. I'm with you. You gotta know when to talk and throw your words. So they said, okay. And the guns came down. Boy, I had to hold it because if I didn't hold it, I would have had to have diapers on that day. So they said, just stand here. Just stay here, please. Could you stay here with us? Because we want to use you for cover. And I'm like, wait a second. There's guns on the other side or something. What? I said, what do you mean? They said, no, we don't want to be seen. This is daylight. Because there weren't many people as far as the hustlers out at that time. There were regular people who just looking. I know who's who. So, you know, they apologize and so and so and so. Now, look, if I was some little weak white dude, I had anxiety. I'm suing. You know what I mean? I can't sleep at night. Every time I see the cops, I freak out. They'll do that. But we're expected to take this type of abuse. And sometimes things happen where you will run across the law and it was just the wrong place at the wrong time and you still get away alive and things happen. I understand that, right? But is it any surprise that we're dropping down from heart attacks and have high blood pressure and the diabetes and the mental issues that we have that we don't address because in our community, it's like, I ain't crazy. I ain't gonna go see nobody. I'm professional. What you mean? I ain't crazy. Right. Or we have things wrong with us and we know something's wrong with us and we don't see the doctor. Now I understand that there are many factors involved. And in our neighborhoods, we know the supermarkets get the worst cuts of meat, which we shouldn't be eating anyway, and the worst food in the corner stores and the chips and the sugary soda. We understand that. But on that one slice of things, if we didn't have to live thinking like a cop, meaning that most of us go out and say, we really, it's such a way of life that we don't even consciously know how we're thinking. As quiet as my neighborhood is, and as beautiful as it may look around here, I don't take walks at night.
Right.
And I had to deal with that. I said, what? You know, and that's not fair. But that's my perception. But my perception is my reality, and it's real. Because maybe I'll take a walk out in my neighborhood.
You ever go jog?
Say it again.
You ever, like, if you like I have a hard time sometimes if it's early in the morning. I like to go run early in the morning, like at 5 or something in the morning.
Right. Oh,
and,
that's a no-no for me.
And then,
even though I need to run.
No, man.
Right.
You know, and I'll be like freaking out. If I see a white lady, I freeze. I kind of stop because I'm like, oh snap!
Because you already know where that can lead to, and you're not afraid.
Like, what, you know,
right. You're not a coon.
You're like, right? You're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't even look. You know, what are you doing? It's like, you know, it's so tough. For example, I know you've been seeing, you know, Professor Griff.
Yeah.
And I know you saw that they tried to tie him in, or they said something about he, you know, CNN, and then I think one of the other networks tried to say that because he took a picture with the guy that, you know,
right,
did the thing, or shot the people, shot the officers in Dallas. What I didn't understand was, I was like, okay, he's a celebrity, man.
Yeah,
he take pictures with people.
Well, you know what? I got a picture with him. I got a picture with him the same way, and it cracked me up when I saw. I said, so everybody who takes pictures with him now is under. So I guess they're coming for me too, because they got a picture when I met with him. We spoke about. He called me on the phone about 3 weeks ago, about a month ago, and we talked about some things. Okay. So everybody that he
figure this out.
Yeah.
Ain't that strange? Now, what about that? Now, you just took a picture. Rip just took a picture, right?
Right. Now,
what about this cat, this ex-senator or congressman or whatever the heck this guy is, this white guy? He gets on there talking about going after Black Lives Matter punks and come after President Obama, and white America is coming after you.
Oh! You know what?
How come you ain't?
Wait. Hold on. My man from Princeton or Jersey, I'm hearing you. What did you say? Your line is open.
Oh, okay. All right. Hi. I just want to say hello. My name is Hopkins from Jersey.
R.H. Hopkins.
I'm calling in.
Yes.
Right. Hopkins from Jersey. I knew this had to be a plan for me to call in. I was hesitant. And then when I heard Mr. SCURV made mention about Hopkinsville somewhere out in Kentucky, I said, that's my son to call in. I've been hearing his show I've been hearing this show for a while now. And the other brother that ran through the names of Boyce Watkins, Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed. I'm right in that line too, because I listen to all these brothers speak from different, you know, angles about how we are to survive out here. It's funny, like one of the brothers spoke about, it's almost like an obstacle course. Now.
Yeah, that was, I think that was me.
Right. Of operating out of the society. And it's funny, this morning I went to do a little job because it was a lady that I met from work. Because I do like groundskeeping work.
Right.
And I wound up meeting her at my job site, and she was pretty much looking for someone to do yard work for, particularly someone black, because she said she can't find nobody black doing grounds work.
Right.
And I said, yeah, I can do it with no problem, but the only thing is I don't have tools.
Right.
You know, and I don't care about going into business anyway. She said, don't worry about it. I have tools. Just come if you can do the work. So I've been doing it for a couple of weeks. And wound up going down there today, and with the situation with the police happening in Dallas and the two brothers, you know, in Louisiana and Minnesota of getting killed, you know, now I'm on the roadway. I'm traveling down Route 130, not thinking like maybe I should have called someone to let somebody know. But yes, here I am, a grown man, you know, why do I have to do that? Let somebody know where I'm going. But that came across my mind. And what makes it, and the thing is that I'm married and I got 2 kids. They're on vacation. I just stayed and did some work, you know, to keep working and while they go on vacation.
Right.
And then lo and behold, the incident that happened with the brother in New Orleans, my kids were down in that area because they was at the Essence Festival because my wife's niece had her son, you know, perform for a quick show in there, and they just happened to be in there. And it's funny that situation that went down. My kids are there now. I have a 19-year-old son that's already completed first year of college, and I have a 13-year-old daughter.
Congratulations.
But mainly, I'm thinking about my son. Thank you. I'm thinking about my son because now he's driving, and what makes so bad, I got down there to the work site after I did my part. You know, she paid me and everything. We like chatted a little bit, and I happened to ask. I said, you know, how far is Route 1 from here? Because she lived in Princeton Junction area, you know. And she said, oh, yeah, you just go through this road here and take it down. It's going to be like a 10-minute ride. So I said, no, that's all right. I'll just take 130 back. And then she made mention about, you know, about just be careful on 130. I said, so what's up with 130? She said, yeah, because a couple of nights ago when my husband, her ex-husband was down at her house, and he was doing work around the house because he cut grass and all that, you know. And he happened to go back about 11 o'clock, and he wound up getting pulled over by the police, and they happened to ask him where he going. So I'm like thinking, what right do he have to ask where he's going? Now this guy, I talked with him. He's much older than me. Matter of fact, he's retired, no less. But yet he asking him like he's a kid, like where he's going. So, and on top of that, my brother, because I was born and raised in Newark, my brother, he lives like a couple of miles down 130, because I remember coming back from his house because we in Bordentown area, and I remember going the back road and coming up 130. But she was telling me just be careful when you're down here during night because they got cops and they pulling you over. Yeah. And then on top of that, she had an incident where it was two other cars in front of her. She was a third car, but yet the cops seen all the cars, but yet the cop wound up pulling her over.
Oh man. And
then on top of that, she was angry at that moment. She was angry, and then the cop wound up letting her go because she like happened to say that, like, why you pull me over, but you didn't pull the other cars over? She got kind of angry with him. Then from that point on, I guess she kind of like peeped his game, and he kind of like at that instant pretty much let her go, you know. But I mean, it seemed like for us as a people, we are on pins and needles, you know, about what has happened, you know, and it's a shame for what happened to those cops, but I like telling her, and I have relatives and friends that are on police force and half of them pretty much retired and got out of the force.
Yes,
you know, I have
same here.
Cousins that was a state trooper that's down in, well, he's a detective down in Maryland. Then I had a friend that retired I grew up with that was a state trooper here in Jersey, and then I had another friend. All these people I grew up with, they was pretty much law enforcement.
Right.
He just recently retired from years back, and he was a correction officer. So I have friends and relatives that's in law enforcement.
Right.
But my attitude was that whatever a reaction, there's going to be an action. Simple as that. So overall, I mean, you kind of like think like hopefully he got the right ones or the wrong ones, but the bottom line is, like you were saying, the blue wall of silence or whatever. If the good cops don't speak up, everybody's going to get
right.
going to suffer because of that, you know. But
hey, Lance, you know something? He just
yes.
Sorry. No, he spoke something about getting the right one. I just wanted to interject real fast. I mean, to cut you off. And I grew up in Newark too, brother. I grew up in the Velsburg section.
All right. I was on the North Ward, so you was pretty much West Ward.
In the West.
Small world.
Close to East Orange, Irvington. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Now, mind you, I was reading an article, and it says that, you know, one of the cops that was killed in Dallas, you know, when you look, they searched his Facebook, and he was a neo-Nazi sympathizer. Not saying he deserved to die. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to us, they look up our past, but they not bringing that up. You know that one of the officers down in Dallas was a damn neo-Nazi sympathizer. And listen, I'm gonna let you guys go, but I don't know. You know what? I don't know. One thing that's been disturbing me about this whole thing, and I've been going in about black folk, and it's kind of like we got to get on code. because regardless of what happens to us, whether it's, you know, if you go to 100 white people, they're all convinced that OJ is guilty. They're on code. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to us, when it comes to us, you know what I'm saying? You know, we get into this whole, you know, well, we kill each other ourselves, and
what is that?
What is that? You know,
what is that?
Right. What is that? What is that?
Yo, let me just say really quick. I had a man call here the other night, and we're speaking about the situation with the Dallas police, with the police shooting us, which is American as apple pie. You know, from even back when they were just overseers and doing us on the plantation. Homeboy said, well, you know, before we really get in on this, we need to understand that how can we get angry at the police killing us when we're the ones involved in all of these abortions, killing our own? Come on, man. We're talking about. I was surprised. Yeah.
Dangerous.
I'm not going to say his name. He's a buddy of mine. He's down here in Orlando, but come on, man. You know?
Yeah, Lance, because I'm gonna let y'all go. Because as a matter of fact, I'm about to look at Hidden Colors right now. They cursing me out. They're like, "Come on, look, I'm about to play." But this is my thing, where I had to break down to my friends who was spitting that we kill ourselves, so we not supposed to be outraged that the state is executing us. I told them, I said, "Listen, let me tell you something. There's a big difference in the inner cities. Most of that black on black crime is drug dealers killing drug dealers and gang members killing gang members. Tax-paying black people are not in the damn street killing each other. So stop.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all go.
Thanks, Samir, man. Enjoy the movie, and we're gonna be doing some shows every damn night. But yeah, this is really something.
What's funny is what y'all made mention, and someone did post it up on the chat that yesterday I happened to see TD Jakes make his statement. It wasn't a strong statement, but he did make one. So it was pretty much he's pretty much both sides, you know. So it's like what everybody's been saying, you know, about the ministers, whatever, you know. I mean, like you said, Joel Osteen, I just kind of like flipped through the TV, and I don't watch a lot of TV. So I said, it's impressive now that he's on a major channel now. You know, he's like on Channel 4 up here. But the thing is that he hasn't made a comment. You said that Creflo Dollar, all the big name guys, they don't make comments like that because if they are a 501c3, I think to a certain degree, if they got that type of agreement, they can't really talk as much as they probably want to. They kind of like beat around the bush, but they really can't say too much because they get their tax status taken away from them. And you know what that means. It's pretty much the ministry will go down the pit. You know, but I always had problems. You know, for one, I used to see those guys preaching in person, but after a while, when my eyes started to open, because I always read and studied God's word for myself, and before I even came to the Lord, you know, I always had problems with preachers. You know, I remember growing up in the mid '70s where that they used to have like those little plate card posters. They used to pack them up on the poles, and Reverend Ike used to come down to Bill Tiffany Hall. Right. My mentality was, as a 12, 13-year-old kid, was that ministers were preachers or ripoffs. Now, I kind of like heard that through the older brothers out there, you know, but I kind of like picked it up. But then again, when a neighborhood friend brought me to Christ, and I went to church in the whole nine, didn't grow up in church, but went to the church, I started to understand some things. But recently, about 5 or 6 years ago, I kind of got out of the church and I started doing some real deep studying. And then I said, you know what, the reason why I haven't came back, because there's a reason why. Something within me is not allowing me to come back. Because like many people saying, like now people are waking up to the truth now. You know, a lot of stuff that I'm angry about with the quote unquote Christian church, because they got a lot of blood on their hands, but they're not coming forth and telling the people what they need to hear.
You and me both. We feel the same way.
Right. You know, so I grew up, I was born in '63. So I call myself.
Oh, me too.
Baby.
Me too. April.
You know,
April
so
8th.
I grew up when if you want to talk history, I'm born in February '63. A couple months later, you get a
2 months before me,
shot and killed.
Welcome, Brother Sean.
You know, and then about '65 when Malcolm X gets killed, I'm 2 years old. Had no idea what was going on. I'm living in Newark. I'm thinking, you know, I'm like a 2-year-old kid. I don't know what's going on. I'm watching Batman and cartoons.
I was a mile away in Manhattan when that happened. Yeah.
Wow.
I was a mile away. I lived on one. Matter of fact, the hospital the hospital across the street from the Audubon Ballroom, Columbia Presbyterian, that they brought him to. It's so close they didn't have to get an ambulance to just wheeled him, you know, right across. That's where I was born. That's where I was born, Columbia Presbyterian, and the Audubon was on 168th or 167th in Broadway. When you come down Broadway about a mile to 152nd Street, cut over, cross over Amsterdam, and there I was, Amsterdam between St. Nicholas where Convent Avenue began. I'm name dropping places because there are people who listen to the shows that they'll say, hey, you know, they'll make a comment or they might have been there. But I mean, I was a kid. I didn't know what was going on. You know, the myth that I heard, my brother, who, you know, he's still up in New York and going through his stuff, you know, substances and stuff. But back in those days, he would take me around with him all over the place. And I heard that he told me that I actually heard Malcolm's words because I was at a little rally that he had and I was in the crowd. I don't know what's going on. I'm a little kid, but that makes me feel good that maybe I heard his physical voice and saw him with my own eyes, but I didn't know. I was a kid. That's what he tells me, you know.
Right. Because I know I had my mother, she tells me a lot that at times I think she heard him speak. He used to come to Newark too. And he used to be out there speaking. She said the crowds were peaceful, wasn't a rally, wasn't no riot and nothing like that. The crowds dispersed, whatever. You know, everybody went about their business. And then you talk about '67 where that they had to riot in Newark. And at times as you grow up and hear about it, you would think that as a kid and as a teenager and young adult that all of Newark was in the riot. But I found out through a co-worker at my job, because he was born and raised in Newark and he lives in Plainfield now, but he was around when the riots was happening. He said he had his fill as a kid of swiping a year's worth of dog chow, and because they had a dog, so they had a year's supply of dog food because they used to get it out the train or whatever, because that's when the trains used to go through the Newark in the backside because they had all the factories and the companies down there back then. So the trains was like pretty much open and you just grab as much you want, cereal bites, the whole looting type mentality that the people had back then. Matter of fact, he was telling me that he got a brand new bike out the deal because everything was happening and everybody didn't know what was going on. But I grew up on the North Ward side, so I lived on, back then, '67, I lived in Broadway. And my mother liked saying that, you know, over the years, he was telling me at times we talked, he said, you know, everybody think that Newark was burning up, but it was only the central part of Newark, you know, because he said, other than that, the whole other parts of the city was peaceful. You know, I remember her telling me about my uncle, which is her brother, used to, you know, was walking from somewhere and the police had stopped him, you know, and all that, questioning where you going because of what the situation was happening. But she said, you know, it was like peaceful. But over there, it was pretty much all the riot action was happening, you know. So, I mean.
And, you know, what's important.
With my age and that.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're sharing this. I'm so glad that you're sharing this because this is important for us to use the social media platform to speak real stuff. See, you're giving me history. I mean, but see, where would I find this out? We would read something in a book, generalized. Like, see, I didn't know it wasn't all of Newark, you know? I mean, I had no reason to really know, but see, now you broke it down better because now somebody else would repeat this or would be in a book and somebody would get the wrong idea and repeat something. So those of us, no matter how far we go back, whether we're a little younger, a little older, when you call in, not even to just this show, when you call into any show, bring a piece of your history and share it. Something that you actually experience, because you got to understand that people in the future, the near future, and further into the future are going to be hearing this. And these are teachable moments. And I really appreciate you for that.
Hey, no problem. The thing is, I had my idea. I'm trying to get ideas out of having like interviews of I call them like 101s, because people I've been running into, it seems like I've been running into history.
Yes.
About a year ago, I wound up going to the laundromat and talking with a elder individual, right down here in Edison, and we was like talking, and we was talking about the riots and something like that. He was, to that effect, and same riots, and he was saying that he was coming from Plainfield on the 22. I said, yeah, I know what Route 22 at. So he said when he got over the overpass, he went into a ambush of cops pulling people over. So he wound up being pulled over by, I think, the cop or a state trooper, because the riot situation was happening. And I guess he thought that he was going into the riot. Matter of fact, he was telling me that he was just coming from getting a haircut, and the bar was like telling him, be careful, And he wound up riding up over the overpass right into the ambush of a blockade, talking with the cop, and he wanted the officer wanted to know where he was going, and was very mean to him, and he was like telling him where he was heading at. He thought he was heading towards the riot, but he said he was going elsewhere. He said, the point where that he was sitting in his car, physically sitting in his car. He said the windows was down, and he said that police officer wound up snatching him out of the car and had him spread eagle against the car, and then found out that, after a while, I guess when more help arrived or whatever, the situation got calmed down, and then he let him go. But he said, man, he turned around, went back. He was like so nervous.
Right.
I said, man, I need that, because these are the type of stories I need to record.
Right.
To let young people hear about this. That
we need to do it across the country. Right.
These are not your entertainers, athletes, actors, whatever. Everybody can understand that story, but I'm saying common people.
Right.
That got stories to share.
Let me just share. This is why I'm gonna go out today. I don't care if it's one little story. I'm gonna go out today with my camera and talk to people. It doesn't have to be something so elaborate. It can be just even your smartphone. And when you, especially the elders, especially the folks who are in old folks' homes, or just sitting on the stoop or by themselves, they are so rich with history. And when they pass away, that's it. And I mean, okay, they may have gone to, let's say, the March on Washington back with Martin Luther King, but their take of it, what their perspective, it's valuable. Don't lose this stuff. We're recording girls' butts in the club, y'all. We need to just focus on what's important. Booty will be there.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is a chance to really be a part of and help out, because look, the history books can be changed, but can they change these recordings? They can write what they want in the history books. Right. And what I'm finding out, and it sounds far-fetched, I'm going to throw this out there for people who are listening, who will eventually listen, in the comment section. CERN, CERN. I'm not even going to go into what it is, whatever. They say that they have recently, I don't know how to explain it. They're messing with time. They have the ability to leap time, to go through time portals back into the past, basically, and they're going to change the Bible. So they're changing reality. So that means that what we have now will eventually be erased out of our mind or be changed, and we're walking around crazy thinking that it was a certain way. Maybe they can do that, maybe they can't. But the elites, and there are people messing with things on a physical and spiritual level, and on levels further away than what we believe is beyond our comprehension. Now, maybe some of it, look, when you put something out there concrete that is so far-fetched, but it's real, you're going to have 1,000 people come behind and make their own YouTube video and act like they're the specialist in it and bend the truth and twist it out of shape, and you won't pay it no mind. But there's something to these things, y'all. If we're getting smart, and you think back, brother, smartphone technology, you wouldn't have imagined back in the days in the 70s when we were watching the Honeymooners and Star Trek and the Twilight Zone, that they would have something. I mean, how cool was it to have a phaser, right? or be able to talk to somebody far away in something that's in your hand, not connected to a cord. Now we have that. We're taking pictures now. You remember Polaroid pictures and how we would take them and look at, and that was space age. We thought we were cool, walk around with a Polaroid camera. I used to walk around Manhattan when I was 15 years old, man. I'm cool. I got a Polaroid camera. You know, now we can do it instantaneously and send it to the whole world. They had this stuff before. They threw that to us now to keep us distracted. What do they have now that we don't have? When you see Captain Kirk and Spock and Uhura and Chekhov and Bones and all of them on Star Trek, the original one, right? And they beam down. But we think we see a spook somewhere when we're driving, or we thought we saw somebody. Can they do that now? Can they travel like that now? Can they beam and project themselves now? I mean, yes, there are people who know about astral projection. That's a whole other thing, right? But what's going on beyond our comprehension that they're messing with? You see?
Right.
There's a lot of things going on in this world, y'all. But we really have to, like Eva Johnson said, boycott this system, boycott America, meaning that don't feed it. Don't feed these programs. Don't feed ourselves to these programs, and don't feed it by patronizing these stores and these banks and everything.
Support black businesses, man.
Exactly, and support black businesses that support black communities, because we have a lot of businessmen who are coons who will say that, get the money and run. You know?
Oh yeah.
So
is that why he's charging $500 for a pair of shoes?
Say it again, AK.
Is that why he's charging $500 for a pair of shoes and won't speak out and say anything for the community? You know what I'm talking about, Jordan. Why do we spend so much money?
Right.
Which I don't.
Right. Me neither.
This cat doesn't care about the black community at all. He doesn't care. Still, everybody wants a pair of this guy's shoes, and he has absolutely no regard for the black community. I didn't even like him when he was a player.
I don't follow basketball, but I didn't like him either. Right.
You know, I'm just keeping it real. I was a Magic Johnson fan, right? But when I saw Michael, I mean, and I'm watching this cat now, he has no regard for black people whatsoever. He never comes out and one time and says, a public speech and make it say, hey, black people, you know, I understand, or people in general.
Right. Stop
robbing and killing each other over these shoes. It's not worth it. I appreciate
nothing conscious at all.
Stop harming each other. He said nothing. No, I don't know if anybody's ever sent to college. I don't know if he did any scholarships for anybody. You just don't see Michael do anything, but he is who he is, because of how well, not me, but other people supported him. But I mean, it's just stop supporting those athletes that don't support us. I mean, music, if you don't support the black community, we need to cut them off at the knee. We need to put our money into the community and build more Black Wall Street from 1921, post Oklahoma, all over the world, all over the country. We start doing that, we control our money. We got the monopoly. We can change our economic structure. We don't have to ask anybody for anything.
Right.
Then you know, until we do that, we're gonna be in trouble for a while if we don't recognize that economic struggle. It's paramount that we get that under control.
Yeah, a lot of great comments in the chat room
about it. You definitely don't learn it in school, that's for sure. You know, after all these years, at times I work up at the school system, even though I work outside, and at times you like chat with different people outside the computers. They ain't teaching these kids nothing different. No type of economics and so forth and so on. Sometimes I try to understand with my kids what they're learning to a certain degree with the financial part, you know, because I said the bottom line is all about finance, you know, not about, I mean, algebra is good here and there, but I never spent algebra money.
Did y'all ever hear, you guys, before you do anything, did you guys hear about the book or the school in Texas, somewhere in Texas, where they're trying to say that slavery was not slavery? They were indentured service. African Americans were indentured service from the transatlantic slave trade. Did you guys do anything about that?
No, I haven't, but that's very interesting.
That is the crazy. I mean, you're trying to erase that history. What are you ashamed of? What are you ashamed of? You're trying to erase that history and not tell the kids. I mean, you don't tell the truth anyway.
If they can do it, they'll do it. You gotta understand.
Right.
The Jews wouldn't allow it. Yeah. Jews are not going to allow anyone to say the Holocaust didn't exist, But Jews are not up in the ass of this media and the buffoonery and foolishness. I'm not saying all black people are, but they're pouring it on thick for us. And we take whatever is out there as gospel. Whenever you see a YouTube video that has clickbait, meaning that it's just a title just to get you to click on it, right? We the first ones clicking on stuff, studying the stuff. You know, these fights and the ratchet fights and, oh man, look what he said. And so, he gonna smack her. So, and that 5 minutes that we took watching those things, we could have educated ourselves on something, because when they tell us something warped about our history, there's nobody usually to challenge it, because we don't study this stuff. We don't really study this stuff on our own. It doesn't mean we have to be cracking books 6 hours a day, but a conversation like this to stimulate and say, you know what, go back. Look, what are you Googling? That's what I ask everybody. They got so much mouth and they want to have, I'm not saying anybody here or in the chat room, and I have to say in the chat room, you all are dropping some jewels, right? But what are you Googling? That'll be a nice question for a young lady to ask a man on a date. What did you, or can I see the history on your computer? You know, let me see what you all about. Is it just porn? Is it just this or that? What is the history? Or even for ourselves, let's go back and go into your computer. You don't have to tell anybody. What is your history? What were you searching the last 2 or 3 days or the whole last week? And be honest and look at what it is. And really be honest. If that was somebody else, what would you say about them? And you'll surprise yourself.
Oh yeah, and it can be addictive to a certain degree, because you look at a situation that you just let me just look at this thing, whatever. Next thing you know, you spending more time there than you actually intended to. I said, man, I wanted to go here, but I spent a couple minutes here,
and time is going on.
What I really was
unless you consciously, unless you consciously go into it, because see, just like you said, well, you found me here on YouTube. For me to not sit here, I'm not saying that everybody has to have shows on this stuff, but I know there are good people out here. And I got sick and tired of seeing the things put on TV. And like I read in the book, if you get sick of the media, become the media. I'm not trying to be this world, whatever, but the few of us here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and I have to applaud all of you who are here. I didn't plan this show from last night. I was going to do something last night. I fell asleep. I've been real tired, working hard here, doing my thing, right? But you all came because you knew this is going to be something that we can chime in on. And look, I'm just meeting you both for the first time to speak to you, but you came. And there are others who are listening and who will listen. So this is what we have to do. We have to get into the huddle, into the trenches, whether it's this show or another show or other people. Let it flow. We're going to have to be independent in our thinking and in our conversation. It just can't be about, oh, did you hear that Amber Rose has her new show? Well, she's an Illuminati whore. Of course she is. Long before we knew who she was doing something on her knees to somebody to get that to happen, because she has no talent. And that should tell you it doesn't take talent to get a show on TV. What does she do? Except generate lust on the lower levels. She has a hourglass shape and a little waist and breasts and all this stuff. We see that, but we got to have a little more discipline, because they'll put that in our face and the fellas will drop their guard and start staring. Well, wow, I'd love to be on them curves like a BMW driving around on a curvy road. I'll hug it tight. You know, we're men.
You know what? You know what, Lance, real quick. At times I have like a Google Plus account. Yes. At times I scroll through, got some really good content on it. But every once in a while you get, because you don't know what you're scrolling up next. So now you're saying behind. I said, after a while it gets kind of dry now. I said, all right, enough of this. You know? And what I do, you kind of like see the picture, but I like to scroll down to the brothers' comments. I said, I want to see.
Yes, I do that.
Yeah, I want to do it. I want to hit. I said, look. I said, this don't even make sense. Here, this person put a picture on of themselves. You don't know where they located at, but this brother way across the country talking about trying to hit it. So it lets you know how shallow he's thinking. At times when I see those pictures, I like to scroll down, see what the brothers are saying. You know, and you hear these comments. I said, these are grown men making these comments. I said, this is daggone shame. They don't even know her location at, but they talking about trying to hit it.
Yeah. They don't know if the authorities are monitoring them so that when they say these things, they'll use this against you. You know what I mean? You just don't know. Look, I don't assume, I don't have privacy. I don't have privacy. I already know that. And most of us don't anymore. But I know I don't have privacy. All these cameras in here looking back at me, I can take the tape and pull it over, which I do. I walk around in this room naked sometime. You know what I mean? Look, but you know what? Even then, it doesn't matter. They can see through your walls. They can see through your cable box. If they want to get you, they can get you. They got the technology. We got these phones on us. It was said earlier, I believe it was Brother Darnell in the chat room, you know, leave your phone home sometime. We're low-jacking ourselves. We don't have to think, oh, yes, nobody knows where I am. If they want to get you, there's a lot of phones out here. If they want to get you, they can get you. They can find out where you are. Like I said, leave your phone on and mail it to a trusted person in another state and have them tweet things about, oh, the weather up here is so nice in Arkansas and you're still in Florida. Play games with them right on back. Understand how this thing works.
It's funny that it's funny you said something about the phone. A couple of weeks ago, because on my job, we use it to communicate with one another. And what happened was the company, they pay you a small fee because on the time that you're on the clock, somebody can call you to need a errand done or need something done or meet them here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been like paying my phone bill. So I paid it out my regular check. And at time I have been, but by the time the company pays, they get a little fee. It ain't worth nothing. I'm spending on something else. It ain't worth no price for maybe like for a couple of lunches and gas.
Right.
So my phone got cut off for about a couple of days. So my supervisor was trying to call me, and then she wanted to call the lead guy. So she gets mad at me at the top of the steps talking, like, "What happened to your phone? Why your phone not on?" I said, I just don't have it on because I got to pay the bill. It just happened to go off.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "You don't think your phone is important?" I said, apparently no, you know. And I said, I survived this long without it. I said, what's the difference? I said, I can use this phone as a big timepiece now. I told the guy, because all it can do is tell time. I said, you know, but outside that, when I get my phone on, because I'm between changing services. I said, on top of that, I said, by the time you guys give me the money to pay once a month, I already had paid the bill. And I said, what you give me ain't nothing. I can fill up my tank of gas. So I said, really, you ain't giving me nothing. You know.
That's right.
You pretty much putting the pressure on me to keep my phone on, but you ain't paying me worth anything to keep it on. And then at times when you off the clock, I'm finding out they still calling and texting people off the clock. So it shows me how, like, one of these days I wanted to leave my company so bad. I'm in the process of trying to start my own business. But the thing is that I'm realizing corporations, this is crooked and deep. Even on my job, they so deep crooked. That's a crying shame. We had almost a couple years ago had a set up a union. I was like one of the individuals that helped organize the union. And real quick, the individual, because what happened was OSHA came in because we had like a diesel spill and it went through the drain, all that. So they made a big deal out of it. And in the process, they were doing cutbacks. But after they did the cutbacks, we had a supervisor here, and he wound up getting his job let go, and it was live that he was part of the cutback. But if he did the cutback, he would have did it earlier. Why you wait for the OSHA situation to happen to get rid of him? So on his last day, he wound up giving me a number to call, whatever, to start a union up, and boom, we wound up having a union. But the same token, because for me, over the years that I've worked, I never had to work for a union because all the companies that I worked for did the right thing. And prior to these guys coming here, because I don't work straight for the school system. I pretty much work under contract with companies bidding in now, you know, because they figure they're saving money by having the companies bid in.
Let me ask you, do you have a fan on in your room where you are?
Oh yeah.
It's the kind of fan that twists and turn, right? I like to figure. No, it's okay. It's no, chill. It's not really that bad. But no. But it was like I said. Is he in a car? But this is like a rhythm. It's a certain rhythm. It's like brrr, it goes away. I say it must be one of those old fashioned fans. Yeah, well, not old fashioned, but you know what I mean. Yeah. No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We can still hear you. You know.
Okay, good.
I thought it was somebody like snoring or something, you know.
No, I was like right in front of the fan, you know, right in front of it.
My ears are good that way.
Sorry about that. But,
no, it's no problem.
To make a long story short, I'm realizing how these companies, this is corrupt from the highest level even to the lowest level, you know. And I think that goes into frustration because I thank God that over the years that I worked, I've never been fired from a job, never got laid off. At one point, I was working 3 jobs because you had to do what you had to do.
Yes.
You know, because the economy changed, you know. But over the years of working, I never was fired from a job, never got laid off from a job.
Excellent.
You know? And if I was able to take more jobs on at that moment, as I got older, I kind of like, I can't do that no more.
Right.
You know,
but see,
working was never a problem with me.
Yeah, I think that's excellent that that people hear you say that, especially the others who don't look like us and who don't live near us, who hear us dialogue on an. It's a shame I gotta say this, to hear us dialogue on an intelligent level. There's nobody who looks like us who is on this call or watching this broadcast that thinks what you're saying is shocking. We and I like to say it, we all know our Michelle Obamas and Barack Obamas in the neighborhood. Okay, I may not agree with all the politics, but I'm just saying that we all know that sister and brother that's very intelligent, because that's really what we are. And so it bugs me out when people are shocked to see us the way we are. There's so many of us. Look, to speak to you now, I know you know in your circle and have so many like you, right? And beyond. And the same with me. But then if I happen to run outside to take the garbage and I didn't put the garbage out in time and the truck comes and, you know, I have those, the stringers out of my bottoms, my track bottoms, I'm holding them like I'm sagging. You know, I'm not sagging, but somebody might drive by and, I saw this thug. Nothing but thugs live up in there. Nothing but so-and-so. Come on. I go to Home Depot. You know, I might be up on a ladder painting when I was painting or doing something in here or some home improvement project. I do home improvement stuff. I'm known for that, right? And I say, you know what? Before they close, I got to hurry up and get some more nails and some more this, a little more paint or whatever, another tool, another drill bit, and I run. I got paint on me, right? I go in Home Depot. It doesn't look as strange because that's what Home Depot people do. But then I might get a call from my wife. You know, we need to get some more curry and more so-and-so and pick up some mangoes. You know, we're low on mangoes. Okay, I run into the supermarket. I might be at the Home Depot on the edge of the other neighborhood. So I run inside the supermarket. Oh, so folks look at me stupid like I'm a derelict. He got paint on him. He's sweaty. He looked there. Watch him. Here comes security following behind me. Pocket full of money, credit cards, good credit. But they're looking at me like I'm so that's their sickness. We have to think this, even when we don't deal with it and say it.
Beyond suspect.
Right. You have to understand. We can't internalize this. This is making us sick. That's their sickness.
Oh yeah.
So you mean
they gonna do?
I know, like after all these years of working where I worked at since 2001, because I ride the big tractor.
Yes.
And the big tractor, I call it the transformer machine because how it folds down and then you start your.
You got to have skills for that.
It folds itself back up. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, I got to ride up a particular school, so I have to ride through town. You know, so I go to the back roads to get away from the traffic.
Right.
So I'm riding out there, and plus it has the municipal plates on. You know, so I'm good. You know, so I don't get pulled over. You know, but I'm riding through the town. I've been doing this for years now.
Yeah.
And you know, I still get the looks. You got. I have like one.
They thought you stole it, huh?
They're stopping their tracks. They got actually stopping their tracks to look and see me driving the machine through the streets. You got truckers ride through a certain area of the town.
Right.
Big as their truck is, they checking you out. You got people in cars looking at you different way, whatever. But I don't pay them no mind.
Right.
I get to a point now. If I'm even in the dump truck I ride, been riding for the last 15 years.
Right.
You get guys look at you. They in their truck, but they trying to find out who's in that truck, and they find out who you are. At time, every once in a while, I lift my tongue out at them. That's a little kid in me. Every once in a while, I lift my tongue out. I'm like, yeah, you know, because I mean, the mentality is like we don't do this type of work.
Right. Yeah, and see, you saying that, we have to also, as a people, there are jobs out here that are not pushed in our face or in our path, and we only think we're so limited. For those when we're looking for a job, and I always say, try to do your own thing, but that has to crawl before it walks. But when it comes to a job, look at the people who are actually doing things. I'm on the bus all day, driving the bus, and I look at the surveyors, and I see nothing but white surveyors, measuring the land, and they had a little tripod thingy and little laser beam thing. I said, man, what? And ask yourself, what does it take to get that job, right? That's what many of us, even parents, if your kid's not going to go to a college or some kind of trade school or whatever, suggest things to them. Take them around. Right. When you see things, say, ask questions also next to them. I wonder what, and even go up to the man, what he's doing, and say, hey, how did you get into this? Just to expand what you think is available. Because many of us think, well, I'm going to get out of school, and a job is a job, so I'm not going to knock anybody. But it's not just McDonald's or Burger King or KFC where we can work, or just in retail at the mall, which, when you're young and you can start out. But while you do that, if you do that, look to learn to get into something else off the beaten path, where you can empower yourself, where because of what you know, you're valuable. I'm quite sure that when you're one of those surveyors for the county or for the city, that when you call out of work, there are not too many people who can replace you and say, okay, no problem, we'll have so-and-so fill your position in. You're screwing them up because there's not too many of you all. Make yourself valuable and learn and ask questions. Even me, there's certain things I'm not even interested in getting into, actually, but I want to learn about it. And stockpile the licenses and the certifications if you can. You get your tax return money for those who may not have a lump sum. And you can get an extra $400 or $500 out of that tax return money and say, what can I certify myself in? What can I pay for and take a course, even a course online, and get some books and get yourself ready before you go to the course? Hell, so many of us, I'm not throwing off on the sisters, but so many of our sisters do their hair at home before they go to the so-called beauty salon. I can't go to the beauty salon looking bad like that. All these other women who know me are there. Well, hell, that's to fry up your hair. Why don't you get a book? I'm not just saying it's just women, it's men too. I just threw that in there for a little humor. So don't beat me up in the comment section. But why can't we ahead of proactively while you're in position? There's things now, look, okay, I'm on this level of doing these shows on a regular basis and the following, which I'm not nothing to follow as far as me trying to be some cult leader, but I'm just saying it for, that's how we talk, right? And I'm glad you all are here, but that grows. But guess what? You may get a phone call from me one day and I say, hey man, how'd you get into this? And how, and what I want to do, I also want to have shows, want to throw some shows where we talk about what we do or what other people do and put it out there, how to get into it. Maybe we can do that sometime. So while I'm doing this and having these shows, it's not just about white people and racist cops and how we gonna, it's practical stuff. We're gonna talk about health. We're gonna talk about jobs and professions and trades and what to do with our credit and get people who know and vibe on that. Trust me, starting from now, I want to have stuff like that. Well, I will probably project it ahead of time because this was an open discussion that we can just chime in on because we know what's happening in the world. But maybe like a week ahead of time, I say, okay, we're going to talk about credit and the real live thing of that. Because most of our children are not, I'm quite sure you guys have shared that with your children and your nieces and nephews and whoever else. But how many of our parents didn't know about that? My parents did. They taught me things. And there are things now in the modern day that weren't around when they were around. It wasn't so simple. You know what I mean? So what about that? Basic eating, basic things.
You know what? You said a good point. You said a good point about doing different functions of training and getting trades and stuff like that. And I know, like through scripture, and I was looking for it.
Yes.
I do research through the scriptures. And one thing about the Most High, he talked about, even though his people was in captivity, and they knew they was in captivity, he still told them to build, get married, have children, do your everyday thing while you're in captivity. So in other words, while the Most High was working behind the scenes to get them out, he still wants you to still get up and do your daily work. You know, I mean, it's like when you're feeling sick or whatever, You know you're feeling sick, but you know you got to get up and brush your teeth,
Right.
comb your hair, and wash your face, the whole thing. So
Right.
even in our captivity as a people, and even in this country, that still shouldn't stop us from striving to be the best that we can be,
Yes.
to be the best how we can help our people survive. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we still in our captivity, realize that the Most High is going to get us out of it.
That's
but
right.
in the meantime, he don't want to sit by the wayside and not do nothing.
Wait
But
on him.
Yes.
the process, like the scripture talks about, occupying till I come. He didn't say
Keep your hands moving.
exactly what's the occupy, but he said, just be busy when I come back.
Right.
So that was a good point of, like, you know, getting certification,
Mhm.
open your own business,
Right.
getting more training, working to get the promotion on jobs.
That's right.
It's like, you know, like keep the wheels moving, even though you're knowing that you're in captivity, you knowing that you're frustrated with the killing
The
that's
madness.
going on. That
The
shouldn't
madness
stop us
is going
from
on.
living, you know.
Mm-hmm. Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
This is madness.
Yeah. Yeah. Elevate yourself, and we're empowered more than we realize it. And when we're intoxicated with the anger, and it's the righteous anger we feel, know how to work that
Right.
anger off. Don't let the anger sit. Use the anger as
Right.
fuel. I take negative
Right.
energy and positive. Positive energy is beautiful because you don't have to convert it. I'm a energy conversion machine. You throw negative energy at me, look for something greater to come out of me. Right?
Right.
You come at
right.
me in a very negative way or a bad way. Look for some greatness, because that negative energy you give me, and God knows there's a whole lot of that out in the world. That negative energy that you give
Right.
me, I'm going to use it, and I'm not going to let it sit on me because that's negative, but I'm going to burn it and get somewhere. Okay, I already have this stuff in my mind. You came at me this way. You pissed me off, and I'm going to do something. And this, I'm going to show you how I'm wired. Maybe this can help somebody, right? Say, for example, like last night I wanted to do a show, but right now I have to live in balance because I'm doing a lot. And I said, okay, the people will understand if I don't put something up. If you don't see me, that means I'm tired, because I like to do this every day,
Right.
whether it's 10 minutes or 10 hours. I didn't do it. But if something happened, which it wouldn't happen at home because home is quiet and peaceful, but if something happened to piss me off, I'll be like, you know what? I'm doing a show tonight. I'm going to do a damn good show tonight. I got to have something set up to channel that negative energy instead of sitting there like, damn, you pissed me off. I'm mad at you. You wrong. So, and it sautés and simmers inside my soul and burns a hole in the potential greatness that I have, because negative and positive can't remain in the same vessel. So you throw negative on me, you got to burn it off quick, and you got to have something on your agenda that you can go to. See, I'm blessed because, look, even if nobody comes on the show, I can get on here and just rant and just talk. You know what I mean? And I invite other people to do it. So that's a valve. That's a pressure valve for me. I can draw, I can write, I can do this.
Let these people do that.
Right. But see,
They need to let these people do that. They need to let them do the peaceful protesting.
Right.
Let them protest. Let them. They're angry.
Right.
This is a buildup, man. Let them release that anger. As long as they're not hurting anybody.
Right.
Let them release that frustration before it turns into something crazier.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, beyond that, I think that we as a people need, and you're right. You're absolutely right, because maybe some people have not gotten it together in their lives where they have this thing to say, okay, you came me that way, I'm going to work on this thing and I'm going to make it better. I'm going to research. I'm going to work harder. I'm tired now. I want to go to sleep. I'm staying up 2 more hours. We've got to learn to be righteously vicious this way and use the negative stuff that comes at us and use it to make ourselves better, because the energy never gets destroyed. It can only change forms, right? It can change from negative to positive if we learn how to be that conversion machine to turn that energy around. So when these things happen, yes, we're angry, we're going to mouth off, but right now, to go right back to the slave master, the oppressor and his systems, and up in the cop's face, what's that cop going to do? What can he do if he listened to you anyway? Right? You know what? Let's turn away from America. Let's turn away from their systems. Let's do what we have to do. We got to be like that worm when we were a kid and that worm was crawling across the sidewalk and we didn't know. Some little kid who was sadistic chopped the worm in half. And said, wait a second. Both parts are moving. They chopped it up again. 3 parts now. 4 parts. Each part is moving along. They had a mind of its own. So if we don't have a so-called leader, which we got to stop looking for that on the outside externally and understand that that's what we are internally. We are our own leaders. And we can hold hands, but when we get chopped, we can wiggle and operate on our own like that worm. So we got to understand that we are our own leaders, but we're part of the whole, and we've got to look out for each other.
Right.
And we've got to have another thing that we do to use their energy. Okay, this is how you treat me, right? I'm going to come back with something better. The local media here doesn't really focus on black issues here in Orlando, Florida, unless they want to exploit us or they want to use us for some long-term type situation. Because we thinking checkers, they're thinking chess. So we got to have something we turn in on each other. The Chinese that come into our neighborhood and open up shop, you think they love us? No. The Asians that come and open up the fruit markets, the beauty supply, when those shops close, I'm quite sure you'll see the big black nigga, stupid people. You see what I mean? Yeah. And some of them have mastered treating us nice, and not all can be bad. But come on, y'all. The streets are lined with gold.
We can do that same thing.
Exactly. We can turn that around on us and say, oh, even when it's not you, when you see one of them, and I'm not saying just Asians, anybody in business, as an example, right? Treat one of us better, or even give the person that's walking away that just spent their money a funny look. Then you know what that look means. I'm not coming back. And you know what? I'm not just, my protest is not running downtown. I'm going to say it to them. I know exactly what that look was. And anybody I know, I'm telling them not to come back here, and I'm not coming back here. And see, you're not going to get locked up for saying that. You know, you can cuss the person out.
Come in our community and belittle and humble us and disrespect us and expect me to give you patronage. Spend my money, my hard-earned dollars.
That's right. That's right.
We can open up our own stuff.
That's right.
We need to stop. We need to get rid of that crap in the barrel mentality too. Because they don't. I think a lot of the brothers don't understand. When you support black businesses, all you do is give money to the community. You set up future generations. Our young people need to understand how this mechanic and how this dynamic works.
Excellent.
If you have that, if you have the enterprise there where you're supporting each other, whether it be the weave shop, the nail salon, the mom and pop shop, when you do that, you stabilize a community economically.
Yes.
And therefore the future will be set. And they don't have to go looking for a job somewhere else because it's in the community. You're doing commerce with each other. And that's what we fail to understand because like you just said, you get Asians coming into our neighborhood, you get a lot of Arabics coming to our neighborhood, and they can't stand up. The look that they give at some of these gas stations when you go in and they want to give you that nasty look, they want to disrespect you, like throw the money across the counter, and it's just like, okay, why are we going through this? Because I don't, why do you want to see the ugly side of it? Because you're being disrespectful. And I can talk to you like a man, but you're not going to talk to me like a man because your custom in your country has you talking to people a certain way, and what you see on TV from your country about black people is going to be tainted. You're going to come and look at us and treat us the exact same way you see us on TV with that disrespect and a disdain. I mean, it's just amazing that we don't stop and go, okay, what's going on here? Have some pride. Step up, get out there, open your own thing, talk in the community like we're doing right now. Talk about what can we do to open up a shop like this and a shop like that. We need to get these people out of our neighborhood. If they're not going to support us and respect us, why am I going to keep your kids fed for the next 15, 20, 30, 40 years? And then you got a generational economic structure right here in my community.
That's right.
You're going to teach your kids the exact same thing on how to deal with us. We need to, just like you just said, step up, do our own thing, do that commerce, and then branch out if we need to go to other people, because we're the only community, really and seriously, that don't take that economic struggle and that economic structure serious. We're the only ones, man, and we need to get back. We need to get past that.
Yes.
To where we are utilizing that and maximizing what we can do, because we're brilliant people. We've been creating since the beginning of time.
That's right.
So why are we limiting our structure and our capacity to invent and create and just give it to everybody else? Everybody has the ability to do whatever and prosper, but us. We give our money to everybody else, but we won't give each other that same patronage, that same money, that same opportunity. Helping each other only helps ourselves. Period.
That's
if we don't help ourselves, No one will. You write a story, no one. I've seen people. I saw a blog not too long ago, right? A guy wrote a really good science fiction book, but then he was looking for artists to do the work for him, right? And he said he had called around, went to a couple of colleges in the local area, and he said he was trying to pay these guys. And it's amazing how, you know, I think he said a couple of the white guys that he tried to get to do the work for him said, you know what, I don't want to write I don't want to do artwork for you and hear about a black guy. He don't want to write stories about what the white man has done to the black man. And he said his mouth just dropped over. He said the next guy said the same thing sort of to him. They don't want to do artwork because they say they don't see our people as scientific, superheroes, special saviors, and things like that. Now, you go to a brother, right? Instead of the brother backing off of his price and understanding that we're doing marketing here. If you do artwork for me, what I do is I pay you, maybe not the crazy number that you're setting out there, right?
Right.
But I pay you. Now your name as an artist is on every piece of literature, artwork, stuff that I do. If I go to a Comic-Con, your name is out there.
Right.
On my page, my Facebook, I'm networking you, brother. Understand that we networking. We're taking care of each other in this genre.
But you're building a brand. This is what they don't understand. You have to build a brand. This is what Brother Hopkins. He said. Oh, I heard your name out there, SCURV. I'm not getting paid for this. The little Google money I get can't even pay my cell phone money from this. For those who think I'm making $1 million, I spent and invested in myself and said to myself, I'm gonna put the elbow grease in and put the work in, not once a week, not once a month, but every damn day until I can't do it because I fell asleep. You're building a name, and you'd have to pay. Yes. Sorry to cut you off, brother, but go ahead.
You're right. You're absolutely right, because they don't understand, like you said, you're building that brand. Because if you remember Milestones, right? You remember the comic book icon with the brother Dwayne McDuffie?
Yeah.
He had all brothers around here, and he did Static Shock. I think he did Icon. I think he did Hardware. He did some pretty good stuff in the brother recently. I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago he passed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that name and that brand was about to take off.
Yeah.
It was like a sister project for DC Comics, but those boys were taking off, right? And they weren't sitting there trying to beat each other to death over. I've had artists try to say, "Well, $200 to do that work." Look, brother, slow your roll, okay?
They don't see the value. You know how many things I've done for people for free? Just look, even me doing artwork back in the day, which I'm going to be getting back into it. I would do stuff, and Boyce Watkins used to use a lot of my stuff on his original sites back in the day, almost like about 8 years ago, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Everything I do, I send to him. He'd throw it up. That helped me, because at first, when we spoke, and he said, "Well, SCURV, I can't pay you." I said, "Brother, I'm not looking for pay. You have the reach. This would help me as a black political illustrator to get my stuff out there."
That's what we're talking about, right? What you just said. That is paramount, man. That we understand. Sometimes you got to crawl before you walk.
Exactly.
I'm not saying let anybody beat you,
right?
But I'm simply saying, hey, my name on every piece of artwork that I do for you. You've already got a name or a brand, or you're just starting out, right?
Right.
All it does is it increases my portfolio. So
that's right.
At a bigger market, I can go, hey, this is my portfolio. This is the work that I have done.
That's right.
Now think about the guy that you're doing the work for. He gonna remember you. He gonna pull you up with him. I guarantee it.
That's right.
He's gonna pull you up with him and take you along with him. Now we've got a black artist.
Right.
We've got a black writer. Now we need a black editor. Now we need a black production company if we get this thing taken off to another level. Now we need black catering, because we have that big production company. Now we need black. What do you call them, stand-ins? Now we need black actors, actresses. We have just created a net. Now we're networking. Now we need black producers. We listen. Directors.
Bottom line is, for us to survive, we've got to segregate again our energies. We've splayed out and shared it with everybody else who exploits us, doesn't give us the credit, or they will pay some of us and get us so hooked on that pay that we want more of it, that we won't bother with any one of our own brothers and sisters. That's the bottom line. And when you are an artist or whatever it is that you do to add to the collective, when you do it for free to get your name out there, look, what's the point? If you have, say, for example, you have 4 or 5 brilliant minds who each have an individual talent, that if you put that talent together, it becomes something great. But all of a sudden, each one of those minds is saying, well, if you want me to do this, you got to pay me $500. And this other one saying, if you want me to do this, you got to pay me. So wait a second. All y'all sitting up in the hood, damn broke, with all this talent, Talking about getting paid, and then what you gonna do with that money? Forget about the pay for now. Let's collectively chip in what we have for the greater good. Say, hey, we are broke, but we got talent. And look, you got $55 in the bank. I got $27. I can borrow so much from my mama or my friend or whatever have you. You know, you selling a little something. Hey, finance, give me the money. Hey, go. Look, I'm not condoning it. It may be blood money, but go to the local dope dealer. When the bank turns you down, say, bruh, we're trying to do something. He probably guilty for what he's doing. He said, you know what? I don't have to buy another brand new car this next week. I don't have to go up with them so-called women in the hotel tonight, whatever. Here, I'm donating to you. I'm donating. Why not? Take it. Take it. You know why? Because even that dope dealer is going to get locked up, and the lawyer's going to take his money, and the jail and the prison is going to take his money, and those private companies that are hooked up to the prison going to take his money. You ain't taking it. Give me some of that. We know you're killing off our people with the drugs, but we got something worthwhile. Look, I don't care who it is. It could be the biggest flaming fag in the world. If I'm drowning, don't know how to swim, and he throws me the rope, I'm not going to say, I'm not taking that rope because you took it up the butt last night. Yo, give me that rope, man. I love you, man. Thank you for saving me. Do what you got to do. I'm not saying do something with him, but do what you got to do to survive and go on. Too many of us in the hood.
You know what, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what, brother? It reminds me of growing up. Because when you said about borrowing money from here and there, all of us don't have money, but we can find money somewhere. It remind me back in the 70s when we had like a baseball team. Because back in the day, as brothers, we did play the football, the basketball, and we played baseball too.
Yeah.
You know? And,
we the same age, so I know what you're talking about.
So we had like other blocks. See, back then we couldn't get into Little League for whatever financial reason.
It was about a block.
What we did, we knew enough neighborhood kids through the blocks, because I lived on back in the day on 5th Street. So you had like different blocks like 6th Avenue, 7th Street.
Name drop, man. Name drop.
12th Street, 11th Street. So all these people had their own team.
Right.
You know, so some teams came out there with their uniform shirts, and they used to go to the internet slip factory. You know, you get the shirt printed up,
right,
with your name on the back or the team name. So we figure out, you know, let's be uniform too. Now here we are, young people, so we figure we ain't got baseball pants, so let's just use our colored blue jeans.
Right.
So we voted on the color shirt. Next thing you know, we started. You know, some of the parents started to see what we intend on doing the right thing instead of getting in trouble, staying out of trouble. So they started donating for us to go and get shirts. And at times, everybody couldn't get shirts at all at once. But each week or each day, whatever, we always went back, walked with whoever was getting their shirt done. We walked to them, and the slip factory print up the names on the little jerseys that we had, and we paying for it. And next thing you know, everybody walked out there with a shirt. And so now we're like ready to go do business as a team now. So I learned, even at a young age, I didn't even realize it. Like, hey, you know, none of us didn't have summer jobs where you was too young then. But somehow or another, everybody that played baseball with us had a jersey, had a team. We was like the Pirates then, and we had the black writing across the black print up in the yellow shirt. And matter of fact, the other day I happened to see an old photo, and I said, yeah, I remember those shirts. But the thing is, we didn't have the money, but somehow everybody had a jersey.
That's right.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's right.
That right there, man. I mean, and that's where, man, we need to bring it home. We need to bring it home, man. And again, stop supporting these coons that don't support us and that don't say anything about the black community, what's happening in the black community. And we really need to work it out. I mean, because like we're talking, if you say you got this aspect of it, do you know a black editor? Because some of our lingo and some of our storytelling, right? It gets changed, or they may not understand what we say. That gives it uniqueness to the story. So when you do a story, your story may shine. If you get a white editor, she may go, or he may go, what does that mean? And may want to try to critique it and change it, not understanding that each individual character has their own dialect and their own dialogue, with, you know, of course, their own mind, because they're not used to our stories. When they do get our stories, they will try to manipulate and change the story to where it's whitewashed. And you don't want that. So again, that's why you got to keep it in the community, support these stories. Because think about it. You remember Marvel? Marvel wasn't as popular in the movie theater until Blade came. Blade was Marvel's first $100 million draw. What people don't understand is that before they had Howard the Duck, it was Blade first. That don't get any Blade don't get any credit, and Blade was that series was bad with Wesley in it.
Yeah.
And then see, well, think about the uniqueness when you get these black movies. Look how well they do. I Am Legend with Will Smith, Riddick with your boy Vin Diesel, Blade and Wesley Snipes. You can go with Equalizer. Every time we do a show, when we got good writers, we got good actors, and if even if actors aren't that good, the story will sell itself. It's such a powerful story because it comes from a dimension that they never see or they normally don't see because they change it. You leave the story the way it's supposed to be. I'd like to see us write more about or do movies more about stuff other than brothers in the hood. I want to stop showing us always killing or doing some crazy stuff.
Exactly.
Let's venture into the scientific realm. Let's venture into the horror show. Let's venture into, I love what Tyler Perry is doing because he keeps a lot of sisters in jobs where they're honest jobs and honest roles, where they're not some white guy where they're playing a whore or a prostitute or somebody playing a degrading role, right? It gives them an opportunity to actually play a role where it's respectable, right? But you can only do that for so long. We still want to see other avenues. We want to see a black Sherlock Holmes. We want to see a black Jason Bourne, man. We want to see, you know what I'm saying? We want to branch out, do different things. You know what I mean? Because you can only do that genre for so long.
Exactly.
You have to branch out.
And see, this is the thing too. We come from stronger soil. All of us who are speaking here on the line right now, going back, because of the age group thing, the communities were stronger. We know black businesses. We know black, everything's strong and black. Hey, and for those who are not black, who are saying, oh, they want to just make the world black. No, we want to make our communities back black again righteously. Right? You see, because you see, when you go to the Jewish community, when you go into Brooklyn and Crown Heights and you see the Jewish community there, the Hasidic Jews, you can almost see where the community starts from one block. You cross the street and that's where you are. They don't hate. They don't tell you can't walk there. They know they're part of the whole. They know there's a Caribbean community right there, and they have to coexist with them, right? But they have their own, But why is it that we can't have our own, and why is it now weak soil? It's weak soil now. Look at what we have to plant our children in, the soil of what we have now. You grow up seeing, I remember growing up and seeing in Washington Heights and Harlem, back in New York City back then, my father had his own business. He had a shop right there. So in the summertime or after school, when I would go with him, and I would see the business people, man. I would see the commerce. I'd see money going from one black hand to another, not coming from a white boss or corporation and going to somebody else who doesn't live in our community, going right through, and we producing nothing. And there was a pride that we had.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
We can hear you.
Is the host still here? Did he still cut out?
No, I'm here. Keep talking.
I'm still here.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Hold on a second. The line cut again.
K is still here, so I don't know if
Lance cutting off. Let's see.
Okay, let me see.
Lance might cut off.
Let me see.
Still see him.
Okay.
But,
all right.
I'm still here. You can't hear me?
I'm here.
Okay.
You're real low though. You're real low.
Oh, okay. I'll try to figure out why from this side, but everything from this end is pretty cool. But go ahead.
Making a call, he might be chiming back in.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
With different neighborhoods, because I remember growing up. Once again, I had a lady that used to have her own store. She eventually went into her own business named Miss Robinson. She had that store for years. Had her sons working in it. And that was a positive thing that we saw too, pretty much, like, someone black having their own business, pretty much. So
it makes you feel good when you see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm from the 70s, like the mid 70s. So, just being able to see,
it was a wonderful time.
our community, strong and doing this thing. It's amazing to me. I get offended when everybody gets upset when we ask for the same respect that the other communities get, but we have to take that respect. We have to. We don't have to earn it from anybody. We have to take it back because everybody else, every other culture comes here and prospers. why is it that they have a problem when we say that we want this or that we want that? And it's not that we want anything. This is what we deserve this. We deserve that. I mean, get out there, make it happen. But every time you try to make it happen, they destroy that arena. Now,
okay, there's something happening funny with these phone lines. I don't know what's going on here. Let me see here. Hold on. Their sound just cut. And let me see. I'm going to have to add back these calls in. I don't know if they're still talking or what. Hold tight with me, people. Let's get this going here. Hold tight. Let me join this in.
By the organizer.
Watch anything like that, period. I see people go, oh man, it's a good show. I'm like, no, how good is this show, man? When every time you look, there's no stable relation between any black man or black woman on the show.
Yep, that's it. For me, I watched it anyway. I heard that people talked about it and this and that, but I never had the urgency just to check it out one time or whatever. It never moved me to that point because it was so like
negative. The energy just feels off. Yeah. The energy just feels off when I'm like, I've seen a commercial, but that energy, it feels stuff off, man. Every time I'm like, wow.
Let me interject. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, good. You guys cut for a second. No, I know you're still on, but I have everything hot wired. Trust me, so that if you don't hear me for a second, just keep on going and hold tight. But everything is good now. And I've been sitting here for a little while. Y'all continue. I'm going to run to the restroom and bring back something to snack on. But continue with the conversation, brothers. I'm loving this so much.
Okay.
All right. Continue on. I'll be right back.
Like you were saying, man. I mean, I think that's the thing that I've always tried to talk about and I try to discuss. And the young kids that I mentor, when I have gone back home, I get an SUV, load the kids up in it, take them to wherever they want to go, spend time with them and talk to them because they need that. They need that positive mentoring. They need that conversation. They need that black man energy. They need that energy where it's a positive black man talking to them, not that negative energy. They're going to get that. They're going to get that. And we need to make sure that we do that. Whether it be because it was always young boys and young girls, and always talking to them young people, man. And I mean, I think I just lost one of them here recently, and it really kind of shocked me when I got the phone call. It just it took a lot of wind out of me, but I'm pretty sure and it was tough. But again, you have to spend that time with those kids because they need to see. They need to look back and see. Well, this black man spent time with me. This black man.
You know what? At times, it was like at times, like once again, like you say, you grew up in the mid '70s, and I was pretty much coming to my own, probably in the early '70s. As a matter of fact, I just ran across an old neighborhood friend from the block, and he recognized me. And he said he happened to, text out like, "How you doing, little bro?" Because back then, we looked at the older brothers in the neighborhood as big brothers. They watched out for you. If you was about to get it, and then you had the parents on top of it. So back in the day when I was growing up, we had the block association. That's what that was. And parents used to meet like once a month on a Friday night. So we remember they used to meet in each other's houses in the basement, and they used to plan things for the summer for us. And towards the end of summer, they used to have a bus ride to different parks in New York and upstate New Jersey somewhere for the block. And for those that wanted to be a part of it, they was able to. I remember like back in the day, you had like maybe 2 to 3 buses filled with people from the neighborhood going up for a day, like a treat for the whole, for the whole block. And then they got to a point that back then you had like the neighborhood I grew up in, you had like single family homes, you had 3 family homes, you had 4 family homes. So, and it was like mixed on the block. And then we had a mixed culture. Back then you had like early 70s, you had like a few whites. But by the time that the law came out in '68, the Fair Housing Act, I think from that time on, we moved our neighborhood like in '69, and we moved in an area where there was like a lot of whites and Italians. Didn't realize it, but we did. I think we were not one of the first ones on the block. I think the other family named the Ashfords, they were like one of the black ones, first ones on the block, you know. And next thing you know, the neighborhood started to change. Of course, we had the quote unquote white flight. So I mean,
right.
Across the street from us, back in the day, you used to watch the Brady Bunch on TV, and we could have sworn they lived like diagonally across the street from us because we had this single family home, and about 8 to 10 kids used to play out in the yard because they had a big yard. They ain't had to go out in the front. They just had the big yard they could play in. Then next thing you know, they wound up packing up, leaving. So it's like, then more of us start to come into the neighborhood. And then back then you call them Puerto Ricans, which is Latinos now, you know, Hispanics. But back then they was like outright Puerto Ricans, because I remember I was telling one lady at work, you know, that I used to have a best friend named Jose. But yet he was the same color I was. He had the afro and everything. The only thing different about him was he spoke Spanish.
Right.
But he was like always identified with one another, you know. In the
but wasn't the community a lot tighter then?
Because he looked like one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the community? Wasn't it a lot cooler then, though? You know, as far as when you could like, it's just I don't, you know, when I started coming into Malta, it was in the '80s, but I remember community being a lot tighter, and I remember people looking out for you a little bit better, and I remember. I remember having that feeling of everything is going to be all right.
Yes.
And when I look, when I've gone back home now, I don't see that. I don't see that.
Nope.
I don't see that, and I don't feel that. I want to be able to bring that back. I would love to be able to go back home. If I come into a whole lot of money and be rich, I would like to be able to open up a convenience store in my town. You know, open up a center for you to be able to go in there and learn different trades and get different certifications like you're talking about, and just, you know, just empower the community. Because
I always tell my kids that that they don't realize. I said they missed out on their childhood, because I mean, I thought I was blessed even more so and didn't even realize it. And we didn't have a lot. We had to create things that we wanted to do. We had to create. I remember back in the day, you had to build your own go-karts out of the supermarket wheels, and you had the old crates or old seats, and you used to use the rope as the steering wheel. You know, back then, you know, everybody looked at go-karts. Then you had the Top Gun. Back in the day, you had the karate. Everybody used to have the broom chucks. You know, and I mean, those type of I think about it now, those type of childhood, you kind of like cherish. You know, my kids, they blew through theirs, because with technology now, everything speeds things up. But back then, man, you thought you were going to live like that forever, being a kid. You know, some was much longer then.
I tell them now, I said, you're going to get, I said, you know, we had video games, we played video games, right? But we still went outside and got dirty. We still got outside, broke bones, broke ankles, we still played sports, we still, you know, we still hung out, we still talked. And like now, everybody wants to stay in the house. And, you know, I'll teach the young cats that are with me when I'm there. I'll teach them how to box. When I go see them, when I spend time, I'll teach them how to, you know, box. I teach them how to, you know, conduct themselves like young men, how to dress, how to grow themselves. You know, because if they don't have that, a lot of them don't have, maybe not have that father figure around. They're older now. They're like 18, 19. It's weird when they give me that call and say, "Hey, how are you? How you doing?" And they remember. They remember you, and it's amazing when they give you that call. They're often college asking you for advice on what even the young ladies call. They want to know, what can I do? What am I looking for? What kind of man should I be looking for? I said, he ain't opening the door for you.
That's beautiful.
If he ain't open the door for you, you don't need him. If he got his pants hanging off his butt, you don't need him. If he got his for his baby mama, you may want to say you don't need this guy. If you want to sit down and talk to your parents, you don't need him. These, you know, I give them that criteria. I said, this is how you want to be treated, like as a young lady. And the same thing for the young men. If this lady got her hand out all the time and doesn't want to help you, it's not going to be supportive of you, and she can't elevate you, and she's coming with, you know, a ready-made family, trying to, you know, if she wasn't married, you might want to keep it moving, because you're trying to want to start with the same thing that you have. If you don't have it, then you don't want to get caught up in that situation. I'm not saying don't give an opportunity to a young lady because she's got a kid or two. I'm not saying that, but you got to be really, really careful, because the young ladies, a lot of the young ladies nowadays aren't like when our moms were growing up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Our moms had a different mindset. If a man came in and took care of you and married her with kids, that's our moms respected that man. A lot of times you get a lot of women now who don't have that same understanding or that same appreciation, because a guy coming in and helping you with your children that are not his, that guy should be commended. That guy can be.
You know what? It's funny that you said that, and I think that goes up from growing up, because I had like my younger brother that passed about almost 3 years ago. My younger baby brother, matter of fact, he passed about 3 years ago. I remember him. He has a son now, and only son. But I remember back in the early 80s. Now I'm still in high school. Here, this guy is in early middle school. And he had his best friend that he grew up, you know, with, and he wound up getting the girl pregnant. And then he wound up denying that the kids was his. My brother, young as he was, like in the middle school, wound up almost pretty much taking care of those kids. And the girl was like from Brooklyn, New York, you know, and she met my brother's best friend here in Jersey, of course, and she was a visitor cousin that used to live on the other end of Fifth Street. So wound up getting pregnant. But in the meantime, he I guess because of him being young, you know, he didn't know what he was getting into and what he was up against. But my brother wound up having those kids over at the house, spending the night, getting up early in the morning, cooking those kids breakfast. At times you get up in the morning and you ain't know who was there. You know, you walk through the house and find out he had like kids in the bed with him, and then realize that was his friend, that was his best friend's kid. And at times my father used to get up and ask them, they'd be sitting in the kitchen, whatever, you know, he tell them go in there in the bathroom, wash their face or whatever. And then my father would wind up cooking them breakfast, you know. But yet, this is my little brother doing this, and he wasn't even in high school yet. But he knew enough because of his respect for his best friend, but at the same time, having compassion for those babies, you know, he just pretty much took over. And then my brother behind me he got married, wife wound up leaving him. He has a son, but he wound up hooking up with a female that had 2 daughters, you know, already. And now you think about guys like saying, well, you know, I don't want to come into a ready-made family. But I mean, at times, man, sisters realize, okay, they made a mistake, you know, and sometimes you could be missing out on your blessing because you're not talking about the ratchet one, but you're talking about the one that honestly made a mistake, that wanted to start fresh. Those are the ones you need to hook up with, because they're going to be more receptive
of what you're doing.
Right. They're going to be respectful as well as more receptive of having a relationship, because they realize that they can't do this on their own. And then on top of that, my cousin recently that grew up behind us, he wound up getting married about 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, has a son by his current wife now. But on top of that, he wound up taking the girl that he's married to now, wound up taking on her 4 kids, you know. So I said, man, I said, I need to do some type of awards thing for these brothers here, because they took on responsibilities that they didn't have to.
Yeah, and you hear these guys bragging about, I take care of my kids. I'm like, dude, what are you supposed to do? This to your kids? Or you hear women say,
exactly.
I have my own thing. Ma'am, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to have your own thing. You're supposed to take care of yourself. You're supposed to do these things for yourself. You don't get an award for being a parent. A guy coming in or a woman coming in helping you out with your kids that are not there, that's who needs the award. They need to be a stepfather's day or a stepmama's day, you know, because you know, these people are stepping in there doing.
Stepfathers get cussed out more than anybody else.
Don't they, man? You're not my daddy.
You're not my daddy. You ain't paying no bills around here. I don't know where my mama found you.
I'm not your daddy. I'm doing the job your daddy should have done.
That's right. You should be mad at him.
That's what I'm doing. That's who I am. I'm not that cat, but I'm doing the job that cat should have done. Where is he?
Right.
As far as I know, how they respect them, they respect him as their own father. I see him talk to him. I see my other cousin play with the kids. Man, he was playing with them as if they was all kids all along, and wind up getting married. And at times he'd be on Facebook, and and his wife always makes a comment about, you know, I got the best husband and friend in the world, and I always, you know, tag her back like saying, yeah, you better say so, because I'm proud of them because they came from good stock. You know,
right?
They came from good stock, and that was back in the day when all this was going down. Nowadays it's rare, but they came from good stock. It ain't like it just hit them yesterday and then they started doing it. They came from good stock. Back in the day when parents, once again, if you got in trouble, you got in trouble when your father came home because you had one parent that didn't go to work, but she was married, but her husband went to work. She used to at times sit on the porch all day just to sit out there. But if you happened to do something wrong, she caught you, you was done. And at times you go in the house or do something, like, oh, there go Miss Cagle talking to your father. And sure enough, she'd take her time. And then at times you think your parents didn't know what was going on, if they were about to walk into the house. And that was everybody on the block, mostly. They're about to walk into the house. One of the parents was like, excuse me, sir, may I talk to you, so-and-so? And you thought that they missed it, and they wanted walking across the street talking. You knew what they was talking about. And then back then, you got your behind tore up. I remember neighbors next door. We used to hear them getting beaten. We used to come through the alleyway, whatever, and hear them. You hear chairs moving around, knocked over. Oh yeah, that was back in the day.
And there's nothing. I don't get this whole drive. Again, I think it's just the government does some really strange stuff when they don't want you to spank kids or whoop kids anymore.
Oh yeah.
I think that's one of the worst things they could have ever done, because whipping's never hurt anybody. If anything, it teaches you respect and some discipline. Now you see kids in the supermarket stores yelling at their mom, cussing their mom, fighting their parents, calling the cops on their parents. It's like, you know, like, if, you know, I would tell any cop if I had kids, you know, I would tell them, you know what, if I can't discipline my kids and you coming to arrest me, when I get out, you need to keep them. Because I'm not going to be a hostage in my house, because once the kid recognizes I can call the cops on you, you're done.
You ain't lying.
No more say over that kid in your household. You are done. So the kid may as well stay with with the system if you're gonna play this game. And because what that does is that could actually stop you from getting any kind of job, because now you're a child abuser and all these other things that go along with that. And now you're a black man. Now you're a child abuser. You give a kid a hard time getting a job as a black man with no record. Imagine how tough it's gonna be being a black man with that on your
I'll be back, yo. Phone call.
You're a child. I mean, so whipping a kid never hurt anybody. We're not talking about stomping them. We're not talking about chopping them in the throat. We're talking about, you know what, put that belt to them, stay in a child's place. If adults are talking, get on out this room. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Go outside and be a kid. Go play. What are you doing in here?
You know what? But you know what, brother? By that happened to us, as it happened, I will speak for myself. It happened to me as well as with my brothers. That's what kept us out of jail. Because we had the father at home that kept everything in line. So that's what kept me pretty much out of jail. You know, I had friends over the years that didn't make it because of the lack of discipline. But to be honest, that kept me out of someone's jail, because it wasn't going on at home. You know, it didn't go on at home. I remember even in school, in grammar school, teachers had authority to put their hands on you. I remember speaking of Muhammad Ali that passed a couple weeks back, and I was telling someone, I said, man, I heard of Muhammad Ali from a classmate or schoolmate named Ronald Boatwright. He's like a heavy-set guy, but he's quick on his feet, and he always jumping around saying Ali and Ali. And he was like one of the main ones that the teacher that we had, I never had her, but I was scared of her, but because the name alone, her name was Miss Killis, you know, and she always grabbed them. I said, the name alone right there already intimidates you now. In all my years, I think my little brother had her. I think my other brother behind me had her, but I never had her. You know, but I heard she had a reputation. I remember she always used to take them down to the office and pull them by the ear and pull them down the office. At times, your parents at times used to come to school. When you hear stories about parents coming to school, beating the kids, that happened too. It didn't happen to me because, you know, I knew better to act up in school. But the same token, I seen stories where that parents took them out in the hall, or took them in the classroom that nobody wasn't in and just lit them up. And back then, teachers, they can pretty much punish you to a certain degree. I remember I had a 6th grade teacher named Miss Marks, and she always had the rubber bands and with the rulers, she had about like 10 or 12 rulers wrapped around with rubber bands. So at times, I think she got, well, matter of fact, she got me once. You get out of line, she like saying, let me see your hand. You used to hold your hand. The trick was, if she didn't hold your hand, she expect you to hold your hand to get it popped. But everybody got used to moving it. So now she used to hold your hand and pop it a couple of times. And you can hear those rulers going up. But she wrapped them up in rubber bands, you know. So, I mean, back then, you can get disciplined. And then on top of that, you had the notes sent to your home. And ain't no telling what happened when you got home. So back in the day, you had your fights here and there, but the teachers, if they had to put their hands on you because you got out of line, they did it. And as far as I'm concerned, no child got completely destroyed or, you know, killed because of it. If anything, it helped half of us. I mean, for some of the people that I see on Facebook that I grew up with and went to school with, it seemed like they made out all right as far as I can see, you know. So, I mean, I guess with society's mentality, like you said, you know, a kid was called. Yeah, it worked. That's all I can say. I close it right there. It worked. Yep.
It works. They can say that it doesn't, but then you can look at statistics. I mean, let's not even look at statistics. You can go into you don't need statistics to check that out. You can just look at the kids on you with your own 2 eyes and just look at what happens. They say stuff now that, you know, you wouldn't even think about saying. I mean, they act in ways now that you wouldn't think that they would ever do. I mean, I would never do what I've seen these kids do now. I mean, my nephews, if they ever acted like what I see these cats act like and these kids act like now, they'd have to answer to me. You know, if not their dad, they definitely answer to me because, you know, that's not something that's acceptable. I mean, when you step into a place as a young black man, you don't understand. You don't understand. You're representing the mass. Even though you don't speak for every black man, you speak for every black man when you're acting like that. If you act in the pocket, or every black female, you're speaking for everybody that's black. You can't. You cannot. You have to hold yourself to a higher standard and a more accountability. I mean, it's sad, but it's true. But it's also to me, I consider it a badge of honor when I was coming up to make sure that, because I'm a representation of my parents. If I come up and acted stupid in the street and in the world, right, and just didn't care what I did, I'd either been in jail or had a bunch of kids or what have you. But I was always really mindful of, you know, my parents. Once I came to the realization of what was going on, I understood, okay, you have to do and represent, you have to do the right things so you're representing your parents so your parents don't look stupid. So you're not a reflection of your parents. Now, what you do when you get 21 and you're out of the household, that's on you. But even then, you're still a reflection of your parents. Yeah, I heard some of your parents saying, well, that's not my kid. I didn't raise him like that. He's a good kid. Or I've heard so much of that, but I'm sitting there going, ma'am, I just watched your kid. Are you kidding me? You telling me you didn't know your kid was this bad or this out of pocket? No, he's a good kid. Stop fooling yourself.
Right.
Take responsibility.
Right.
Responsibility for that.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at it where that, you know, I mean, it's obvious that times are much different because I remember at times, you know, the parents were more disciplined because they was looking at a future for us, knowing what past they came from and what present that we was living in. So that's why the discipline was hard on us back then because we was about to enter a world that we didn't know of, but they wanted to make sure that we was prepared for it, you know. And like I said, once again, it's not the boast on my part, you know, but I think with those beatings I had and disciplines that I had, that kept me out of jail. And then the friends that I had in the day, man, it you know, I mean, that would made a difference in my life, you know, with the parents of the block. I call them at times the mothers of the block because that's what they were back then. They was like the mothers of the block.
That's right. That's right.
You know,
better give them respect.
Right.
Oh yeah.
When I talk to my parents now, I always thank them for every butt whooping they ever gave me. Because when I was doing my law enforcement part, I saw so many of the guys that I had gone to school with, you know, locked up. Like you may have a class reunion and they're behind glass. It's just like, you know, it was it's something to watch that, man. Because you know when you were coming up, my parents, again, you couldn't play my parents against the other. If one told you no, you better not go ask the other one, can I? Because then be like, what did he just tell you, or what did he just tell you? And now you're going to get it. Now you're really going to get it. But again, the respect that I have for my parents, and I got great parents. I have great parents. I can't give them enough credit for what they did. They raised a good group of kids, man. And I cannot thank them enough for what they did. And each time that I speak with them, I let them know, thank you for those weapons, that guidance, putting that positive energy in me. And even when I was getting my butt whooped back in the day, I knew I was wrong. You know what I mean? I knew that when they told me not to do something and I crossed that line, there was repercussions. And again, there was a respect factor there that I can't think of any time when my parents disciplined me that I didn't deserve. And again, I'm proud to have parents that strong and that kept me on the straight and narrow, because again, I mean, the system would have beaten me up. By my dad being a cop, he wasn't gonna let that happen, but but then, like I said, my mom was the same disciplinary type of individual. So, you had the love and you had the discipline at the same time. So you weren't missing anything, and you weren't deprived of anything. All the people pushed you to be better and stronger individuals. And I mean, again, I can't thank those my parents enough, man. I see them, I thank them. I can't thank them.
Oh, yeah. And even at times friends, because once again, like I was saying earlier, with the big brothers, we call them the big brothers of the neighborhood that always watched out for you to make sure you did the right thing, And I look at even now, I even was like talking to somebody, and I was like saying, I said, with the rap music the way it is now, I said, these guys talking, when they rapping, they really not making sense. I said, back in the day, if you was around big guys talking stupid, that's exactly what they said. Said, man, what you talking about talking stupid? Because you wasn't making no sense.
Exactly.
Now they can put it on record or on
distributed to the masses
on CD, whatever they do, and then it sells big time.
Do y'all think that
back in the day, if you talk stupid and foolish, the way they rap on these music, the big brothers like saying, man, what you talking about? You ain't even making sense.
Do y'all think, hey, I hear you laughing, right? Do y'all think that the music has a big part in why we see such a disconnect with each other as far as society? Because you had the musicians, we had the Brown, we had the Michael Jackson, we had the Prince, we had Luther, we had people that actually put lyrics. I don't know much about Marvin, but I remember hearing some Marvin Gaye music and some of those individuals, right? I mean, because these guys spoke to you. This music spoke to you. You had your Lisa Fishers, your Angela Windbushes, you had your Shaka Khan, you had all of these individuals, right?
Yeah.
The music spoke to you. The music had a message. If you were a guy who didn't know how to get a young lady, you put in this song. That guy tell you how to get that lady in a respectful manner that would sweep off her feet. Same thing with the women.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about how they love their men, or how they and it was really good, solid music, man. I think that's a lot of what's happening. Just the disconnect with
but it's poison beats now, man. It's been hijacked. They understand. Like Brother Holler was on the show the other night, and I can't explain it as well as he did, but basically he said, they studied us. They see the effect that music has on us, how powerful it was when we went to war, and those beats that had us amped up. And they say, a music will soothe the savage beast. When you want, look, there's all kind of music for all kind of effects. And we need to get into that. We need to stop going to Walgreens, CVS, Dwayne Reed, and any of these drugstores looking to get something to calm us down. Play some good music. Know what you need when you're in a certain mood. When you come home frazzled and a little upset, don't reach for alcohol or some pills, whatever. Hey, get some good music, get your lady and make some love. You know what I mean? Take a bath first. Yeah. But these things are, I had to throw something in there, right? These things, and maybe you're into that. Maybe you don't want to take a bath. You like it sweaty. The bottom line is that they learn how to, look, life imitating art. It has influence over us. It reinforces us. The music, black people, at one point, that's all we had. to be able to hum a tune or sing a song on the plantation. That's all we had. It's a means of communication. It's a means of influence. We got the blues, we got jazz, we have, you know, the heavier beats, you know, coming up. So after Public Enemy was so much out there and they saw how we were using those strong beats and putting some education with it, corporate America in the music industry, whoever powers that be, they said, nope, these people are becoming too conscious. We've got to put gangster rap out there. And it hurts me when, and see, you're not saying it, brother. You basically asked an open question, but there are people out here who will blame rap music overall, not knowing the origins of hip hop, rap music and hip hop culture, the influence that it has on us. So they'll blame it all. Oh no, it's all bad. They don't understand that it was taken over by corporate America and turned in on us to turn us against each other. Those same beats, instead of us going to war against somebody else or amping up and learning something and amping up. And look, man, I was listening to the song, Friends, how many of us have them? Right? That made some sense, man, didn't it? Right? Even the songs that we had fun in it, you know, Children's Story by Slick Rick. That was slick, man. You can hear that, and your mind just took you away somewhere else. Oh, why can't we tell stories that make some sense? You know what I mean? No, for real. I mean, it taught you about life, and it reinforced us. And when we would go through a situation, we'd play the songs like, I had a friend like that, or whatever. But now it's the violence, it's the drugs, it's the crazy lust, it's the twisted stuff. Now the music infused with the images and the homosexual agenda, the gay agenda, all of the stuff, the fashion. So now it's not ours anymore, but they put our face on it. They have these manufactured stars, so-called, that we identify with because they picked them and they went along with it to go along with this agenda. And now we identify with them and they put it out on the networks and we want to emulate. We want to be just like them. But that's not part of us. They sold us out. They sold themselves out to get that little bit of money. There's a hidden hand behind the whole thing. And then many people who don't understand hip hop culture and rap music will go say, oh, it's all bad. It's all. No, it's not. It's stolen from us. That's not us. That's not ours. That does. They hijacked it. It looks like us. It's not us anymore. You know what I mean? So that being said, we got to go back to the root and we've got to create stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm a good writer. I would love to write some words and get one of the younger guys to come and say something. I know people who make beats. I'm like, listen, I might hide and not say it's me, and me come out and make something and change my name so they don't say I'm some old ass guy trying to be a rapper. You know what I mean? But truth is truth, and when you lace it with something that can reinforce being upright. Now, somebody else is calling this wrong number again. They love calling my phone when the show's going on. I gotta put it across my forehead or something. But we gotta claim it back. We gotta take it back. We're letting this happen, and we gotta voice this all the time. For those who don't know, it's not rap music. It's not rap music. This is not rap music today, right?
This is something else. This is something else.
Exactly, and they have taken over. And again, let's go further. And maybe I have to say this on every show so that in case they missed the other one, look at black radio, the controlled demolition of black radio. I wrote an article about that a couple years ago. And we used to have television, radio, local black radio across the country. Sometimes we'd mix it. We play a few little songs. On a Saturday night, we play more music than anything else because folks are just in that kind of festive mood. Sunday morning on that station, it could be a little small town somewhere in the South or whatever. They had a little church programs, right? And then we had a little something that broke some news, and then we had programs and discussions. We're having a discussion now. This makes me feel like I'm back in the 70s, us on this right now. Now, it didn't go on hours and hours and hours, but we need that. I would rather put out more stuff than you can listen to so that when you're in the mood for what we do, you say, okay, I'm gonna cut the lawn, I'm gonna do my laundry, let me listen to this stuff. Because what do we get that's of ours, that's not filtered, homogenized, pasteurized, and approved by the oppressor? The things we said here today, they will not approve of. Oh no, we're not gonna let those righteous niggers talk. They're gonna make upright black men. They're gonna, and see, these conversations, so many young men have come to me and say, man, I loved it. I don't hear people talking like that. But us now on this phone call, we're used to that. That's our root. That's why I say It's weak soil now. So we just got to open up our mouths and share it to the world. We may not have a radio station that can reach for hundreds of miles or a network all over the country. But you know what? We're all over the place, and we can open up our mouths, and whatever show you like, even if you don't like this show or another YouTube video, share it with your youngsters. Share it with them. Sit down with them if you find something that you like and say, you don't even have to buy a book. Let's listen to this. You listen to it first as an adult, and you sit down and say, let's listen to this, and you have a discussion around a dinner table. But now, because of this modern society now, we've got to work 2 jobs. We've got to be out of the house more. There is no formal dinner time. We're running into our family members 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you in the bathroom? All right. How you been? So. I'm all right. I got to get up 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay, go on, baby. I'll see you later on. We don't have the formal time where, especially for our kids, like, I can't do that because I know when I go home and eat some dinner tonight, I got to answer back to why the teacher called home or whatever. Now they get the little report cards, little things in the mail or the phone calls. They're there and the parents not. They change their voice. Hello? Hello? This is Mrs. Alexander from the so-and-so high school. Can I speak to, is this so-and-so? Yes, it is. And it's the kid. I want to bring to your attention the behavior of so-and-so. When can we have a meeting, so-and-so? Maybe next week about so-and-so. No one good and damn with their parent. And they intercept. We got to have accountability. But with the music, yes, this is not rap music that they have out there. It's poisoned. It's engineered. And it's the beat, like Brother Holler said, I'm giving him credit because I've said it before, but I'm gonna give him the credit, right? The beats sound good. I'm not gonna lie. The beats sound good. That's the sugar part. But the poison comes with the lyrics that are in there, and also the videos and the things that you see. See, okay. They may have some good sounding beats and it moves us. And so you realize as an adult, like, oh, damn, what are they saying? Then I'll go back and say, okay, I'll rationalize. You know what? I don't like what they're saying. My brain is the mold of my brain, like the mold in the concrete is already set. So they can't permeate my subconscious. I'm not going to go on acting the fool because what they put out, but the kids would. But I still don't want to hear it. But I'm going to listen to the instrumental. I like that. I'll put my own words into my mind. I'm a rapping fool around this house, right? I come up with some funny stuff like, damn, I need to write that down. So we have to know how to teach them how to filter the things out.
Right.
But it's not just that. Like I said, it's the visuals. It will appeal to us. Look, we know how it was when we were 15 and 16 and 14 and 17 years old. The wind would blow and we wouldn't, we'd stand up. I'll put it that way. So now you get a young kid.
We salute.
Yes, exactly. Salute. So we get a young kid hearing these beats. The testosterone is flooding his system like a cycle of steroids on a middle-aged man. And he's feeling it. Wow, I love these beats. He puts on, listens, watches the video on YouTube and sees a woman built so devastating, like, oh my God. And he's looking at her feeling these beats and she's saying something freakish. That is all right between 2 people behind closed doors who are committed. But she's saying it all out in the open. So you're taking something righteous and you're making it to be something unrighteous. So don't just say, no, I'm not saying you, brother, but for those out there, that's why I decided to run with this. Don't say, oh, it's rap music or whatever, because I tell you one thing, there's a lot of old white men in old folks' homes sitting there jerking off, watching some videos of our sisters half naked. Yes, they are. And you think it's just us? Once we hear the music and see the video, other people and other cultures are so fascinated with this hijacked rap, and they come at us like they think that that's us. But me being an old head, technically now, they go, hey man, yo man, hey bro, and you get the white dude that thinks that that's the native talk we do, like we don't speak English. Hey bro, how you doing, man? What's up, my man? Peace, bro. I look at what the hell you doing, you know? Or they see you and they laugh and they start trying to break dance or something. What is that? What is that? Because you think that's what I am, because you think you learned about me late at night watching so I'm gonna come at SCURV this way because he'll think I'm down, he'll think I'm cool. I think you a damn fool. So you really could never know what and people who roll with that stuff, oh, he's a cool white guy, he listens to so-and-so, He's a damn fool.
You know what, Lance? Lance? I had a situation at my job where that this past couple of months, because each school year, the seniors, they have like a gathering behind the school where there's a big, huge field. So we had to set the tables and chairs up, and they had like a little cookout or something for the seniors. So I told them, I said, I don't want to be out there waiting for just standing out there, because a couple years ago you had to stand out there because the people that worked on the inside, they didn't have the help because they couldn't work inside and out, so they used one of us to work outside. But I told them, I said, I don't want to stand out there all day and babysit, because these are grown people out here pretty much. I said, I don't want to stand out here and babysit. So I didn't get chose for that particular job. So the Indian guy, he got chose for the job, so he was out there. And then towards the end of the day, I think the next day came up, he was like, hey, Rick. He said, yeah, Rick, you missed it. They had watermelon, and I asked the lady up there, the Chinese lady, did she have fried chicken? But she looked at me like, saying, I don't think you can say that here. So I kind of like laughed, So for him to even say that, but yeah, they did have watermelon. Okay, I got that. But he had to mention that to me and the fried chicken. So he's a guy that cuts up. But I kind of like, for some people, you can take it hard and go hard at him. But I knew where he was coming from. So
right.
It didn't bother me much. But it gives me an idea, like he know what's up, though.
Right.
So in certain cases, like, when different ethnic groups, you guys kind of like got to feel them out, because, some of them do it for spite and others do it, to just be funny, but they don't realize, like, for somebody else, they might take it hard, but I know for me personally, I knew where he was coming from.
Right.
And then we kind of got that co-worker relationship like that. So it's not like I'm walking around angry all the time. I knew where he was coming from.
Right.
So things like that, it makes you laugh, but at the same time, on the flip side, it can make you angry too. It goes by how you take it at that moment,
And thank God you had the presence of mind to know how to gauge it, because we can often be made to look like the crazed black man, when the crazed, angry, out of control black man, when that little straw that breaks the camel's back comes at us. It'll be someone who says something out of pocket, but it's a mild out of pocket, and we just go crazy on them, and it's justified. But there are others watching. Not that I'm afraid of them, but they're gonna make a quick judgment. So, like you said, it's like walking that tightrope on a day that a hurricane is coming through, but you 100 stories above the ground, and you don't have no net under you. You really have to. You got to weigh out so many factors, and this is what many others don't understand about us. And it's like, not like we're scared, but when you know that you have a job, you have bills, you have obligations, you got this crap coming at you. It's just a lot to monitor. It's like that old lady who can play 8 boards of bingo, but she got one eye. It's like, damn, how did she do it? You know what I mean? And she kicking behind till she winning. So then now you throw in the other people who really are stressing themselves. And that's why I say we don't, on the flip side, we don't have to validate ourselves. We don't have to validate ourselves to them people. If you want to think I'm that or something else or something wayward, at the same time, go on and think it. I'm not going to waste one iota trying to convince you. I'm trying to navigate through this thing. I'm trying to get through this thing. So I have to understand you, understand that. And remember, you can't always talk to everybody the same way. Here's a coon tip, right? You got coons on the job who seem to be cool, right? They come and talk to you, especially when you first start a job and you're there for a couple days. When you first start a job, and I don't know why this came to me to say, when you first start a new situation, doesn't have to be a job. It could be you in a new house of worship, in a new neighborhood, another circle of friends where you're doing something you don't know. When you don't know your surroundings, you flow and go with the flow. But watch who you talk to, because that's the very time that they send these agents at you. And I don't mean some government agent. I mean a person on the job where, hey, Becky, go and have lunch with him and see what he's all about. And they'll have different people come at you. But you have some of our own who are the biggest agents on these jobs, right? And they will come around you and try to get you to talk what the other people say is the black talk. See how he stands. See how he is. See how he was on his other job. See how he was or how he feels about white people. Say a little line. And you know what, with these coons like this, nobody really tells them to do this. They elect themselves into this position because that is their position.
Oh, yeah.
And they feel they can get better favor with their boss by being that one. See? So they'll come around you and they'll get you talking. And not just in one conversation, but over time, sometimes months. And then when you're at that company function or in the elevator amongst others or just in the parking lot, here they go want to bring something up that you spoke on an intimate level, speaking on the language that we speak, that they don't understand. And they'll sit back, you're like, wait a second, I don't believe he said that. Not that you're afraid to speak in front of everybody, but you know how your every syllable is broken down. What do you mean by that? You know, what did you mean when you said this? I'm not here to translate nothing. I was speaking to one of my brothers, but some of our brothers and sisters are not that. They're there to expose you as being some angry, so and so. And it's not that. You usually when they say you angry, they really see that you're conscious. See? When they want to say you're paranoid, but they really see that you're aware of their shit. See? And so now, even me, I drive a bus. I got 7, 8 cameras pointed at me all day long. I'm the master of knowing how to pick my nose in front of 8 cameras and not being seen. You know what I mean? So even without that, most black men in this country, we're used to being watched. And this is why so many others are amazed at our ability to get up on stage with no professional training, get up in front of on stage or in front of cameras with no professional training and flow. How do they do that? Because your ass has been watching me all my life and I'm used to it. You watch me hard. And we know how to perform under pressure, but it's not pressure no more because I'm used to being up under this. Yep. So they watch us so hard that way. But it's amazing. And so they come back and they'll try to embarrass you, expose you for what? Because of their fear. If you want to fear me for what I am, look, I can't help it if the pressure of living in your oven turn this carbon into a diamond. And then you want to be jealous of me because of the skills I have. Right. It's crazy how this place is, man. I mean, look, Brother Sean is on the line.
A mile away now, man.
Say it again.
You can see those coons a mile away. I mean, when you know, you get those fake brothers and sisters trying to roll up on you and trying to expose certain stuff. It's so easy to see them coming in even funny. It's like, dude, I can see you, man.
Yeah, but let me tell you,
I can see you.
Yeah, let me tell you, I got him on my job. I have a brother, a friend, a brother here with me who works on the same job. He's listening right now. And if you want to say something, brother, your line is open. A lot of my coworkers, and I say this with pride because they're the biggest listeners. And I love it when I'm around them, those who don't speak and want to roll their eyes, because I'm professional. I'm courteous to everybody. But if I speak to you twice, I'll let you go once. You don't say that. Twice, huh? Maybe you didn't hear me. But the third time, second time, third time, I can say nothing to you. I'm not running behind you because you mad at me for something I said, or I have the freedom to say what I want to say and it doesn't go along with your dynamic. To hell with you. I'm not here to make friends. I have enough. I'm damn sure not related to you, and I'm glad I'm not. So to hell with you. You see what I mean? And I say that. I can say and do what I want. I choose my destiny. I choose the way I want to live. You're not going to keep me in fear of, oh, what if I lose this job? So I'm like that bird. I don't care. I'm going to get money. I'm going to eat. If not, I'll go out in the woods where all the fruit's free and borrow somebody's phone and say, yo, we're going to do a Lancescurv show out in the woods right here. I'm crazy like that. Matter of fact, I'm going to the woods anyway. I ain't going to say no more on that. But, you know, eventually I'm getting off the grid. I don't want to be in the system no more like this.
It was like a work tip my father gave me a long time ago. He said, when you go to work, you go to work, you get paid. You don't go to work to make friends. That's my attitude to a certain degree. I mean, if you get them along the way, which I have over the years, I'll take it.
There will be special ones,
if I don't have any, it's all right too.
That's right.
I get paid to go to work. That's it.
That's right.
Like he said, you get paid to work, not to make friends. So that was like a tip to learn. because some that he had to learn.
That's the way. What's up, Vontonio? In case I'm 30, I'm seeing the truth that you're putting out there. Eva, you know I love you. And also Kim Collins with your homemade hairstyle. I saw that little comment earlier. But yeah, it's we got to keep having dialogues like this. We got to keep putting it out there. You know, this is wonderful to me. I didn't know who would call in. I'm like, okay, if I'm out here for 30 minutes, no problem. I'm like, damn, 3 hours later, I'm still here. 3.5. I love it. Wow. But we have no, and there's no problem. I love it because this is what we have to do. The time spent, the precious time spent. Yeah, go ahead.
Because think about it. How often do you come into people in your regular life, man, you can actually brainstorm like this and compare these notes and you know,
exactly.
have intelligent, articulate conversation. It's very rare, man. And I mean, it's so deep, man, that the conversation that we're having, only we understand.
Yes, isn't that something?
These experiences are totally unique to the Black experience.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
people can say, "Oh, you're trying to be this and be that." No, I'm not trying to be anything. Your history teaches me to learn about you. My history doesn't teach you to learn about me.
That's right.
You learn about me if you want to.
That's right.
I have to learn about you in school in order to advance or to get a high school diploma or get certain college critiques. If I don't learn about your history, then I can't be successful as far as getting those degrees.
Right.
You don't have to learn about a thing about my history. There are places in this country that white folk can go where they will never see another Black face. There is nowhere in this country I can go as a Black man where I don't have to have a white experience. There's nowhere I can go in this country.
That's right.
Anywhere. And that's why this conversation, these conversations that we're having are exclusive to us and the Black experience. And it's beautiful when you can sit down and talk about it.
Yes.
And it's like you talk to old high school friends. You guys are sitting back and you're having your drinks and you're sitting back and you're laughing and you're cutting up and everybody's angry. Everybody's you know, and if you are angry, you just released a lot of tension.
That's right. That's right.
You might have had, you just released it, and what we've done, we brainstormed on how to do other things and how to attack the way we've been attacked here lately.
That's right.
And in a nonviolent but a very productive format. Because, like you said, about the economics, boom, one of the problems solved. Because you hit them in their pocket, it defeats, it deflates them. But again, the beauty of it all is to be able to sit down and have this talk with brothers and sisters.
Yes.
This is the part that's enjoyable because we all have this experience, and it's very difficult to find that common ground where we can all sit down and talk and feel at peace while we're having this conversation and not feel pressure to be not to put on that face where I don't put on faces anyway. That's just
yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
But have to sit back and you know, just not be yourself. Don't worry about if you're going to offend somebody.
Right.
You can actually sit down, talk about the death of R&B music, the death of hip hop. All of these things we're talking about right now, we know because we're living the experience. We have the well, I know my mom got them back home. We have the old LPs and the 40s.
Oh yes. When
music was music, when it was.
I know all about that.
Made sense, you know. When it had that feel. Again, I don't even know really any good R&B artists right now that I can think of. They've all but assassinated that because that was really feel good music. That music really spoke to your soul.
Even not to cut you, man, but as you talk about that, man, songs that hit me, man. I just gotta. What's her name? Was it Gwen McCrae? Let me be your rocking chair, rock me everywhere. Let's get it on. Come to me, baby. Now wait, when we played that song, right? The adults knew exactly what she meant, but the kids are like thinking. I used to think, "Oh man, rocking chair." Now we look back at that. Let's get it on. Come to me, baby. Let me be your rocking chair. Right? It's like okay.
It was funny, and you know what, Lance? It's funny. Back in the day, parents used to have the New Year's Eve party right in the house.
Right in the house.
I remember that.
It put away, and we had the room where we
put on the coats.
Came in,
but you had that room where that bedroom where all the coats were piled up.
Oh yeah, that was my mother. Right, right. And then we had to go in our room, stay in our room, either watch TV, whatever. Every once in a while, we'd come out and get some drinks from my brothers and have some juice or whatever.
Right.
And that was it. And
when the neighbors would have
up in the living room area, they already had it already stocked out and everything. The table we moved to the side and looked different because they was about to do some throwdown party in the house.
Right,
but they
right.
had that for many, many years.
Right.
House party in the house. The music used to be loud almost all night. I think it was over probably, you talking about maybe like 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Even beyond that sometime. And I remember, you know, if we didn't have one and we were no gunshots, no cussing, no fighting, nothing but love.
No, everybody went home, no problem.
You fall asleep on the couch.
One point,
yeah.
Right. One point, my aunt, she got married in the house.
Yeah.
Because we had the old pictures where that we seen it actually. She
right.
got married. It was like had to be 72, 70. I think 72. Got married right.
Sweet
in the
days.
House. Marched down the whole thing. Everything.
That's
was
right.
In the house.
Those are some sweet days. So could you imagine?
Remember the
yeah. Go ahead.
The grill, the barbecuing, and the neighbor would have a barbecue, and then the next weekend the other neighbor would have a barbecue,
and we all got to eat.
Come around, yeah. And you're sitting out in the yard, either playing kickball, you're playing football, volleyball, whatever, and everybody like just always had a good time. The kids, you know,
and the music,
later, but you had to go in the house.
Yeah.
And then adults sit there. Oh man, the music.
Yeah, the music, man. You connected with that. I mean,
you remember the Zap and Roger? Man, I can remember that feeling, man. I mean, more about 2 hours. I was so young. I'm thinking.
I think I was 17 years old when that came out. I was going in grown folks clubs because I was a little built back in the day, lifted weights, and I used to paint a little mustache on and go in there and dance and And man, I used to be dancing up with these grown women. They didn't know I'm like 17. They didn't even realize it. And they say, can I come home with you? And I'm thinking like, no, I live with my mother. I took the bus out here. The bus has stopped running.
We need to get back to that. You know what I mean? We need to get back to that.
Right.
Giving each other tap, man, and there's no animosity. I'm not trying to take your woman.
Right.
Woman.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
If we stepped on somebody's toe, we were apologetic. We weren't, if you had to steal a look at somebody that was well built, you did it. You tried not to be seen. You weren't up in somebody's face. But could you imagine back in the day, a post-slavery coming up to the civil rights era? These times that we had, they were so precious, and we had them. It wasn't about the club. It wasn't about showing out. It was, let's all get together and we could be that release for each other. We could have this conversation where we don't have to be walking on pins and needles, that we understand each other, culture and food and music and expression. And that's what kept us undergirded for the whole week, that we had to go out into the other world, dealing with other people who didn't like us and who didn't understand us. And so we had to just think like, we go back, damn, I can't wait till Saturday night or Friday night or even Saturday afternoon. We all wash our cars together. Depending on what phase, whether it's the 20s or teens or whatever, we always had that time of bonding, that when we went out into the other world, the other communities, and we were just isolated. Okay, we know how it is, but you know what? I'm gonna cut a fool in a righteous, loving way when I get back around. And this is what made us have even better parties and gatherings. We made parties out of, and I don't mean parties where it's music and dancing officially or whatever all the time, but when we got together, it was a party. No matter what we talked about. Right. We laughed hard because we know we had to go through during the week, and we didn't want to let it go. You know what I mean? And so this is why in the neighborhoods we walk up and down, it can start anywhere. We see a couple of brothers on the corner laughing and having a good time. That's what we need now. We're going back into those times of tension when we go out in the world. And so we can do it electronically. We can do it face to face, but at least we can use this. This is why I didn't set no time limit on any show that I do, unless I have to get up and go to work the next morning. But I said, okay, I said earlier, I'm going to have one little short show now, and I'm going to come back later on. Well, hell, let's just ride on through. If it's good like that, let's just ride on through, because I know during the week, especially when we do these long ones, and I'm out there and dealing with a situation and outside in the world with other people, I think back like, wow, that was a good conversation. and you start to think back at the things that you expressed, and you see the truths that we spoke executed during that work week out in the world. And then you say to yourself, whether it's here on this show or with family members at home, you're talking to friends on a long distance phone call, I can't wait to vibe again. And it's like we have vehicles and we're getting refueled and we're getting pumped up with more gas. We're getting fed. This is food, man. Because time goes by so effortlessly when we're doing this. Look,
I know. Right. I know, Brother Lance, I remember, I've been listening to you for a while, but I remember one conversation I wanted to get in on. And I didn't call in because I had to get the number and everything. And at times I listen to you later at night. I think at times you come on at 1 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes you like run your program then. And at times I used to listen, but I remember a while back, I think it's the sister from, she lived in California. She had her son on. I forgot her name.
Right.
But I pretty much adopted her as big sister.
Right.
Because I like the way she expressed herself, the way she talked. She was talking real.
Yeah.
And I will always think, I said, in some cases when you want to talk to certain females about getting their act together or do this and do that, it's hard for them to accept it from a man.
It becomes a battle.
But
it becomes a battle.
Right. When I was telling one guy at work, I was telling one brother at work, I was like saying, I said, what we need the sisters to get with the sisters.
Right.
Because
and we're going to have some shows like that.
Always.
I'd like to have some shows like that, you know.
The big sister, though. The big sister that knows.
Right.
Count that thing like a lady. Who know how to talk and put the lyrics down to where the younger sister will go, you know, I feel what you're saying, and I get it. I'm going to respect myself.
That's right.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're talking about, because the big mamas are gone. And so now we need big sister to step up and say, hey, young lady, don't conduct yourself like that. Everything ain't a twerk fest. Come on, girl. Put that away for that man that you're going to marry one day, that you're going to love. And so I have to be, you know, proud of that nice figure that you got. But, okay, it's only going to get you so far if you allow men to see only that aspect of you. Pull that in. Let them see what you're thinking. You can still be attractive and still be sexy with all that
aspect.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because we see you. We see you. We see you regardless. But when you showing us that, now you're trying to diminish what I thought you were about from the gate. Now you're no longer that. You may be a good girl, but when you show me all of that, now I'm like, oh no, you're good. If I got to see you like this, now I mean, you fun to hang out with, but I don't think I can take you home to meet my mom. Because my mom gonna be like, what are you bringing in here? Are you kidding me? I didn't raise you like that, you know. And you better, and any cat that think mama don't know what you're talking about, or your sister don't know what you're talking about, take your girl that you think is fly, take her to your mother or your sister, right? Ask them what they think when she's gone, and watch what they tell you. Trust me, take it to the bank. They're gonna be 99.9% accurate when they tell you what that girl is about. I've never had. I got 3 sisters, and anytime I've ever brought any girl to the crib or brought her home or let them meet her, they always critique her. And as of yet, every girl that they said wasn't good for me, I try to make it work. You see, I'm no longer with those females. The one I'm with now, my entire family likes her, and I'm still with that same female.
See that?
You see what I mean? And it takes your family sometimes to see what you may not be seeing, because that girl got that big old booty and she looking good. But you know she could, or you know she ain't something that you know you can't really build with this thing, but you're trying in your mind to say, well, dang man, she's fine. Let me just see if I can work this thing out.
Right.
But always take her by your mom. And if your daddy like it too much, you know she ain't no good. Because your daddy be tripping. Let your daddy tell your sisters what they should do. You know what kind of man they look. But your daddy be looking like, man, girl, bad man. I don't know. You may want to keep hollering at that. She bad. But your mom and your sisters are going to put you on that straight path, because that's what that's what they're supposed to look out for you. Like you're supposed to look out for them when they bring a busting dude that's not about anything around. But a lot of young ladies don't have that big sister thing around to tell them, you know, how to conduct themselves anymore.
Right.
And we really are missing that. And the same thing with the young brothers. So I hope when they listen to us communicate and conversate right now, if they take something away from this, and don't be offended by what we're saying, because this is the truth. Because we've lived life. That's right. We've seen some things. We've been through it. And I tell you what, you don't learn. You don't grow up in the 70s and then transition into the 80s without learning something about life and surviving today. It doesn't happen that way. You learn from your elders. You learn from your elders.
Yep, that's it.
Beautifully said.
It's pretty much you just pass it down from one generation to the other to a certain degree. Like the saying always goes, somewhere between we kind of like lost it somewhere in those gaps.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we lost it real bad because, like, once again, you go back to the rap music. Now, at times I tell my kids, I said, all this rap that you hear now, I said, ain't nothing too new, because I said, here I am, I'm this particular age now. I said, rap was out when I was in elementary and in high school. Commercial-wise, when the Sugar Hill game came out in '79, I was like pretty much a sophomore or junior in high school.
Mm-hmm.
So compared to rap now, to back then, you got the gap. But like you said, you know, you listen to the lyrics are totally different compared to what back in the day, because that was a new thing back in '79 when you heard it on the radio. Like, what's this new rap? Because R&B and Michael Jackson, the whole thing, that was the hit back then. But when rap came on, when the Sugar Hill game came along, that was a new thing. And you heard it on the radios when they were back in the day. You had those big suitcase radios.
Yeah, you're walking and you're holding over to the right.
They had to go to the store more back.
Yeah, they hear you 5 blocks away, man, with that. That's right. Or it's like holding a big book or something.
Remember that group?
What's that?
The Tom Tom Club. Remember the
Doom
Tom
doom 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 doom.
R&B, Rakim.
Yeah.
When Run DMC first came out, Run DMC really changed the game for everybody. They don't get enough credit. You had LL busting out.
Right.
You had, I'm just trying to remember all the good. Houdini, the Fat Boy.
Yeah.
That was when you credit. The first album.
Right.
You had the group of boys. You had like I said, Bobby Brown came out with "Don't Be Cruel," that album. New Edition, In the Rain. I Want to Be Your Man by Roger and Zapp. I'm just thinking about the music. What is it? What was it? Eric B. Rob Bass. It Takes Two.
Yeah.
Like you said. Slick Rick. Dana James.
Name it.
Everybody, even though they don't have some crazy stuff on their album, they always had a message to the black community.
Yes.
Talk to us. They try to keep us on track. They made sure that you guys are listening to our music. Y'all feeling it, right? Now I'm gonna hit you with some fun.
And then brother, if you want to hit back a couple of years back, you talking about 74, 75 when Diana Summers sung that song.
Love to Love You, Baby. 75.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
75. I was 12 years old. I felt real strange when that song came out. I was like, oh, wow.
I was on a tricycle, but I still remember it because I remember riding around the circle, listening to that song all day.
Well, when that song came on, you might have been on a tricycle, but I became a tripod.
These are the memories, right?
With the radio stations. And the radio stations back in the day, they don't do like today because it's so commercial. Back in the day, at times you can catch it on YouTube. They played the long versions.
Yes. I remember taking the tape recorder.
Okay, now we gotta go to commercial break. They played the long versions.
Right.
And then what makes so back in the day, you had the R&B songs. They had the B-side, they had the instrumental, and instrumental sound just as good, and they played that on the radio.
That's right. I remember taking a tape recorder and recording through the air. You know, we didn't have the stuff piped in directly. That little square, rectangular little the cassette player where you lift it up and you had the buttons stop, play, fast forward, rewind, eject. And it had a little handle on it. And I put it close to the radio and I would hit record. But they would have those long little sessions of playing music, and anybody came out like, shh, I'm recording, don't say nothing, because you'd hear them when you play it back. You know, my mother would come in the room, you hungry, you want something? Shh, I'm recording something.
Like that, you hear it in the background.
Right. I mean, strong culture, man. It was an addiction. We didn't know how good we had it. We didn't know how good we had it.
I tell you what, I remember how good we had it. I hated the fact that it might spurn and we might lose it one day.
Right.
I knew how good we had it. I tried to hold on to it as long as I could.
Right.
Even when I get with my nephews and stuff now, I I don't remember a lot of James Brown because James Brown is a little bit before my time, but I still appreciate good music.
Right.
And I listen to James Brown, play some old Prince, you know, some of the good Prince.
Right.
Boy, I hated it when the cat just passed originally.
Right.
Yeah.
Huge loss to the community, man. And I let them listen to that. I just try to let them hear every aspect of what we heard coming up. I mean,
yes.
I try to explain to them about BET. That was a terrible loss. I don't know why he sold it. He should have kept it. Because BET gave us a voice like we have right now, like we're communicating right now to the rest of the world, to the rest of the airways right now, right? Where no one gave us an opportunity to play our music.
Right.
No one played Michael. Even Michael couldn't get on MTV at first.
At one point, right.
Michael was such a power. He was so powerful. They had to let him be on there. But Michael was the only honorary Negro that could let play on MTV. So BET came in, and BET allowed you to hear music that would have never been heard or listened to at that time had they not had that platform. So it was a tremendous loss to me, man, when BET sold to the white guy. That's ours. That's iconic. Why are we giving away our trademark, our landmark? This is something that you keep and say, I remember when y'all defied us. And then we came back and defied you with a revolutionary TV station to play our music videos so that we can have our music appreciated just as much. I mean, because if you remember, I tell you what, do y'all remember Radio 1990 and Night Tracks and Odyssey and all those other channels? What was it? TNT and then TBS at
like
night.
11:30, 12 o'clock or something like that, 1 o'clock.
I mean, because we were young then, right? Like 12, 13, you know, and I remember 10, 11, 12, right? I remember they would play Michael Jackson, Prince, some of our other, like Luther Vandross, Billy Ocean. They would play them, but MTV would not touch these artists. They only stayed with the mainstream stuff that they played, because the first video that I had ever seen was I think it was David Bowie, Let's Dance.
Let's Dance.
Song, right?
Yeah, I know.
But look, but I still want to hear.
Right.
I wanted to hear Luther tear it up, because Luther used to match. Luther would bring
you know what, brother? Sorry to cut in, but you know what, brother? Even back in the day when we had the black radios back in the day, we played R&B, but some of the white bands, they played on the radio too during the summer. They had to be good. You had like it was Harlan Oates. You had Toto.
All them back in the day.
Even though there was like a black radio station, because you had BLS and what's the one from the disco days? 91 point. It was KTU. It was
92 KTU. Paco.
Yep. Oh yeah.
92 KTU. Yeah, and
Guzman and all them.
Yeah, Pablo Guzman.
Played all the different types of music.
Chip Pettibone. Yep. Jelly Bean Rocks, New Jersey. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
We had WABD. It was a quiet storm. We had that back home. I remember just listening to like Lisa Fisher sing "How Can I Ease the Pain." That sister, because I don't know if y'all remember Lisa Fisher when she did that song "How Can I Ease the Pain." That sister was just incredible with her range. That girl she's a backup singer with Luther Vandross' group. That girl could flat sing. If you haven't heard that song, check it out. "How Can I Ease the Pain" by Lisa Fisher. Again, you had Vesta Williams. Or was it Vesta, right? You had Vesta.
Vesta.
You had Sherelle and Alexander O'Neal.
Yeah. Things I miss at home.
You had stuff that touched us, man, that brought us together. And with the music that's playing now, it doesn't have that same quality. It doesn't bring you together.
Man, let me just go ahead and get me a time machine and go back, man. Let me just go back to the 70s and 80s, the early 80s. Let me just go back now, and you'll never see me again. I just go and if there's a heaven, please let it be set in the time of the 70s and the 80s for me, y'all. Please take back the cell phones and take back the tablets. I don't need it.
You had back in the day you had like nowadays we got Beyonce and she's like the big thing, but back in the day she would have had to get in the back of the line with all the other sisters.
Yes. And see, that's a reflection on today how it is, because we have so much talent, but it's because there's such a stronghold in a business. They will only push certain people, but back then you got it on merit. because you did your appearances, and if the record spun, the people loved you, and it was more, because the way I see it now, it's like there's only one slot for a dominant black female like a Beyonce. Then there's another slot for a younger boy group with 5 members in it. It's like you can only be the top and the only one. But back then, especially when you listen to these late night commercials that play songs, right? And really, they only helped me to write stuff down. So I got to download this one, you know. And they would have 2 stars say, "Remember back in the day?" And they play a song and show like a little video clip with it. And this is to advertise a collection of a CD collection that they're trying to sell. One of these really deep, extensive collections. And it's like, wow. When they would play those, and you would see how many groups, the different names, the funny hairstyles too, right? But you see all of these different groups, and you see how vast it was, and how many people did it, and it encouraged others to do and get into music. Like even back in the day, early days of rap music, how many neighborhood guys were getting into rap, and it was that grassroots movement where they got together, they got their little equipment, or they went to the studio, and people knew these guys, and they put out music that may not have gotten super big, but the community knew it. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Look, UTFO, true. Like my man,
yes,
Antonio was saying, Angela Winbush. I forgot about it. I forgot about Angela Winbush. Angel. I can just remember how that music. If I didn't know how to talk to a young lady, right, I would just put in something, you know, because we graduated in the '90s, right?
Right.
So we put that music in, right? And just it would just speak for you, even though I knew how to talk to the ladies.
Right. It set the mood.
You used to play around them when you were sitting back and you were chilling, you were just hanging out. Y'all was just sitting back with your feet up, not doing anything perverted at that time. Well, not yet, but the music set the mood for it.
Yes.
Everything was just cool. You were being romantic with your ladies.
Romantic.
She knew how to treat you. You held each other's hand. It just
the emotion,
it took you
the
back.
love.
You put the candles out there, man. Look, you couldn't afford a whole lot, so you did go to the KFC.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And laugh with your Hawaiian punch, and you would just do these things, man, because you felt like if nothing else spoke about us as a people, our music did.
It sure
our
did.
Our music spoke volumes for us. I mean, you got to think, man. Look at all the people we just named, and we're still missing them. Like I said, UTFO, Force MD. Lisa Colt Down.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What's another?
A friend of mine is on some of their videos.
Nucleus. You know, you can go. We can go back.
Doom.
Before Baby got back.
Boom.
Before Baby got back. You know what I'm saying? You can take that stuff so far back, and you just appreciate it. You appreciate it. I mean, because our parents always said our music wasn't, up to par, right? But I wonder what they think about the music being played now, because the music now doesn't have a soul.
It doesn't have any soul. Manufactured.
It doesn't speak to anybody.
Artificial.
It's devoid of that.
It's like trying to make love to a lovey doll that you bought at the porn shop.
Yeah, the music nowadays don't have a conscience. That's it. It don't have a conscience. You know,
it's devoid of the conscience is
out there.
That's right.
It's dead. It's like what happened? How can you call yourself an artist, right? How can you? Because I used to do music, right? I was a beast, man. And how could you, not appreciate a song like Secret Garden? I don't know if y'all remember Secret Garden with
of course, Barry White.
Barry White. Yeah, Barry
White.
James Ingram, and Elder Barge. It's supposed to be Michael Jackson there, but Michael wouldn't do the song. He's supposed to take the part that Elder Barge had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And James Ingram, right? How do you not appreciate that kind of music, that kind of sound, that kind of storytelling? Again, no matter how, if you couldn't watch TV, you put your headphones on, you kick back and listen to those lyrics, man.
Right.
And just feel like you could get any female in the universe, man. Just
exactly. And it taught you. It roused up those feelings that it honed it in you that you can be romantic. You know,
masculinity, man. It pushed that out of you, man.
Exactly.
You felt like a man.
Exactly.
Pushed it out of you. And now take your drawers off, throw them on stage. Let me do you and your girl. Let me watch you and your girl.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
You're right.
Imagination to this. As about as nasty as we had it back there before Two Live Crew popped on the scene was Prince. But Prince did it in a way where you still kind of had to imagine what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? He put it in a way where, because Prince, if you think about his music, he always had a smooth, slow song on damn near every album that he ever did.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Who
mean?
was that?
We Prince. Remember Prince? When Prince did his thing?
Yeah. Now I first heard of him, to be honest with you. I first heard of him in 79.
Yeah.
I could have sworn that was a female. And somebody had said, man, no, that ain't no female.
Right.
I said, man, you gotta be kidding me. That
All
was
the women that boy had?
Yeah, his first song that came out, I could have sworn that was a female, because all female voices had that type of sound.
That's right.
Then.
That's right. Antonio Johns.
I could have sworn it. I had to see him to be convinced. When I saw him on that video, I said, oh,
30.
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like Antonio just said, the music is something that the whole family could sit down and listen to. And it was more spiritual. It was like a spiritual battery. It's like now you're plugging into the music and there's no charge from it. It's just going through the motions. And it's really like, and I like to use this analogy, it's almost like when you plug your cell phone into the charger, go to sleep thinking you're going to wake up with a fully charged phone, and there's nothing on there because the charger wasn't plugged into the wall. So you got nothing.
Right.
Exactly.
Let me tell you something. Exactly. I don't care how corny the video is when compared to today's standard, but Michael Jackson 5, that song, Can You Feel It? Can you feel it? Dun, dun, dun. You can't tell me.
I don't want to cut him off.
Oh no, go ahead, man. I know. Yeah, there's something going on with the sound today. Go ahead and talk, man.
The video feed, man, because the video feed is a little bit slower than the actual conversation we're having.
Oh yeah, it's a delay on it.
You're right.
It's a delay. It's a delay on the video feed. So
yeah, we did mention I'll be sure in that garden cut, man. I'm telling you, when I think about what's happening with going on now, because they systematically take everything that would make us a conscious people and they destroy it. They try to eliminate it. And it's so systematically, and it's so smooth how they do it that they got us just, I don't know where we're at with it, you know?
Right.
But we need to reject today's music and go back.
That's the part that makes this all worthwhile, because there are brothers online right now, myself, you, and Lance, right?
Yes.
And we're remembering the old school stuff. And if anybody that's a little younger than we are, in their 30s or their 20s, they can go back and listen to this stuff. Because I was listening to Distant Lover this morning. I think I ran like 4 miles. I always run a lot. I lift a lot, you know. I try to stay in shape. And man, when I'll be running through like this trail, and man, the music that I play, it's like I may go back and pull up James Brown, Try Me, and then I'll put It's a Man's World. And then I may play.
Oh yeah.
You're charging yourself up when you do that.
And to give your mind a shutdown time. Then I may come back with a LSG with My Body by Keith Sweat, Johnny Gill, and Gerald Levert. Then I may hit with the Parliament.
Right.
Flash.
Back in the day, man. Back in the day, you had to learn. You had to learn how to sing and hold a note to be talented. I mean, back in the day, we used to. I know during the summers when they had the summer job, I know in our neighborhood, you can get a summer job working with the kids in the playground, in the park, different at the community center. And now I know mainly the high school kids, they had their summer job with
Kim got popped in the mouth.
Putting on stage plays and talent shows, and they got paid every 2 weeks to do just that. And at the end of the summer, they put on this big display of a talent show. And they was getting paid as well as showing their talent all throughout the whole summer and got paid for it. So I mean, back in the day, man, you had to sing to get attention. You couldn't be up there no fool cutting it up because you got booed off the stage. And back in the day, they knew talent.
Right.
When they heard it. Good music always trumps any type of music. Good music.
Oh yeah, I used to tear it up, and we used to have talent shows, and I used to tear it up, man, so bad back home, man, it wasn't even funny, man. And that's when I got into it. I was always into the music, man, but when I would see like Michael Jackson and Prince always influenced me as far as the talent, man. So I wanted to be a cross between what they did, but then put that masculinity out there too, though, because they may have been a little too soft in certain areas, but the talent, man, the lyrics, the stuff that those boys were putting out, it just baffled me as how creative those guys were. And they were the three biggest heavy. If you think about it, in the '80s, when I was coming up, 11 years old, listening to Michael Jackson and Prince, and the big heavy hitters were Madonna, Prince, and Michael Jackson. Right, we've lost two of those guys. You know, because they were the ones, they really did change music, man. If you listen to music, you listen to that time era, I remember them having the biggest influence on me, and making the biggest impact in my life as far as what I thought artists and music was and how it's supposed to sound. Those guys, man, they were just brilliant, man, when they got up there and they did their thing. And I mean, you know, we've lost so many.
Brother, if you ever have time, you should listen to Michael Jackson's early years when he was with the Jackson 5. Because back in the day, I remember like the early 70s, they had the cartoons. See, I grew up, I was born in 63, so all through the 60s, I was watching cartoons here and there. And when music was being really big on the scene back in the mid 60s, I don't know if Lance can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. Wait a second, there's something up with the sound. This thing blanked out again on me. I do not know what's going on with these. Hold on, people. It's pissing me off now. Let me add this back in. Shoot. It's a conspiracy. Here we go.
Ordered by the organizer.
I came out.
Yes, we blanked out for a second, brother. If you can go back 1 minute on what you said, because my phone line's cut.
Okay.
I just got back in.
All right.
And I also want to say that another 6 minutes or so, for some reason, my system cuts at 4 hours. So there may be a time when you all are talking that I'm going to have to go back in through the system. So keep talking. We may get cut, but we're going to come back on. But talk about the cartoons, man.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah. Like I was saying, like I was telling my brother here, I said like in the mid 60s, you had the cartoons and you had the Beatles. I remember that. Now I'm like 3 or 4 years old watching that. So they were like trying to market the music pretty much. The Beatles was hot back then. And then throughout the late 60s, you had the Archies. I remember the Archies show and all that. They used to play their music. And matter of fact, they had a hit song back in '69. I think it was Sugar, whatever, you know. Song
yeah, by the Archies. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, honey, honey. Yeah.
Yep. And then early 70s, you had the Jackson 5, and they played their music, their top music back in the day, and they had their own cartoons. I remember we used to come on every Saturday.
Yeah.
Every Saturday morning, Jackson 5. And back then, the young girls, they was hot for Jackson 5 because Michael Jackson looked cute and all that.
Right On magazine.
Going to,
they had all the Right On magazines, and every cover had Michael Jackson, the bad boy.
Right. And I remember I was like in the 3rd or 2nd grade. I used to like this girl named Marilyn Macon. That was her name. And she lived like on 12th Street. And I remember back in the day, the girls used to like Michael Jackson and all that. And you like, well, who is this Michael Jackson? You know, you saw who he was, and they you know how young girls are. Yeah, that's my boyfriend. So I figured, like, hey, I ain't have a chance with Michael Jackson because all the girls like Michael Jackson. And back in the day, at the end of the school year, when you had your end of the school year parties, the teachers would allow you to bring your records or whatever to school, and they used to play it on the hi-fi or whatever, and everybody do their little dance or whatever. And the main thing that was playing was, of course, the Jackson 5, you know, because they was the hottest group back then. You had your Stevie Wonders here and there, you know, your James Brown, but Michael Jackson was the hot back in the early 70s. That's when they had the cartoons with the artists. And then you had the, who was the other Osmonds, but I heard when the Osmonds came out, they had their own television programs, back specials and all that. And then they had their own cartoons, but they tried to compete.
That's all it was.
Jackson 5.
That's all it was.
And Danny Osmond sounded just like, he had the voice. He sounded just like Michael Jackson, but he was trying to hold his own, you know, but they were trying to appeal to the white kids because we had our own group with the Jackson 5s and the other group.
And they wanted to offset that because they thought that the white kids would love us more.
That, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just like they try to do now.
Right.
With the, what was it? Like, all the stuff that the thing they used to give me about them guys with the music and stuff, right? With these boy bands, right? They would take the black sound, shop it to the white community because they didn't want those black dudes influencing them white girls. So the white kids. So they kept the black. They decided, let me go ahead and give me a white group and get these 5 boys like they had New Edition because they versus New Edition. Because a lot of these groups got credit that New Edition. Let's just say the '80s. A lot of these white groups got the other accolades the New Edition deserved, Bruce Like Truth deserved. The guys who out there put on the show, they didn't just sing, they danced. The boys had their stuff down.
Right.
The white dudes didn't really sing. They didn't really dance, and they really couldn't sing, but because they did, they may have had a
that I knew it. 4 hours. Let me add this line back in, y'all. I knew it. I don't know what it is about it's a glitch in my system. I think it's normal anyway to keep things from overheating, but let me add it in the conversation. It's still going on. Here we go. I knew it. I'm a veteran to this game. Okay, here it is.
You got to be good. You can't play around with that. You got to be good to be an R&B singer. That's why you only had a few groups that were white that could even compete like that. I would say, I remember hearing KC and the Sunshine Band. I remember hearing, like you said, Hall & Oates. And them boys were solid. Now, they were solid. I give Hall & Oates credit because they still sound good now if you listen to them. But they always try to
you know what? Even back then, you can see even the music, like you said, KC and the Sunshine Band back in the day. He was like hot on the radio.
Yeah,
and he fit in just like with the other R&B music.
That's right.
If you see his old videos, and then I think on American Bandstand or Soul Train, you saw they whole band. Meaning that I always tell my kids, I said, back in the day, you had to play real instruments,
real music.
That's right.
Real instruments. And then when you see three brothers in the background, I forgot the song that he did.
Which one?
Those three brothers in the background playing that trumpet, all in unison.
I know what you're talking about. That's the way. I like it. That's the way. Or was it Do a Little Dance? Or was it Boogeyman?
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm your boogeyman. That's what I am.
If you see those three brothers in the background blowing those horns, it was all in unison. Nobody missed a step of nothing. I said, that's how we play it.
Right.
Just like that.
Exactly.
And the music was
Wild Cherry. Remember Wild Cherry? So you had a
play that funky music, white boy.
There you go. You had a few groups that could actually play the music, right? And they were legitimately, they gave credit to the black artists that came before them. Even Mick Jagger gives all his credit to James Brown, because have y'all seen that movie Giving Up with James Brown in it? I mean, the James Brown movie. Well, Mick Jagger was the one that funded it, right? Man, Mick, the stuff that you see with James Brown, dude, I was just like, this is unbelievable, because I didn't see James. I didn't get to see. I heard his music, but I didn't get to see James. He was before my time.
Be back, y'all. I'm going to get a plate of food. Be right back. Keep talking.
If you check out those old videos, I think last night I was looking at something with James Brown. It was like a black and white. He was singing the song. The guy was singing the song in the background. James Brown was. If you've seen how he moved,
man,
I said, it was Night Train. Yeah, he was a trip. You know,
are you ready for the Night Train?
Was like, the sliding across the floor, he slid with one foot up and still sliding the other foot, shaking the other foot and still sliding with one foot across the floor. I don't know how he did it. Michael Jackson said he got he learned all that from James Brown, you know.
Did you see them? Did you see when Michael Jackson and James Brown had like it wasn't a dance off, they was doing a tribute to James Brown before James had passed, and Michael and James up on stage. James still dancing like he did then up on stage. And Michael's doing the exact same dances that James Brown was doing, because he said James heavily influenced him as far as the music, the dancing, that talent. And these cats now, they don't even give credit back to the people that came before them. Yep. They don't give the guys, the old school female singers and the male artists that came before them. Give that respect, pay your respect, man, because without these people, you wouldn't be where you at right now. And they had it. They had to go through. They didn't have it as bad in the 80s when I came up, but when they were in the 70s and 60s, dude, they had to go through it. They had to. They were getting. The only one that really controlled his music was James Brown. Yeah, James wasn't having you take over his music like that. James came in with his music on his belt, but you saw what happened when the other brothers tried to take ownership back from their music and stuff. What happened to them? A lot of these guys end up getting killed mysteriously under some strange circumstances, because that's too much control for you to have. So,
but even though back in the day with James Brown, he was like on a different realm, but also the brother that passed in the mid '60s, Lance, he would probably know.
I can't think of it. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, Otis Redding.
He's talking. was it Otis or was it the other guy that they ended up dying too? What was he sung that song in if you've seen the Book of Eli,
Dr. Bay.
Who that?
Dr. Bay.
No, he was singing a song in if you've seen the Book of Eli, right? When Denzel was hunting whatever that was he was hunting, but then Denzel was had his iPod. I think it said what does it take to mend a broken heart or something like that. Really nice song. It was just an incredible song. I don't know who that cat was that sung that, but I think he ended up dying under mysterious circumstances too. When he
because you know why? Because it's hard for me to identify because everybody sung that song. It seemed like everybody spun off that song. I think the Isley brothers sung it. I think the brother you made mention, of course, he probably was the original, but a lot of people sung that song to different variations. So that's why I don't know exactly who you're talking about. I have an idea, but everybody that Broken Heart song, it seemed like a few people sung that song, so it's hard to identify who actually was the originator of it. But you know, I have an idea who it was, but I really don't know.
That dude,
at the moment.
That was some good music. When you go back and look at the history of our music, it was so powerful. They did everything they could to take it. I've had older white gentlemen that may work with me when I was, when we worked together at the time. They would talk about Motown. I'm like, wait a minute. And for me to hear them say Motown, I'm kind of shocked because I'm like, ain't you all American band fan? What you mean Motown? That would be Soul Train. So for me, when they're saying that, I'm thinking, what are y'all talking about? Because they would say stuff like Dinah Ross, the Supremes. They would say all of these other artists and stuff that, Marvin, and the Commodores. The list goes on and on with the music that we had. And again, nothing takes you back like barbecuing back home with your family. Like listening to those old songs, watching your mom and dad love each other and hug up, watching your neighborhood getting along, watching people communicate and connect, and just feeling that love, man. That experience that's lost. It's so lost now.
Matter of fact, my mother in Newark, we have that dining room dresser. She still have those old. Matter of fact, next time I go over there, I'm gonna take a look at. She still has those old 45s in there that they had back in the day. The old 45s. I know she knows they're there, but I wouldn't mind flipping through them, see what's actually on them. Because I remember back in the day, you had the Stax records. They was like,
oh, you mean Stax with the finger snapping, with the finger like this and it was snapping?
Oh yeah. I remember the picture.
Buddha records and tapes.
Yep.
I think Gladys Knight was with them.
I think Booker T, the MGs. I think you had the Staple Singers.
Doom, 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 doom.
Oh yeah. But they had a lot of They had.
I know they want to know what I'm eating, so I'm gonna show you the plate.
In the early '70s, they had a lot of cuts. I think Mavis Staple had one about respect yourself.
Respect yourself. Na, 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 na.
Now, if you would play that song today, it'll fit right in. It wouldn't even miss a beat.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Eat hard, brother. But you wouldn't miss a beat.
We see your plate.
Yeah.
You see your plate.
I got some black rice in there, broccoli, peppers, and some baked flounder under there.
Yeah.
A little apple cider vinegar on top of it, and some Himalayan pink salt, just a dash of it. And
okay.
Hey, we pull these long ones. I'm gonna eat. Y'all know it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna eat. Hey, this is real.
Hey, Keisha said Sam Cooke. I think she's right. I think it is. I think that's a big plate. I think Keisha's right.
Okay.
I think I'm still looking at your plate, man.
Yeah, because all of them back in the day, they had their own music. They wanted to pretty much take control of the music. And I think
what you're talking about, man.
Right, because the history that I heard of, because the civil rights movement back then was picking up steam. These guys wanted to control their music,
right,
to control the money. And the powers that be didn't want them to pretty much use the money that they was making to funnel the civil rights movement. So that was pretty much cut off at the head, pretty much. So that's what I heard.
They always want to hijack our culture. And not only that, but the music keeps our spirits up. What kind of music are we listening to, and what kind of spirit is it bringing about in our youth and the people? So we just have to really be careful of what we have go into our system, what we absorb. Seriously, if we got to go back and listen to old stuff all the time, so be it.
Right.
That's what I do. I play old school music around my life. The young folks that come around me, I play the old school music.
Funky Broadway.
When you get older, you get appreciation of what the music was about. Because they had 13-piece bands. They had people that put on shows. You can hear the instruments. You can hear the hi-hat. You can hear the cymbals. When I was doing music, I had an Alicia's drum machine, a Yamaha 4-track, and a big old keyboard. I can't remember the name of the keyboard, but I had my setup nice. And I had I was going to Seattle back and forth, getting my music together. So I did a lot of traveling, man, try to make my dream come true. And I tell anybody, don't ever give your dream for a female. I'm telling you, because you know how it is. You go through that stage where you think you're in love, and I wish I had pursued that music career. But I'm telling you, we now can only afford stuff like a drum machine and a nice keyboard that has multiple sounds. But if I could have had a band with me, I would have loved that also. But you get to see like Prince. Prince always had a band with him.
Right.
Prince always, he doesn't play the music all by himself. He always had a band with him. And when you know
how powerful the music is. The music, when you listen to good music, and you can understand like some of the instruments that's being played. But yet, I never took a class on music.
Right.
I mean, back in the day, in the ground school, they used to teach us music with the G clip and all that stuff. But I wasn't interested in all that because I ain't planning to be no musician. But I respected good music where that I can understand the drums. You can hear it in the background. You can hear the synthesizers. You can hear the silencer. You can hear the different trumpets and all that. But yet, I had no background in music. But I can understand, and it's like something within you can understand what the instrumentations were in the background, because that's what they displayed in the music. Many cases, the music itself, the instruments talked and sung. Like that makes our talk. That's what it did. Because the brothers and sisters back in the day, they were so skilled in their craft that the instrument. That's like I always said. I said, you had back in the day, you had the R&B groups. All the singers had their own. They had their number one cut, their number one hit, and then they followed it up with an instrumentation background, and the instrumentation sounds were just as good as the vocal.
Parliament Funkadelic.
Oh man. Flashlight.
Man.
One nation, and we're on the move. Nothing can stop us now.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I put that on my iPod, man. When I'm working out, running, lifting weights, whatever I'm doing, that's always on my iPod. I listen to that because that music moved you, man.
Yeah.
It makes you want to. You think Brick? Remember Brick was a dance?
Yeah.
Dance band.
Yeah.
Brick, dance band. Everybody
go on and dance. You want to down.
You man.
Well, all right.
Man, I'm telling you, the music then, and you heard.
I'm right there with you, man.
The trumpets, the highs, the lows, like you said, the bass. The people sung. I mean, and then remember Earth, Wind, and Fire did it. I mean, you can just hang it up because them boys. He passed, and we didn't give him. I don't think we gave him the accolades that he deserved either. Because your boy was bad. Again, they were a little bit before my time. I caught them right when they start falling off. Well, not falling off, but when they stopped making music, and I think they disbanded for a little bit.
Right.
I caught them right on the edge. But I'm telling you, I remember the stuff that they played. That's why I think anybody, again, that if you are a black guy that's doing cartoons or you're doing movies, you need to make sure you recognize and put the good black music from back in the day and let these kids hear how it was. let them hear it, because if you look at a lot of old white movies, I mean, a lot of white movies, old and new, they always play bits and pieces of old white music from back in the day to remind them of what their music was back in the day. We don't put enough of our music and our stuff like that, like they did back in the day. And I forgot about Boyz II Men. I forgot about how good that group was. How they talk to the ladies for you. Just powerful lyrics, strong vocals. When they did Motown Philly, they actually had some dance moves, but now they don't. They stopped dancing after that. But you listen to Truth. All I do is think of you. Spread my wings. I mean,
you a musical brother, boy.
Oh yeah,
I'm right along with you.
I was on it. I was on it, man. And when Jodeci was doing that thing, oh God, man, you know what? You know what I'm saying?
But you know what, brother? If you watch, I know at times my kids, they watch Everybody Hates Chris, and
he plays a lot in there.
Yeah, with Chris Rock, they do play that, like a little bit of the old cuts in there. You just have to really listen to it. You know, he's the only one out of his program, you know, that played like the old clips, you know, the old songs in the background. But like the sister was like saying, because I like see the chat that, you know, she made mention about a lot of musicians on our sister Kim Collins. She was like saying about a lot of musicians are not giving back to the community. Back in the day, when I was growing up, you had the Weekway Park, and then you had Branchwood Park. And back then, some musicians, I think, you know, a few of them, not a whole lot of them, they used to play in the park. And I don't think you paid anything. You might have paid a little fee, or it was free to some of that effect. But they used to play in the park, and people come out and support them. So that's why they was very popular, because they did, back in the day, they did give back to the community. I know they came back to like the different cities to give back, you know, even though they were still having their big, huge concerts. But I remember growing up, they used to play right in the park, you know, and once again, you would hear it. You heard that they was coming to town because of they took the poster boards up, and they let you know what groups was coming in, and then you went to the park or whatever, Weekway Park, Branchwood Park. I heard back in the day, even School Stadium, some of these big groups, they came and gave back to the community because they played the music right there, right in the city. I don't know if they do that now. You know, I don't think they do that now, because now it's too much.
You're right. I don't think they do
too much money involved. It's too much money involved for them to do that now. You know.
Well, they got so much, but they have so much. I mean, outlets and avenues they can do it. It doesn't really cost them that much. They got it late. I mean, you think about like you know, we can get Shy, the group Shy.
He does, Tracy.
If y'all remember them, you remember Shy? I know y'all remember that group Shy.
Yeah.
You got. They can do. These people can do so much more with their music, man, and the talents, and they can give back more, man. But it just seems like everybody that's on that platform now are afraid to say anything. They don't want to speak the truth. They don't want to encourage the youth to do the things that music back in the day inspired us to do, and we have this conversation that we're having now. Because again, you know, groups like Tony, Mid Condition, Ready for the World, I mean, I'm just remembering I'm just sitting here having a brainstorm about all this music that we had, man. I mean,
and see, and and those groups like that, they like on the back end of the heyday of R&B. They like they were like the last vanguard. After those groups left, you didn't have too many of them, and that's when pretty much what you hear now. The rap, and then if you hear R&B, it's like different cultures are they pretty much hijacked it, because some of them that you hear, you like thinking that's a brother, but you like find out that that's not. you know
they
pretty much hijacked. Hijacked the R&B.
I have that ear. I'm so glad I have that ear. Right, you can very seldom get over on me if you're not a black lyric in R&B. I can almost always pick it out. The only one I could have a hard time picking out was that chick that sings that song called Hello. What's her name? Is it
Adele or whatever?
Adele. It took me a look. I was like, wait a minute.
But brother, you know what that's like? You know, when you said that, it reminded me, like me or all of us, you'd have to really be good as a cross dresser to make me think you're a woman. Because you can't fool me. So I'm like, you see a woman like, hey, what's wrong? Something wrong here, you know?
I know, right? Even though Tina Marie is tough as she was, that girl could sing, right?
Yeah.
She was a white girl. I knew she was a white girl.
You knew it.
I've never heard a white artist try to sing R&B, and I couldn't tell that was a white artist. Now, there are some people that were black that were singing country that I didn't know they were black.
Right.
Now, I don't want to be with you, or whatever.
Right.
I can't think of that dude's name. But I knew, I was like, that dude black. You in the Blowfish. Or whatever his name is in the Blowfish, right? I said, is this dude black or white? I couldn't tell if he was black or white. I thought he was white, but if you are a lyricist, because I've listened to so many different styles of music all my life, that if you can pull the wool over my eyes and say you're singing R&B, but you're a white artist and you can fool me, you bad. And I have never had anybody that can do that.
Right.
I have never had any artist that made me, except for the woman that just came out here recently, Adele. And the reason I picked up on her, she said something in one of her lyrics that, you know how when they try to sound soulful, but it comes out woeful, so to speak. And I heard, I was like, white girl. Great song, strong vocalist, not taking away from her. Beautiful song. Right. But still, I know that ain't a sister singing that. Again, I take any of these cats, even Mariah Carey, as good as she thinks she is. I would love to see what she got against like a Minnie Ripple. When Minnie was saying, go against Lisa. I'm telling you, Lisa, how can I
Professor K.
If you've ever heard that song, somebody check that out. When she sung that, her range, Lisa Fisher range is like Minnie Ripple. It's just off the chart, and she could just sing. She broke Anita Baker. We forgot about Anita. How we forget Anita?
Right.
We were like Tony Braxton. I mean, look at this long lineage of beautiful quality music that we put out. TLC. I mean, the stuff that we had, man, that made us proud. That had
and then if you go back further than that with the sisters, you got Roberta Flack. You know, that bad either.
Wow.
Roberta Flack.
Yeah.
And notice with all those girl groups, they voice and they presence made the music, made the song more than the clothes that they had on. At least they had clothes on decently, you know. I didn't have to see your breast or your behind to know that you was an artist.
Right.
Yeah, we could see that you was a tough. We could see that she was a tough girl, vocally, emotionally, and you know, in Vogue was giving us something he can feel. Y'all remember that video? Them girls wearing them dresses. Them sisters they was on point. That they could sing.
Them black dresses.
I just remember, but they weren't dressed.
Right.
They weren't dressed oversaturated. You
right.
saw the curves. You knew them were women. You looked at them like, man, those are women. You didn't have to go, man, I want to see what she looked like naked, because you had an idea.
It wasn't a sexual thing.
They kept themselves in such good shape, and they were just great.
It was a womanly thing.
Women. Right, and they had that energy, man. That energy that they had, man. You be like, dude, these girls are imposing. You just like, man, where can I get one of them?
Mark my words. Mark my words. You're gonna see a group come out just like En Vogue, the same mini skirt, the same skirts, but it's gonna be black men. Give it 5 years. The way they're pushing this agenda.
Don't do that, man.
For real.
Please,
giving him something he can feel. I'm just joking, y'all. Hope not.
Yeah, but you had my hope. You had my hopes up until you said that.
Yeah, it's like you took me down the street, man, and going off a cliff, man. Where we going? I mean, again, these are the conversations, man, that I always try to have with my nephews and my goddaughters and the young kids that I mentor, man. I try to talk to them about things like this so they get it, and it's just amazing to see their little eyes light up. You know, I read a book to them not too long ago, The Benefits of a Bully, by that cat named L.A. Kendrick, and it's a pretty good book. And the kids' eyes lit up, man, when they realized that these characters were black, Hispanic, and white, and they just had something that covered all of them. And those kids were impressed, and I was like, look, I see you play clean. He pulled up. and
right.
the kids, man, the kids had asked, from what I read, the kids had asked the brother, the guy, L.A. Kendrick, what do you think about, you know, they wanted to know if he had anything to represent his film. Because they were tired of seeing themselves get killed on TV. And I was like, wow, you know. So the brother said he wrote a book on Black History Month, and they came up with the benefits of a bully. And they said he did a really good job at like a couple of the speaking engagements that he's got. He's got some good reviews on Amazon, but I like the fact that the brother took the time to hear those kids speaking out, wanted to see themselves doing something positive and not negative. And so, you know, I take my hat off to that brother, man, because that takes a lot of grit to get out there and make a story that represents our kids. Because again, everybody can't relate to Johnny and a dog. You know, we can't all relate to that. And why should we have to only relate to that story?
That's right.
You know, tell it from a different angle. Let's see,
yep, that's it. Because we come from people of different angles. Like I told you before, a while back, I said growing up in the neighborhood, we played football, basketball, and we played baseball. Back in the day, now kids, baseball, what? And we had brothers doing this. And at times, parents used to come out and see us. So we almost had our own man-made or kids-made league. Parents used to come out and support their own kids playing against another block.
Right.
We didn't have our own league, but in our minds, that was our league because it was something that all kids could afford to do.
They need that hope, man. Nowadays, we got the football and the basketball court.
I gotta brush my teeth, y'all. I'll be back.
At times, I was watching a couple of weeks ago. I was watching the college baseball. And the reason why I watched it because I saw a couple of brothers playing. We don't even, as a kid, they don't even do that no more. You know. And back in the day, that was like we had baseball heroes back in the day. Roberto Clemente. We had a couple of schools in Newark named after him. And you know, and you had the Willie Mays, Willie Stardew, and a few others. You know, the Joe Morgans. Those were our baseball. Jackie Robinson. Those were our baseball heroes back in the day. And now we identify different, like you were saying, like different angles. As a people, we operate from different angles. You know.
Right. We don't. You can't just corner us. You can't just corner us because when you do, you try to box us in. Because you're boxed us in, we got to figure out a way out of this box. We have to figure a way out of this corner because that's just how we're designed. We're not designed to stay exclusively in one thing because if you got half a brain, you want something different, you want something better. And that's why I say we have to write and do movies and do different things because we can't just keep that whole, you know, the Tyler Perry market, what he's doing is great, okay? Because he gets black people out in the word. We have to have that, but we still got to break out from that and do what I said. You still got to do the Jason Bourne, the Bourne supremacy. You got to have the black Bourne supremacy. You got to have a black Sherlock Holmes. You got to have good black horror movies. You got to have good black sci-fi movies. You got to have good black superheroes. You got to have these things because a lot of times as a kid, when I was coming up, when I was coming up, look, I tell you what, when I was coming up, superheroes kind of helped me have some kind of character. You know what I mean? I want to be like that cat. I want to be like this dude. You know, they all stood for. They all had a code. Now you got Power Ranger. What the hell is a Power Ranger?
Right.
I mean, who does that help? You know, I have no idea what that is. I mean, when I was graduating, that's when they became popular. I was graduating in the '90s, so it became popular once they came out. I was like, what the hell is a Power Ranger? And it was just the goofiest thing I'd ever seen in my life. When we had when you had He-Man and you had when you had what's another good one where you Thundercats, Ninja Turtles. When they first came out, you had heroes, man, that make you say, okay, I want to do something positive. But they rarely had a black face. So our job is to make sure when we put cartoons out there that we have black faces on our superheroes. I think we had one, Static Shock. We had one. But we need to make sure that when we do entertainment, that we have something that represents us on all walks of life. We have too many millionaires. We have too many creative talents out there to rely on white America and white Hollywood and white groups like Marvel Comics and DC Comics. We have enough millionaire people out there that should be reaching out, trying to make sure that we instill different aspects, different variety, different genres for our people, because we're not broke. We got black directors out there. We're not broke anymore. We don't have to rely on them.
Right. I think what Magic Johnson did, he has a TV program. I think he has his own TV program. I forgot the name of it that quick. That he puts on the old shows like back in the late '60s. You had I Spy, Julia, Lance. He probably would know. And he has different drama programs, and I think he has music videos too, and all that, like back in the day. But Magic Johnson, he brought it like a TV station or something to that effect, you know, that he plays like the old. He has relevant content, but also he plays like back in the day programs as well. You know, not the good times and all that, because that comes on any other channel. But he has I forgot the name of the company that he brought almost about 2 years ago.
Aspire TV.
Yep, that's the one. That's the one.
Right
yeah, that's the one.
I saw that Kassan said that. Kassan 30 said she asked that. The person asked that question. I think it's. I know it's Aspire TV. I just. I don't.
Yeah, it's by. Yeah. That's it.
I'm getting. Magic trying to.
Oh, shit,
that was my boy as a basketball player, but he kind of lost me with some of the stuff that he's doing. That he's supporting. He kind of lost me a little bit, but the one I check out mostly is TV1, because I know that's black owned. TV1.
Right.
There you go again. I don't know what that cheese.
It's carrot cake. It's carrot cake. Well, actually, it was what we made the muffins with. We made a big pan of it. It's no sugar. It's no sugar in there. It's stevia. It's no milk in there. It's almond milk. It's no wheat.
Hey,
it's no wheat.
Save me some of that.
Yeah, Professor K's down the block. I gotta save you, so I'll bring you some later on. Right. Yeah, it's nothing bad in there. You can eat this, man. This is not. It tastes good. This is heavy like food. This is not a junk thing. It looks like a junk thing, but there's no junk in it. The raisins, the walnuts, the almonds. This is not overly sweet either. It's not sweet at all, just sweet enough. But the texture, when you eat one of these, it's like a brick in your gut. I already ate a full plate of food. This is gonna finish me off for the night. Yeah. But this is not traditional, milky, sugary, whatever.
Right.
And yeah, we're still gonna be coming with these recipes and videos soon. But
almond milk, is that the unsweetened or the sweet?
Unsweetened, because I don't put sugar, any extra sugar. I don't want anything. You know, and even the sugar, that corn syrup and high fructose corn syrup and corn sweet, all those little hidden things, and anything that ends in OSE, sucrose, galactose, fructose, anything ose is a sugar. So you have to watch when in your ingredients, they try to slip it in on you, extra sugar in a different form.
Maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
I think we're gonna have to make another conference line. This particular one is going to end in a minute. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. This conference line that I have joined on to this, it's going to cut us off. It may still continue on without me. If it does, I'll call back. But if you all get cut off, call back this number in 2 minutes, because the systems have limitations and stuff. I think it's going to cut me off, and y'all might still be on. But I'll open up another one.
See the question.
Yeah.
Y'all see the question, Vontonio Jones? I think it's Vontonio. What do y'all think about hood is black? And what do y'all?
Send those drones, Vontonio.
A little thing about that. When somebody, I don't know. I don't. It's kind of hard to say, but I do know I've heard white folks say, "Man, that's so ghetto. That's so hood." And I'll reverse it and go, "Man, that's so trailer park."
There you go.
Go, what? I go, "Man, that's so trailer park. It ain't even funny." They go, "Well, my mom lives in the trailer park." I go, "My mom lives in the hood. I'm from the ghetto." You know, and they just get shocked when you twist it around on them. I'm like, "Have you seen the trailer park? That's y'all ghetto. That's y'all hood." And they're not understanding that the ghetto was actually designed for the Jews as an experiment. Back in Nazi camp. So it was an experiment because they said, let's put them in there. Let's give them limited food, limited resources, limited supplies, and watch them turn on themselves. And some of the Jews did, some of them didn't.
Right.
Then they moved black people into those areas, and then once the black people came, the Jews moved out, and the same experiment worked for us. Anybody that's trying to oppress, they put in ghettos or low poverty areas. So I would say that hood ain't good, and maybe it's not good to associate with black. I guess those are some of the things that when we talk about, we say some stuff we should not say around white folks. Because I've heard people say that a lot, where some stuff that's exclusive to us that we shouldn't say around white folks. Some stuff they don't have to know.
Yep.
And you know what I mean? Some stuff should be, set aside, because they got code words all around the place, and that we don't know what they're talking about unless you're real sure.
It's like having family. Like you don't discuss family issues outside of family. It's almost like it's up in that line right there, So I know exactly what you mean, bro. Because you don't know how they take it, and you know how they take everything else. So like whatever issues we got, we keep it between us. Believe me, they do the same thing.
Right. It's like people popping in the chat. It's like people popping in the chat now, and it's kind of funny that they come in, and I've noticed you rarely see. You don't see black folk go to the white channels and start going in there and start, saying destructive stuff to them or trying to chastise them for what they do. But they have an obsession with black people because they immediately come over to our chat, start and trying to infect us like a virus, and start trying to turn down the conversation, the beautiful conversation we're having right now. And like Ricky Charles.
Yeah, they're gone. I took care of it.
There you go. They come in and they try to take and destroy and turn down what we're talking about. They say they want to be left alone, but they won't leave us alone.
Isn't that something?
We're not talking about anything negative. We're not talking about anything hurtful, anything harmful. They want to come over here into our universe and try to destroy everything that we have, because everything that we have is incredible. It's beautiful. It's original. And it wasn't stolen. It wasn't taken from anybody.
Right.
Despite what they want to say. Because I don't want to get political, because they're about to maybe get political. Because I'm wondering, brother, I will get political on you real quick.
And we'll go with the flow.
Brother, ain't nothing wrong with that, because it's like, once again, with the Rosewood, the Black Wall Street, all that, they was pretty much doing it within themselves. They didn't have to depend on nobody. They didn't want to. They wasn't messing with nobody else. They were just doing what they had to do. And out of all that, they had barbershops, they had churches, they had hospitals, they had airports, they had their own
movie theaters,
movie houses, they had law offices, doctor offices, all in that one area. And they still came in, and like I was reading, I think last night, or somebody made a mention about that these guys actually dropped a huge barrel bomb back in the day when you had wars or whatever. You dropped those big barrel bombs like they did in World War II or whatever, World War I.
Yeah.
That's what they did actually on the neighborhood.
They're trying to say, they're trying to change it now, right? They're trying to say that what they actually dropped was they had some of the white guys had planes for crop dusting and things of that nature, and they just dropped regular Molotov firebombs from the planes. But I heard exactly what you heard originally. I heard that they
it was like the big, those big old big giant beer barrels. It was that was part of it inside those big huge barrels, and they just dropped it because my man was saying, like he described it. He said when it hit the ground, it burnt everything in its path. The same type of bombs they was dropping over there in Germany or wherever, or overseas, was they did right out there in Oklahoma. I heard that a while back that the Gap Band, speaking of R&B, the Gap Band, when they made that song called "You Dropped the Bomb on Me," they was in code. They was saying about what happened in Tulsa, because I think that 3-guy group, they was born and raised in that area. Matter of fact, on the same avenue, I forgot the name of the avenue, that they grew up on, that's where the bombing happened at. So
they also don't even want to talk about it. They don't want to talk to the people about it. They try to bring it out, and the white folk there don't want to talk about it. They want to act like it didn't happen. So my mind always says this, right? You want to get rid of these demons, exercise. You apparently you don't want to own up to that has to be one of the most. I want to see a movie made about Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Right,
I like Ruth. 12 Years a Slave was brilliant, but I want to see us doing our thing,
right,
supporting each other. Show what we look like as a power structure, not like we are now, because we got people with money and finance, which is economic power, that could turn a lot of things around. They could take.
They don't want that to be shown.
Athletes or musicians could take a community and they back home and make a difference, right? But we need to see a movie made about us where we're successful doctors, lawyers, doing our thing. We need to see that. That's the vision we need to see. We don't need to keep seeing us beat down like that. And then we need to see what they do once you do have the success, the power base, the economic structure, the unity, the cohesiveness. They need to see that, because when you show that, it changes everything. And the thing is, this is the trick. The trick ain't to get everybody's attention, right? Because we're not going to reach everybody black. Let's just be realistic about it.
Right, yeah, that's true.
The key is to reach that one black person that makes the difference.
that's right,
That's what you're trying to do. That one black person that changes everything and turns everything around. Because everybody ain't gonna go. You can go into the hood with $1 million, right? I don't want to say hood because I understand what you're saying, my man, earlier. But we can go into the hood or the low poverty areas of the black community, right? We can go in there and offer you the world and show you how to get this thing done. Everybody ain't coming. Everybody ain't coming up out of that. Everybody ain't gonna want to leave that area. So you're gonna have to leave some of those people there.
that's right.
You're gonna have to leave some of our brothers and sisters there. As much as we love our people, have to leave some of them there. We're trying to get those that are going to make the difference and change this whole thing, this whole dynamic around. That's what we're trying to do, because you cannot reach everybody. You cannot reach everybody. And I really hate that. I don't use that word very often, but I hate that, because I want to be able to say that we made a difference and we changed more for the good than we left behind, because in every war there's going to be casualties. It's just that simple.
That's right.
Right.
And that's
Harriet Tubman, she had the same problem with that. She said that she could have freed 1,000 more if they knew they were slaves. So, I mean, the opportunity is there. Is a different mindset, you know. And if your mindset, like, once again, constantly watching junk on television, that's programming you how to think. And learning not to have your own opinions about certain things.
Right.
That's why you kind of get, quote unquote, spiritually lazy. And in your mindset, you like saying, I feel comfortable here.
Right.
Instead of looking at the possibilities, you know.
To come out of your comfort zone.
Is not for you, it's for everybody.
That's right.
Because, and this is the thing, like I say, when we're talking to brothers like we're talking right now, this is what we're trying to say. Because anytime I see black people doing stuff to support themselves, especially when it comes to literature, you know, I always give that stuff a look, and I try to buy a book, at least one book. I try to support whatever I'm seeing, right? Because I know that we need that support. Because again, your book, your idea may be that idea that makes Spike Lee or somebody produce that next. Let's just say, and I don't want to use Harry Potter, but I'm going to use Harry Potter because it's such a big phenomenon, right?
Right.
To be that next Harry Potter. Imagine a black Harry Potter. Imagine that. Imagine what that would do if you had black kids that had that vision, right? And then Harry Potter breaks off into something else. Then it breaks off into something else because now you have the financial backing to do that. Now you got all of these black actresses and actors that are young that are coming up, because we're running out of black action heroes, right? We don't have very many of them, right? So where are we gonna get them from? You see what I'm saying? We got to start young.
And back in the day, we did have some. We didn't have a whole lot. I mean, we did have some. I mean, even Lance, you probably remember, even back in the day, you go back to the cartoons and the real life figures. I remember back in the day, you had the Harlem Globetrotters. They was hot back then, and they had their own cartoon.
Yeah.
Super Globetrotters, right?
And they had their own cartoon back then.
Right. And that's we hear you in the background, Wilson. I'm saying these are the things we got to push, and I mean, because if we don't, right, we are limiting ourselves in a lot of avenues. Because again, if you look at how quiet our athletes are, they're too quiet. They're not saying anything. They're not supporting anything. Carmelo came out and said something.
Yeah, I heard of that. Right.
On the wake of what's just recently happened, right? But they should have been saying something before this, because every one of them brothers got to have somebody in their background that's gotten killed by some kind of violent crime, by something, been harassed by something. They should always be looking for. They should always be looking for black. I'm serious. They should be looking for black kid stories, movies, comic books. Because I'm telling you, our stories are unique, and when you put them on the big screen with the right funding behind it, dude, show me one black movie that ain't been and good black horror movie, sci-fi movie that ain't been good.
Right.
That ain't sold out. I mean, I just named 3. I Am Legend.
Right, that we support, right. Because once again, back in the day, back in the day, we used to have, like, once again, growing up, we used to have this store on, we had a few stores, but we used to have a store on 7th Street and Park Avenue. It was like a mini drugstore. Right. And like an eatery, a delicatessen type. It was like mixed. And I remember on the back wall, you had all these comic books, man, from top to bottom.
Yes.
You had black superheroes with some. You had the ones that did the karate. I mean, you had the Archies. You had the of course, the Batmans and the Green Hornets, the whole nine. I mean, back in the day. So once again, they promoted reading. Right. Our school wasn't that far. Our school was like probably
we read, yes.
So with all those comic books up there, man,
and you learn words.
Back in the day,
you learn some words up in the bed.
Right. About 15, 10, 25 cents if you had it, and you every time you know if you was a comic book fan.
Yes, I was.
You got your comic book.
Yep.
You know, and they always had new ones that come out almost every month. So once again, when you talk about stories and promoting stories, for one, we gotta get the young people to be motivated to read again.
Yes.
Well, see, and that's part of the hardest thing. I mean, I gave a sister that I knew. I let her read because she's got some kids, right? And I told her, I let her get that book that guy wrote, L.A. Kendrick wrote, The Benefits of Will. I gave her the book, let her read it, right? Mm-hmm. And she tells me, well, I thought there was going to be pictures in it. And I'm like, well, it's a novel. Ain't no pictures in it. It's to teach your kid's imagination, to have him read and assimilate those words into imagination for himself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I said, maybe at a later date, the guy he might, because I said, look at the reviews on Amazon, you'll see. I said, but the guy is actually trying to get you to spark the imagination of your kid with those what he's writing about.
Yep.
And if he's too young to understand it, if he's 8, then you read it to him. You sit him down and then you read it to him.
Yep.
You read that to him because you're forming a bond that's unbreakable at that point.
You know what, brother? My mother was telling me, she always told me this story. She said, I wish I had to put you in a different type of school, but I just didn't know better back then. But she was telling me that about 3 years old, when she went food shopping, I was 3 years old. Everything she pulled out that bag, I was reading off. I was reading it off. And I find that hard to believe because I'm 3 years old. I can't remember what I did at 3 years old. But she was telling me at 3 years old, everything I pulled out that paper bag when I went food shopping, you read it.
That's to show you
I don't know because I've seen it on TV or whatever, but
that's why you're the man you are now.
Young, your imagination flows. And I remember growing up, once again in the 70s, we used to put on we always had to find something to do. So we wound up doing a play. We had a play in our backyard. We charged people maybe $10 a nickel to come see it, but we practiced the play. And my aunt always reminded me. Matter of fact, a few months back, she told me about it. Do I remember? I told her, I said, yeah, I remember that. Back in the day, that's when Bill Cosby, Sidney Poitier, and who else was it? I think that was in the movie called Uptown.
Uptown Saturday Night?
It's called Uptown Saturday Night. They did like 3 spinoffs of the movie. It was Uptown Saturday Night. That's what it was. But us being young, we put a spin on. We said Uptown Saturday Night, downtown Sunday morning. No, downtown Sunday night, uptown Sunday morning. So we put a spin on it, and we had that play, and I don't know how it came out. They said it came out pretty good, but being young, you know, I kind of like remember things like that. You know, once again, like you were saying, imagination.
Yeah.
You know, we had imagine. We just didn't play sports and run the streets. We sat down, thought about things like saying, yeah, let's do this, let's do that.
That's right.
Didn't cost a lot of money, but somehow we made it happen.
Go outside and get dirty. It's too easy to just go outside and get dirty and be a kid and imagine stuff. Stop sitting up under your parents. Quit letting your kids sit up under you. Send them outside where you can watch them, right? Where they're in the yard.
Interaction.
And let them play. Let them be kids. Let them sit down and get dirty and look at the sky and just imagine the shapes in the clouds like we did back in the day.
Yep.
Because we had video games when I was coming up, right? We played Nintendo. We did all that, right? But we still went outside and got dirty, and we still talked to the world. We still got dirty and hung out with the girls and the fellas, and we laughed and we cut up. We yucked it up. But now everybody wants to sit in front of a computer. Nobody wants to get outside. Parents don't want the kids to go outside. I don't know what that's about. It's like parents, you're arresting their development. Let them be kids. Them being around adults does not make them kids. It handicaps them. They're exposed to stuff before they're supposed to. For example, if you guys remember when everything started really getting crazy. I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember very vividly when things started getting crazy, right? You remember how you start seeing them Girls Gone Wild videos with Jerry Springer back in the day on the late night infomercial?
I think early 90s or something like that.
Yeah, mid-90s.
Thousands, I think.
Now remember that?
Right?
Now think about it. Those young ladies now that the parents weren't monitoring the children, right? Because the parents are asleep or whatever. The infomercial came on late at night. That's why you don't put TV sets in your young children's bedroom. That's why you don't put computers in your young kids' bedroom where you can't monitor them. Everything needs to be in the main room until they're like 17, 18, about to get out. But don't put that kind of activity in the bedroom because now they're running stuff without you being around. And if you're not monitoring them, they're not going to tell you what they're watching.
Right.
All of a sudden, your kids pick up these habits. You're trying to figure out why your girl is acting this way, why your daughter is dressing that way. Because Girls Gone Wild had everything and their mama going on, not recognizing, and the kids, the young girls or the kids that are watching those infomercials are not understanding that Jerry Springer got everybody fighting on this show. Then you got these Girls Gone Wild who are usually high on some kind of drug and just getting filmed.
Right.
Because if you remember the guy that did all the filming of those Girls Gone Wild, he had to leave the country. Somebody was trying to kill him, if I'm not mistaken, because one of those rich parents found out that he had videotaped his daughter, and that dude had to leave the country. I don't know where he's at now, but he had to leave the country because that dude was about to have somebody about to do something bad. But look at that wake, right? So if you were, let's say you were 10 years old in 1995, right? And now look at where you're at now.
Right.
What you learned a lot because you were unsupervised.
Yep.
You know, parents got to understand parenting is a full-time job. It ain't a part-time gig. Either you make them and you do the job because it's tough, but that's your job.
That's right.
Either you make them and do the job or stop having them.
Right.
Because you have to raise your kids. If you don't, society will raise them for you. And you ain't going to like the monster society creates for you. You're going to hate it. And you're going
to let you know, like, the time that we're in. Like, once again, I'm kind of like going back in the day when I grew up, like you said, with the imagination part. I remember at times we used to be in the backyard and we made our own clubhouse. We built it out of wood, out of cardboard boxes, built our own clubhouse.
Right.
But then we had like a tree that grew a certain way. We wound up building a tree house. Now we was doing this in Newark. You know, we was doing this in Newark. Summer nights we used to be out on the porch talking. Now now you go to Newark. Now any big city, they got these certain brighter lights. Back then you had those dim lights. When it got dark, man, you can see the stars in the sky. You be out there talking and just talking all the way. Some of us can stay out late, others couldn't, but we used to be on one another's porch. We would talk, some of us, we talked all the way to like maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Half of us fell asleep on the porch because we wanted to go in the house, but we didn't want to miss nothing.
Right.
We just wanted to be out there with our friends, but yet everything was peaceful.
Yeah.
Nobody wasn't walking down the street starting trouble or nothing. You know, you felt that nice cool breeze at night, and then went in the house, and then you did it all over again the next day. This was during summer months.
Yeah.
You know, so nowadays kids, they miss all that. You know, back in the day when you had to have the hydrant on, you had the hydrant on when it got hot, you had the hydrant on in the middle of the block. You used to cut the hydrant on.
That's right.
You know, people used to run in the water and the hydrant would be on all the way until like maybe 1 o'clock in the morning.
You know, that's the only good thing about the country. We had the water holes, man. We didn't have to worry about it so much. We could like go to, like, if there was a lake nearby or something, you can go jump in it and have a good time, man. And you know, you could just be a kid, man. It was amazing what you got to do. You know, you always went with a group of friends, or you didn't go by yourself too quick. That's a bad thing.
Right.
Of course, with the way that it was, especially in the mid-'80s when I was coming up. And when you're going through that thing, man, you know, because there's a lot of crazy people out there now. It's a lot crazier, you know, then. I mean, it was crazy then, but they're a lot crazier now. But you know, you got you to go out and hang out and be around your friends, and you guys develop those friendships, those bonds, man. Those are bonds that'll
last forever.
Take you know, forever.
Oh yeah,
man.
they still do. Even to this day, at times you run into old people. I mean, you know, they still like now they treat you like family. Because back in the day, man, once again, you used to ride bikes in different neighborhoods or whatever. You know what neighborhoods to stay out of. Back then, you had your bike stolen if you didn't watch it. Right. You know, so we rode in groups. We used to ride through the park, and the Branson Park stretches all the way over to Belleville. But we used to ride our bikes. We was old enough to ride our bikes. We used to ride it all the way across the bridge, all the way up to Arlington, back over the bridge, and then ride down Washington Avenue, Bloom, and Belleville. Ride, and if we got to the park, we knew we was almost home free because we got to the park. But we rode through towns and whatnot, but we stayed together.
Yeah,
right.
We used to do that with no problem, you know.
And it's funny because
if you stayed together back then, nobody didn't mess with you. But if you stayed straight off and somebody got a hold of your bike, which at times it happened to my brother. I remember my little brother got a brand new bike and I got a brand new bike. My brother behind me wound up going to the park with another friend. He didn't keep up. And the same, I think about the bike wasn't a good week old and wound up getting the bike stolen. And on top of that, he wound up coming home crying. And then my little brother like saying, "What happened to my bike?" You know, and he wound up saying somebody stole it. So Darren was so upset. He wound up going upstairs, getting my father's 22. How he found out where it was at. Oof. My uncle wound up taking it from him. You know, didn't know what he was going to do with it, but he was planning on going back to the park and catching it. But by the time they steal your bike, they pretty much rode off with it.
Yeah, they're gone.
It wasn't going to hang around the park.
Right, they steal it. They're not going to ride around with it. Yeah, they'll paint it. They'll paint it or do something.
You know, like but the mindset to get upset and then go upstairs and come back and get a 22.
Oh, I know, right?
Once again, good thing you had uncles. Because back then we had uncles.
Right.
Brothers of the block, all that. So you had your uncles there too. So they put you in line too. That's another thing. You know, if you had your parents, you had your uncles there.
And that's why
weapons from them, and then everything would calm down after that. You know, but other than that, you know, that's what we did back in the day. You had your little skirmishes here and there, you know, but that was part of growing up.
Right, and that's why these cats talking about I saw somebody speaking about what is it, ADHD or whatever that is. It's called a belt. I remember that back when I was coming up. It's called a belt. Your parents taught that they lit into you when you acted a fool, and they got you straight. It wasn't no such thing as ADHD or whatever that stuff is they come up with now. It's called I need a whooping. I saw one lady in Walmart. I ain't gonna lie to you. She was in her kid acting up, man. I'm stupid. Sometimes I'm stupid, right? Kid just going on, white lady kid just whooping her, just punching her. I was like, man. So I looked at her. I said, you want my belt? It works. Trust me, it works. You know, I'm calling her out. I'm calling her to the forefront. Put that belt to that kid. I bet he stopped what he's doing right now.
Yep.
And you have to do that. It's your job. It ain't nobody else's job to tell you how to raise your kids. If you want the government to raise your kids, stop having kids.
Let them take away your orgasm license. What if we had to show some level of responsibility before we can enjoy an orgasm? Right? Take that away. Take away the ability to have an orgasm, and you got to earn it. Okay, you know, take away the ability to have an orgasm until number one, your credit is straight.
keep you from getting a record. If you get a felony, no orgasms for 5 years. Right? If you do so, if you hit a woman, no orgasms for 20 years. Let's mess around with that. We'll be some soldiers.
A lot of things up. That explains a lot of things up real.
That's right. You can use your hand all you want, but you don't feel nothing. Zap, they zap you. They zap that nerve that floods your brain when you start to come. You can't get it, man. It's more than walking paper off.
Right.
I got to walk this dry spell off, man. I got 5 more years. I got to see my PO.
And it is worse than prison. And this mind is worse than prison.
Right. Right. Take away your orgasm license and sit you in front of 20 hours of porn.
Right.
I'm stupid today.
Right. And speaking of that, I remember also, once again, going back in the day, my uncle, when they came up, my mother always had where that, because they came from the South. So we had a 3-family house, and then my father wound up building a basement into an apartment. You know, they used that, they had like a bar set, and they was going to probably use it for a party area. But wound up using it as a apartment. So my uncles wound up, for them to come down south and get acclimated in the city life, they used to come up and stay with my mother, but they stayed in the basement. And they used to go down the street, work for Hess, Hess gas station, which is still there even to this day, just to get used to what was going on in city life. Now, at one point, all 3 of them stayed down there. I had my uncles, my 3 uncles stayed down there. One from Atlantic City stayed down there. And we used to go down there to get our bikes back and forth, and play down there. If it rained outside, we used to go in the basement and play whatever because it was big enough. So we wound up using the bathroom, and lo and behold, wound up, matter of fact, went behind the bar because you had the bar stand. Wound up playing hide and seek, played hide and seek, and wound up finding, the Playboy magazine. Back there.
The one I found was September of 1973.
Yeah. And we found, and then you had the shower stall because you didn't have a tub in the basement. It had like a shower stall. You had the commode, and then you had the shower stall. And wound up playing hide and seek, and you wound up running across the magazine, slid on the shower stall. So me being young, looking at it, flipping through it now, all of a sudden now you're a young kid now. Yeah, you flipping through seeing these naked ladies. You're feeling uncomfortable. And I noticed like I had my body was reacting. I had like a bad taste in my mouth, and I always had to spit out because I had a bad taste in my mouth. So automatically my conscience was like saying, "Look, Rick, you're doing something wrong." And then you kind of like fold the magazine up, put it away. Then every once in a while you played hide and seek, and every once in a while you go there and see if the magazine was still there. Same magazine, and you flip through it again. Had that same feeling. Bad taste in your mouth. It was like a physically bad taste in your mouth to a point that I had to spit out. So like my conscience was like saying, Rick, you're doing something wrong, but yet you're kind of like pulled into looking at that because this is your first time seeing it. You never told nobody, and then all of a sudden your brothers and friends, whether they wind up going across it too because they played hide and seek, and they wind up coming across it, and then next thing you know, you find a whole bin of them, But that was my introduction of, okay, that's how they look,
No, but check it out. Check it out. Me and Carlos, my friend Carlos, we found about 12 crates of hardcore porn magazine. In the next block up, we were coming from the park or something. It was dusk. It was getting dark. And all of a sudden I see this one magazine in the street, and we were in the comic book, so I thought it was a comic book. So I'm like, oh man, look at the comic book, because we saw these colors, So we got close up on it. It wasn't a comic book. I saw this titty. I'm like, oh my God, look at this. And so we looked over, and we saw the 12 crates that were filling up, milk crates, and they were packed. And evidently somebody was moving, and they threw them out and put them there. And we took one look at each other.
we started grabbing crates. I mean, we got superhuman strength. And he took 6 of them.
Right.
And I took 6 of them. And the deal was, listen, you hold on to them 6. I'll hold on to these 6. And after we're through with them, we'll switch. Well, for that summer, that summertime, you didn't see us. There were people friends coming over in the summer. Lance, Carlos, come out and play. Yeah, we'll be out. We'll go out and play, no problem. And we would never come out.
Right.
Our parents were asking us, how come the Vaseline and the lotion was going down? Why are you locked up in the room with the Vaseline? So we had to get slick. We would tell our parents, we're going out to play. We'd walk out the front door and leave one of the windows cracked and climb back in the window. And we would be in the room all quiet.
Right.
And we learned. You know, I didn't know. I used to see this word before, and I used to say it was fetish. Then I learned it was fetish. And then I learned what fetishes were. And I didn't understand what this thing was all the way, because I'm looking at the ads. I'm like, look at this. What are Benoit balls? What are these rib dildos? All these ads and stuff flood my brain at a young age. It messed me up. But it didn't mess me up in a bad way. But it turned me on to some things early on. You know, because the dude that
also back in the day, real quick, they had I know, like in my neighborhood on 6th Street and Park Avenue,
right?
They had like a bar, and they had a go-go. That was like a go-go bar. Now we was like down the street from my elementary school. Matter of fact, it was right across the street from it. And at times during the summer months, you used to hear things going on in there. And then I guess we saw other kids, what they used to do. Of course, they ain't allowed kids in there. But what happened was, if the lady was dancing on the stage or whatever, the kids used to run by and swing the door wide open. No people like this, close that door, you know. And you like the key kid. And somebody swing the door wide open, so you get a good look.
You better, and your eyes better be ready to look, because you only having so much time to do so. You know what I mean?
Right.
And yeah. And I remember looking at those magazines, man, and I remember there's some weird titles, because you always saw Penthouse and Playboy high up on the back at the newsstand, and you didn't have the balls to go reach and pick up one of them thick books as a kid and look at it. You know what I mean? So with these, I remember, Hustler was in there, but it was some strange titles like Mr. and Sir. I think it was some British magazines, right? Then they had We. Yeah. Remember OUI? Remember that one was pretty tight. But these were some heavy, glossy, and there were some hardcore jammies in there too. So I understood, you know, what it was all about, but it was fascinating because it was this different world. And I went straight from comic books into the whole adult thing, although I had experiences light before, very light, puppy water type stuff. Comic books didn't look good to me after that. I'm like, I don't know, Spider-Man, I want to look at that. So in high school,
even in that, what's funny, even in that was like, once again, when I was describing about the comic books all on the racks, matter of fact, further down on the end, you had the dope books.
Antonio.
Like you said, you had all these type of the Playboys and all that, but we never went down there because that didn't interest us. We was like all into the comic book deal.
Right.
So you had the newspapers, all the newspapers laid at the bottom of the shelf. Then you had this big rack of comic books. But you know, you had the other rack of adult books, but I think they were so high up you couldn't reach them anyway.
Right.
They had them in the case.
And the people that ran the store, they wouldn't let you get them if you went near them.
Right.
I see other guys would go down there and take them. Hey, you can't look at that. You can't look at that. Now they're like, okay, that's only $5. You know, you gonna buy it?
And then they had it in the case. They didn't have it where it was so wide open. You can see it. It was slid down into the shelf case where all you can see is the title, and that was it.
Right.
You couldn't see the whole magazine. You just saw the title of the magazine.
Yes.
You wanted it.
Yes.
But we were so caught up in the comic book, we didn't care about that because we knew that was adult anyway. We didn't care about that. That didn't mean nothing. But I ran across it in my uncle's apartment, you know, when we was like playing down there, because we had one side was apartment, the other side was like the area for us to play it, and then they wind up leaving or whatever, and then we wound up sneaking in there and saying stuff we shouldn't have. But that was my introduction of it. But I never got hooked on that, you know. I mean, that was just something as a young boy you go through, I guess, you know.
Yeah, but I got too advanced, too young. And I'll just say it like this. There were things that I knew to do that even at those ages of like 16 and 17, back in those days, the late 70s, some girls that didn't know that, why you want to do that? Why you want to go down there? I'm like, this is normal. then 10 years later, they run into you. What you doing later on? Whoever has their whoever's not talking and has their computer on or anything on with the background noise, mute your phone. If you called in and you're not talking, mute your phone and keep that background noise out of here. We getting down with this stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I'm
sorry.
Okay, no problem. Join in the conversation, Professor K.
Yeah, I got something to say. Y'all mind if I say something?
Come on, join on in, man.
I'm not trying to direct this to someone else, but Lance, I want to get out my story.
Oh yeah, you're the one who sent me that message, Simon, right? Tarif?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. But this is what we're gonna do. For that, we're gonna do a dedicated segment, and we'll probably do it live just like this, but it will be just that. That way we can focus on your story, because if we say it now, we pretty much been on for 5 hours plus, which I have no problem. That little trip I was going to make outside is history. Listen, I have to say to you all, I'm seriously enjoying this. Now, give me a second, Tarif. I'm seriously enjoying this. I'm loving this. And this when y'all woke up this morning, you did not know that you all be here like this, because even I didn't know I was going to do the show at that time. I was thinking, should I do it at that time or should I come in later and do it? But once again, the planets lined up, the energies lined up, and we're really having a soul-enriching great time. And I really have to thank you all for, and we're not ending it now. I'm just saying this in the middle of it. I'm going to throw my little commercial break also. But I have to really say that, hey, Black folks, we got something special about us, y'all. We can't let the anger that we have righteously take us away from the love that we have for each other. Just like the troll that tried to come into the room and disrupt the conversation earlier, they will always do that because they know what we have is not what they have. This is why they have to hijack our culture. This is why they have to go and take our music and take our women and take everything about us and not want the world to know who we are, but they want to be known for our inventions and our culture, the way we cook our food. I'm in heaven. Mr. SCURV's kitchen is right over there. I get to eat some good food. My brothers and sisters are here in the chat room, and some are listening right now and on the call right now. I'm fueled up for the week. I'm ready for hell this week outside in the street, and I know how to dodge that too. So yeah. This is a doggy bag of hope that I'll be carrying, a doggy bag of love, a doggy bag of culture all week, because I can retreat to this conversation and go back in my subconscious mind. Even the things we said, you all can go back to the YouTube video and listen to this again and bring what it is in your experiences from the past and name drop. And just like, brother, when you said you would ride the bike and it'd be a bunch of you and you go far away, I identified because I did the same thing. And so you took me back there. And so, like, even Johnson, right? Culture vultures. You can't allow these people to be a vulture to what we are on the inside. We got to bring it all. Just like, hey, somebody brought a piece of chicken. Another one brought a little bit of rice. Another one brought a little lemonade. Right. Some other person brought some greens, and then somebody made the sweet potato pie. We may not be rich or where we want to be right now ultimately, but you know what? We all have collectively that power. Verbally, cerebrally, spiritually, physically, mentally. Right now, we have the Black Wall Street going on. Right now, this is the spirit of the Black Wall Street. We don't need anybody for anything else.
Right.
Who wants to put on TV right now when a conversation like this is going on? Show me something, and it's not because it's my show with my name on it. No, I don't own the individual energies here, but you all know where I'm coming from. That's why you're here. That's why I respect and love you all so much. But there's nothing on TV right now that can whip the participation and the hangout, the good, clean fun. I'm back in the 70s right now. I don't know where you all are, but I have that feeling, that glowing feeling
the 45s, the 33s, the album covers, the posters, the Right-On magazines, the ice cream truck, Big Mama down the block, the cookouts, the music, the girls that you enjoyed as girls that you just wanted to look at. You wasn't even trying to touch a titty. To get a kiss or a hug stolen at the barbecue. Man, you felt like Superman. You see what I mean? That's right. On that note, let me just say one more thing. Subscribe to this channel, y'all. Just hit the subscribe button, because when I throw this show was totally unexpected. I didn't know what I was going to do today. I said, but do something maybe for 30 minutes. I don't know who's going to come out. So when we have things like this, I'll be back on tomorrow night, late after work. So subscribe. So when I have these shows like this, you all are hip to it. And download the Lancescurv app at the Google Play Store, the Amazon Store, and the App Store, the Apple Store. Go to Lancescurv.com. You'll see my artwork. You'll see the blogs that I write. You'll see all of these videos and everything, and the street videos that I do. And also, what's the other one, y'all? Help me out with it. Oh, like I said, subscribe to the channel. And if you have any stories that you want to get out there, any conversations that you want to have, or you find out something, even something that you may think is local, that don't ever say, oh, Lancescurv would never want to talk about that. If it's something of importance to you and you look like me, even beyond, send me a text, call, but send me a text 24/7, 407-924-8793. I'm a real person. I'm sitting here. You'll watch me eat some food. You didn't hear me go to the bathroom, but I did. I'm a real person. I'm home right now, and this is how we vibe. You know what I mean? We're up, we're down. We started the conversation one way. We made our points that way, and we flowed into other things. So I'm open for suggestions. I mean, it's got my name on it, but I can't do what I do if it's not for you all coming in here. And I love you all. I really love you all for that, because down here in Orlando, Florida, as a transplanted New Yorker, not because I'm not from here, but I'm lonely because of the times. And maybe if I was back in New York, I can find a few of the people that I had from back in the day. But you all give me that back in the day feeling. And I realize how universal we are as a people. And even though it's the same thing that we were brought here from Africa in slavery, for those who came here that way. But even if you didn't come here that way, you have been affected by that, because you can only go back so far in your family tree. But the bottom line is, we've got to understand and look at each other like family, treat our sisters with respect, treat our brothers with respect, and look at the might of our brother, and not look at him as an enemy, but realize, brother, you big and strong. I'm glad you're on the same team as I am. We get older, we're going to need our younger brothers. We're going to have to feed them, not just feed them food, but feed them on all levels, mental and spiritual that way. We got to be a source of information. There's somebody out there who never heard this platform that bears my name, but missed this kind of vibe. They're saying, damn, this is some good stuff, man. This is some good stuff. And it is. I want to do this every Sunday. May not be the same exact time, but I'm home on Sundays. Even if I say, man, I got to go cut the yard, I'm putting the show on, I'll walk away. Y'all have some fun. This is beautiful. And brother Tarif, hold tight. I want to talk to you after the show, but you can vibe. Everybody's having such a good time that I want to let it flow like that. But when we do your story, we will do it. Maybe we can do it tonight, later on. I have a little obligation to do later on, a little hustle run. When I come back, if you're up late, we can do it exclusively. We could do it live, and that way it is its own thing, and we can title it and I can tag it. So I'm not brushing you off, brother. I have all your information, your email address, and just for a minute to give everybody a brief on what it's all about. Tell us what your story is. 90 seconds, 2 minutes, and then we're going to go in on that on another recording.
Okay. I'm a VA whistleblower, and also I'm a targeted individual because I'm a whistleblower. So I used to work for the city, excuse me, not the city, but the VA in Houston, Michael E. DeBakey. I worked there for 2 years. Me and management wasn't seeing eye to eye, and they slowly started basically trying to run me out of there. But they found out that I knew that the water system was dirty. So you have vets that had surgeries would take showers with dirty water. They didn't even know it, but I knew. The ice machine, it didn't have a filter on it, it was getting straight dirty ice. The OR ice machine didn't have a filter on it. So the same ice you pack organs with was dirty. I know this. I saw the water, a 20-inch pipe coming in from the city of Houston, going to the VA, used to get impacted with mud, y'all. We have to go outside sometimes to jiggle it so it can go through the system, and then send the mud right through it. Because of that, now my life is in jeopardy. I'm being followed by the police. Sometimes, I kid you not, helicopters, city workers, big old dudes that like they released out of prison just to harass me. I'm not making this up. And the most craziest stuff you can think of was like they're trying to get me to react so they can take me down, throw me in a mental institution or prison or get me killed. I'm not making this up. Anybody want to speak to me about it? You can speak to me. And they're using our own people against me, activists against me, church people, all people you can name. Because you know why? They're afraid, and or they're getting paid a whole bunch of money. So that's the brief summary.
Thank you, Ben. And no, we're gonna do, and not to cut you, we're seriously gonna do a meet and greet. We have to do that. But and I'm gonna talk more about that in a second, case on 30. But yeah, Taref, now you see why I want to go in on it. I want to get every gory detail, I hate to say it that way, of your story so it can be put out there, because this is what we got to do, right? And name names as much as you can. As much as you want to share, I'm willing to share it. I have everything here. I could be sitting here eating dinner. It's not going to take any, this is my hobby. This is what I do, right? So, I mean, I got to work and stuff too, but when I'm home, it's no problem. So, I got all your information, and between tonight and maybe early tomorrow, we'll do it, because I'm known. I'm like I'll get up in the middle of the night to go pee. Come check one of the computers, like, yes, write the stuff out mine. I want to do a show. 30 minutes later, we got like 30 people on here listening. The chat room was full. So that's what I do. All right. Yeah, let me see this video that Kim just sent me. I think this is hooked up where it'll start playing. I don't know if it's something that we have to see, actually. And let me just see how this sounds right now. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. You know what? I'm going to cut that, because that music might be copywritten music on the intro, Kim, of that video. And I might cut out certain parts. If it's copywritten music, then YouTube will not let this video, this show, which will come up as a video, they'll block it from certain countries. They say, oh, you have some copywritten music, and they have the systems to be able to pick up if I play. That's why I don't play, like when we were talking about music, I don't really play the music that we were talking about, because they have it hooked up that if I put it on my video or play it now, because I have this piped in directly, their systems will pick up on it. If it's like over like 2 or 3 seconds, it'll pick up on it, and all of a sudden it's like, well, we can't allow this to be shown, and I want this conversation to be shown. But yeah, this Vontonio, you're suggesting that we do a meet and greet or case on 30. I would love that. I would love that. I'd love to set something up. Let's project that. I'll travel too, y'all. I mean, if it's like, if everybody's in New York, I'll have to come there. If everybody, let's average out who to make it easier on people. And then maybe it may be a thing of timing, or for some people, maybe some money or something. Even if it's that, it's like, listen, Lancescurv, I want to come, but I'm broke. Well, maybe we all can collectively pool some money for those who want to come, or who are like further away, way out in California. I'm pretty sure this might be an East Coast kind of thing, right? So we'll do it that way. Maybe we can fly some people in or bus some people in and do it that way. I have strong connections in the hotel industry where I can get some steep discounts, right? Real steep discounts. Let's set something up. And then we can have a weekend where we hang out and laugh and talk, and then we'll live stream that. Not the whole thing, because you want to hang, but we can live stream that. Florida is cool. I'm here in Florida. I'm not saying because I'm here. Like I said, I'm willing to travel if you want to do it somewhere else. But Florida would be nice, because we have the conventions here and have all this other stuff here. It's easier. Y'all can come by. We can sit up in the studio here and hang. You know what I mean? We could do it that way. But I can also hook up the hotel stuff. So everybody, just let me know what you want to do. Even those who listen to this program afterward as a video, let me know, and we'll really have a good time. Maybe we could rent a bus. I drive the bus, right? I'll drive you all around. We'll have some fun. So we can really cut some corners. Maybe we can like go en masse to a hotel, which we're already going to get certain discounts, and say, hey, we put together this money. Let's do it this way. Maybe it could be a cruise. I don't know. Maybe you don't want to do it that way. Let's see how you all feel. It's not my decision, y'all. Let's average it out. So send me the information, what you would prefer, where you would prefer it to be, if there's any obstacles that you have in attending something like this, what the obstacles may be. Don't be ashamed, y'all. If it's a little money, things are tight, that's no problem. Maybe we can collectively say, let's have a blind pool, and I'll say it. Let's put in so much, and we'll get this person to come and that person to come, because this is family here. You know what I mean? What's a few bucks? I have no problem with that. And I'm not going to say, well, you know, we have to put in there. I ain't going to say nothing. Listen, y'all tell me some things personally, and you have not heard it out here. Even some of y'all who have turned on me, cuss me out, smear my name. I don't get down like that. Whatever it is, it is. You know, I'm ranting. Everybody else got quiet. I don't want to stop the flow of the conversation now. Y'all still with me?
Yeah, we're just listening. I'm just taking it in, man.
Oh, okay. No, but that's what it's all about, man.
I'm a firm believer in listening. So when you got the flow, you got the flow, bro.
Oh, okay. No, I'm the same way. Well, I'm listening. I'm eating too. You know. but yeah, no, that's what it's all about. If we can make something happen like that, it doesn't have to be a big grand whatever where there's 5,000 people. That's nice and everything. That's a heck of a. They'll be really watching me. He's starting a movement. He's something he's doing at Lancescurv. We have to watch him. You know, no, that would be nice. I don't care if it's like 5 people, 10 people, whatever. Yeah, come to Florida and we'll make Miss Scurv cook the food. Then you get some of Miss Scurv's kitchen food. Serious. There's places that we can get a hold of that I know I can get a hold of damn near for free. And we'll lay it out and we'll, you know, have it all out there. Boom. And we have the food straight up catered, some good stuff. Y'all want to relocate after that. Let me check the jobs in Florida. I've got to move down near that food. Natural crack in the food. That's why I got so much energy. No, I'm not I'm not playing. I don't do no crack or no drugs. I just said that. But yeah, that would be wonderful because we got the beaches and stuff. Now, you know, certain parts of Orlando are whack and it's an illusion. I understand that, but we'll bring the soul. This will just be the backdrop. And trust and believe, y'all are down here, the energy would not stop. Trust me. I rent a van or something. We're driving around here. It's like, this guy's like this in real life. Yes, I am. Y'all don't know the half of it. Most of the time when I do these shows is after driving 10.5 hours a day. You know what I mean? And I was tired yesterday and last night. I was like Trevor Burbick after he fought Mike Tyson. I got up, went back down and slept. Got up again, fell back down again. I was all over the place. But every now and then I'll get like that because I do demand a lot of myself. And it is grueling. It is cerebral. There are times when my mind keeps going and it cannot stop. That's the other side of what people don't know. You're doing the editing, and I started doing some editing and stuff right now while I talk. I check the chat room and stuff.
That's what happens, man, when you think like that. I mean, when you have a creative mind, I'm telling you, you're up all times of the night. You don't sleep. It does that to you.
Yeah.
Anybody that they'll tell you, man, when you are a deep thinker, or a person that's got a million ideas that you want to get out there on wax, on paper, on the TV, on the screen, in a book, whatever. I tell you what, you find yourself awakened at many times, and it's no specific time. So you are exhausted and drained through that. I'm telling you, it's something else.
You're so right.
Right.
You're so right. And there's a flip side to it too. I mean, you know, sometimes I can't go to sleep. My mind is so wound up. And it's good, but there are a couple times when I've had to call out of work because I couldn't sleep. There have been times when 2 days have gone by and I haven't slept and I'm wired. Yes, wow. But yes. There's nothing wrong with me, but I'm so inspired. And like I said, I've become that energy conversion machine that when I see negativity, I take it and convert it into something else, and it inspires me. Positive stuff flows right through me in a good way. I don't have to convert that, but I'm very sensitive also. And what happens in the world really bothers me. It's like when Michael Jackson, you know, you saw how sensitive he was, and there was a time in our growing up we said, "Oh, he's a little soft, he's a little sissy." He was sensitive.
Yeah,
he was an empath. Well, I might be a tough-looking empath where I feel the things that are around me. And I feel people's pain. And there are people who listen, that call me, or we text, or we message, and they share some really sensitive things with me, man. And I really have to say that I appreciate the transparency of many people who and it's for them that I may say certain things, or Like our brother who just called in now, and he wants to do the show about what he's going through. And we're going to do that within 24 hours. It might be tonight, later on. It might be early tomorrow, might be tomorrow. I don't know, but y'all know, but within 2 days, we're going to do it, brother. I guarantee it. And I'm going to be very busy the next 2 days, but we're going to do that bad boy within. It's not going to be some old quick 15-minute thing. You'll be talking and you'll run out of stuff to say, dang, I'm still on this thing, because I want people to really go in on their experiences. We used to have long shows, maybe not as long as this, on TV, and long radio programs. I remember, and I know you probably remember David Susskind. Now, he was a white guy, right? But on Sundays, I know late at night on Sundays, he would have it was a TV show, might have been like 3-4 hours long. And it was just him, no fancy effects, just him sitting in the middle of a semicircle of guests. And he had some weird guests. I remember one night he had guys who purchased prostitutes and, porn stars. And I'm like, what the heck? And you'll be laid up at night watching this stuff. And you're like, wow, this is some old underground stuff. And people watched it. It was very popular. I'm going to Google it. You must remember, you laughing, right? But,
busted porn stars.
Yeah, for real. You know what I mean? People with eating disorders and whatnot, and their guts were hanging down by their knee. And, what is it like? How do you smother your partner when you're 69? Just he would ask all kind of questions. Like, he said that on TV, but but we had like, you went in depth. Now it's just touch and go, and it's associated with a product. And if the show is popular, the sponsors want to get their commercials in, and it wasn't about that then. The content. I want to go out on the street. Maybe, like I said, I got something to do. I got my camera fully charged. Maybe I'll catch something before, I go in and do what I have to do. I ain't talking about a venereal disease. I'm talking about some footage. Maybe I'll go out and catch something good and upload it later and put it up tomorrow or something like that. Perpetual. I like that. And like Kim just sent me a video. If you see a video of something that you want to discuss that we can play on the show, I got the gadgetry here. Let's do it. And I'll set it up and title it. Just make sure to be there, and we'll talk about it. This is what we need to do. I don't care where you are. You can be in Czechoslovakia. As long as you got a phone line, we can do it. Skype, we can do it. I got all the connections here. Justify my hard work. I love it. I worked hard and sacrificed a whole lot. Y'all know I love to eat sushi. All you can eat. A couple weeks, I'm like, I can't get that this week. I got to save and get this gadget and that gadget and whatever. So I'm here, y'all, so utilize it. Because we damn sure not going to get it in the mainstream media.
Of course not.
That's right. That's right. Wow, I can't believe it, y'all. It's 9 o'clock. And I'm hyped. Y'all get me hyped. Like, y'all have me hyped. I'm not even trying to end it, but I'm just saying 3:30 for 5.5 hours. I've done almost 8-hour shows and stuff, but God dog, I'm loving this. When this uploads, what the hell were they talking about? And the funny part is, we started out one way and it has a title, and I'm gonna keep it that way. But they're gonna jump from one part to the next. Porn magazines, Newark, New Jersey, trolls, tainted water in Louisiana. You don't know what it is. You know what I mean? But what I'm gonna ask everybody: any conversation you see, any video you see, you may not always agree with it, but share it. I need your fingers, y'all. Just click the button and share it to the people on your Facebook page, if you can do that, because I do know that there's many people who, you come to the show, but Lance, I really can't share this because I have a really uptight church crowd and they wouldn't, you're a little off the cuff. So I understand that. You know what I mean? I understand that. Malcolm X had a lot of buddies, but he couldn't be seen with some of them, because he understood, and so some of the things we talk about, I understand that you can't always share, but there's something that you can share because that brings more people in. And it's not like I'm charging admission. It's not like, okay, I got $10 for this one, I got $10 for that one. I'm just here. It makes for a better conversation. And the unexpected calls that come in. That's what really makes it nice. When you have someone new come in, or some of the good old people that have always called in, they call in or they come to the chat room and they add something to the conversation. That's the beautiful part of it, and just driving those numbers up,
right.
I'm not trying to sell you no weave. I ain't trying to sell you no booty. I ain't trying to sell you no used car that can't run. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to bum nothing off you, sell you some 10 karat gold or nothing like that.
Right.
I do have these mugs though. You go to Lancescurv.com and check that out. It's only just going to help with the bills on this side. But yeah, don't let me hijack it like that, man. Keep up with the flow for a little while longer.
No, like I said,
you made mention, that's a nice cup too. You made mention of your title, of the show, but yet it's like I'll take piece of it, like it says like the one white man's take on blacks being oppressed in America, but yet what we've been sharing is like part of our oppression, but whatever we've been oppressed about, we've pretty much been sharing the opposite of that,
Yes.
And,
even though we started off with it, we broke it into something different.
Yeah. And that's the beautiful part about it. You'll look at a lot of the titles and folks will say, man, you talked about this for 5 hours or 6 hours. You gotta understand the style. Sometimes we do, sometimes we leave it and come back. Sometimes we put a solid hour in, hour and a half, or an intense 30 minutes or 45 minutes. Let's just talk about that as the starting point. But if you listen later on into the program, the conversation goes somewhere else. And I'm cool with that. That makes it even sweeter. You go to get one thing and you come back with something else. That's a beautiful thing.
You know what? Even in that, like sharing different experiences.
Yes.
Like I had one, like I said, back growing up, but around about in 2001, the current job I have now, I started in August, so next month be about 15 years. But I started back in 2001, and then on the flip side, I worked the paper route in the morning. I think it was USA Today, and then in the afternoon, I had after my full-time job, I had like a little 2-hour working in at a trucking center, and I had like 3 jobs during that shorter period of time, because back then you needed to put money on the table. Your wife wasn't working then because she had left, because we had like a baby sitter back in the day when my son became 3 years old. She wanted to going back to Atlanta to start her life, and now we had to figure out who was going to stay home with the kids,
That's right.
And I decided to stay home because I was ready to leave my other job, and I was on the outs anyway. After they went through the merger, pretty much, a couple of years earlier, felt like I was in prison, and working there, felt like everybody was like moving through the corporate halls and warehouse like robots. I said, I'm not used to this, so I had to get out of there and wind up being the one home. My wife's working in New York. Then eventually I wound up getting hired and getting 3 jobs. I think about it now, but like you were saying, Lance, the energy that you have,
Right.
I don't know how I made it back then. But what happened was, as I was doing my paper route, and this is like you had.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
You had the September 11th tragedy that happened, and you had the airline that flew out of Newark that crashed into Pennsylvania, and then you had the 2 airlines that went to New York and one went to Washington. But to make a long story short, that particular morning, when all that stuff was about to happen, and none of us had no idea what happened. And my last stop, because I had the paper route, and my last stop was at that particular hotel in Newark. I think it was a Marriott, Newark Airport Marriott. And I remember, dropping my papers on each floor, and that was my last route. Then I went home, prepared, went to my full-time job, and then after that, my other part-time. And that particular morning, I wound up doing like I normally did, and wound up dropping the papers out. Now, once in a while, you see, I get there like maybe 4:45, 5 o'clock in the morning. And once in a while, you see people checking out. So you have people that speak to you in the morning, whatever, and different locations, and they actually tell you that they was like, of course, they wasn't from around here or anything like that. So this particular morning, dropped my papers off like I normally did. and it had like a young man that came out of the room as I was dropping the papers, and all of a sudden I felt strange when he walked by. And as I was dropping my papers down, you know, I kind of like saw him at the corner of my eye as I dropped the papers down, but he looked at me before he got on the elevator. Mm-hmm. I said, "What's strange about that?" Then I continued to move, you know, drop my papers. It was no big deal. And lo and behold, got to work to my job, my full-time job, and that's when the situation in New York happened with the 2 buildings crash. Back then, for us, we used to have airlines used to fly over the field where we was at they had a particular route, you know. But that particular day, they had the planes off calls out of the skies or whatever. It felt you had an eerie type feeling because you was used to hearing planes flying over the field and everything like that. Mm-hmm. But you heard none. Everything was real quiet. And then you heard about what happened with the Trade Center, and then eventually the one in Washington, then eventually the one in Jersey. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it was a big deal, you know, and everybody went throughout that day feeling shocked what happened. Flying up the next day, do my paper route as usual. Found out I couldn't get into the airport because they had blocked it off. So I'm like, well, okay, what's going on? Mm-hmm. So I wanted to call my supervisor and saying, look, you know, I got all these papers here and I can't get in the airport because the guy blocked off. He said, you know, just take them home and recycle them. So I'm recycling stacks of, you know, freshly paper, you know. So mm-hmm. I thought that was a total waste. And wind up going to my other job in the afternoon. So one of the guys that I work with wound up showing the Star Ledger paper. So they wound up showing all 19 hijackers, you know. I wound up looking at the picture and all the faces that was in the, like the 19. Then I pointed out, I said, you know what? I've seen that young guy. You know, I've seen him on the floor that I was getting the papers off. Because he, out of all of them that looked into the photo, they had their face straight forward. He always looked to the side because he was like withdrawn. He seemed like he was the youngest kid anyway. Mm-hmm. I told the CEO because he happened to be down there, and he was looking through the paper too. And I like wound up telling him that, you know what, I've seen that particular individual mm-hmm. that morning. Then, you know, he said, well, once you go to the authorities on it, I said, you know what, what's done is done. I said, you know, it's not going to make much of a difference. You know, I said, you know, and found out that there was another individual with him, and he stayed on the bottom floor. Now, those are the floors that I heard that was blocked that I couldn't even get up to. Mm-hmm. And then things started to be confirmed that he was like one of the hijackers that went out into the Pennsylvania, crashed the plane in Pennsylvania, but he was like one of the two. The other one stayed at the bottom floor. It was obvious they didn't want to stay together because that was probably, I guess, blew a cover or whatever, you know. But I kind of like reflect back, and I thought about it. I said, you know what? The reason why he looked at me before he got on the elevator, he thought I was some type of agent or whatever. But my mentality was, you know, I'm just there dropping papers. I'm trying to get back home so I can get ready to go to work, you know. Uh-huh. And so I always think about big situations that you always go through in your life, you know, because I looked at it where that, you know, I said, look at this history right there, and had no idea that you walked right by one of the, you know, hijackers and realizing that he's thinking that you're some agent and you just mind your business. And then all that had to come back to me. And then I wound up with a friend. I said, he was like saying, he said, good thing he didn't shoot you. Now I said, shoot. I said, why you gonna do that? Because for one, I didn't know who he was. I know in my spirit, mm-hmm. I felt, if he felt whatever reason, you know, I just didn't feel comfortable. I kind of like looked at them in the crack of my, you know, at the at an angle at him, and he kind of like peeked at me before he got in the elevator. Mm-hmm. But I said it didn't make no sense of him trying to do anything to me because I didn't know who he was, and plus that would have blew his cover, right? You know, so it didn't make sense for him to try anything stupid, you know, because that would have blew their cover. Mm-hmm. Realizing that later on they them two got onto the flight and crashed the plane in Pennsylvania. And then on top of that, my wife wound up telling me that her niece down in Atlanta, she used to be a airline stewardess for one of the airlines. She said she supposed to have been on one of the planes that was, I think the one from New York.
Wow.
I think one of the two planes that crashed in New York, she supposed to have been on one of the flights, but for some reason, she just didn't happen to go on that particular day. Somebody substituted or whatever. Something happened where she wasn't on that plane. So it lets me know, like, even though you live in this big, huge world, you know, things are more close to you than you actually realize. You know, in many cases, you don't even know who you're passing by, who you've seen and might not never see again, but might hear about them years down the road. So it lets you know, like, in this big world that, you know, that you live in, it can be small that much quick at a blink of an eye, you know. And for me, I don't boast about, you know, telling a story like that because I don't make no big deal out of it. I mean, it ain't nothing like
those things need to be shared, you know.
Right. But for me, I kind of like, you know, I don't make it a big deal because I don't want that type of quote unquote attention because I'm not a person that wants attention, you know. But for me to share that a lot, you know, it's like part of a relief and a healing in the same token because of what happened in New York and what's happening in our world today because of one of those type of things that set that off in particular. It's like you're part of history, to a certain degree, but you're just an ordinary quote unquote Joe. But even on top of that, I wind up, my cousin wound up marrying a individual. He does his own business, been doing it for the last few years. He does his business so well, he gets around a whole lot that he wound up being presented the flag that was, I think he said, on top of the World Trade Center, the flag, and he wound up being presented that particular flag, you know, because many cases he shared that along with his other accomplishments. But, you know, I mean, I said, look at here, you know, my cousin married somebody, and then they wound up getting a flag that was on top of the World Trade Center, you know, presented to him. I guess some type of reward from government or whatever. But, you know, once again, it lets you know how you live in this big, huge world, but yet it can be that small, that quick, you know. And that's like one of the things I wanted to share with the people. Not saying that, hey, you know, I charge this and that, you know, but letting you know, like, you know, you're being open with the people and you share certain things, different life experiences. You know, you had your fun times and you had your sad times, you know, but you have to share that piece of history.
That's right.
You know,
but we had
what I experienced. It wasn't like something that I was looking forward to because it was like something that just happened and you just happened to be there during that particular time. But at times it just makes you wonder, you know. And even though I don't have all the answers for that in particular, but it lets you know, like, hey, these things are real, you know. And I just wanted to share that part because you talking about being open and so forth and so on. But that's like part of your life, part of your history, you know. Like I was saying, growing up in the turbulent 60s, I had no idea, you know, what was going on around me, you know. And then you grow through the 70s, you enjoying your childhood memories and things like that, and into the 80s. Then into the 90s, you're getting adulthood and so forth and so on. Then you pass this in 2001 and beyond, and where I'm at even now, you know. So it allows me to be humble, as well as have a proper perspective of life in its wholeness, you know. And I guess that's why at times I always stay up and study scriptures, and I get it from a different perspective. Like I said, I've been through the Christianity part, and Christianity let me down, you know. So I'm on a different realm. When I study God's word now, I'm on a different type of realm of how I study God's word. So when anybody preach God's word and talk about God's word, whatever, you know, by you explaining and talking about the word, I'll know if you're telling the truth or not.
It'll resonate.
I study the word long, you know, to a point like Brother Nance was like saying, you know, you have this energy where that you get few hours sleep. And at times, you know, you get maybe 5 hours sleep. Next, you know, you waking up early, even though you went to bed late. In many cases, I study from, because it's like the Most High opened up my eyes on certain things. It's like I was like studying from morning to night, and you didn't even notice it because you was busy, quote unquote, eating. Back in the day, we used to like saying, eating your spiritual food. Did you eat today? Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was eating all day and didn't realize, because this new information I was coming across, as well as the Most High opened up my eyes, knowing that growing up, seeking truth, always desiring truth. Of course, you fell into your ways of doing your own things. That's part of growing up, but always was seeking truth. Thought you found it in Christianity, found out that it disappointed you and disappointed your people. And then, like you were saying about the Jake situation, you know, and the Creflo Dollar and all that, you know, I was like telling one brother, I said, man, the information that I know now, I can challenge any preacher, you know, to explain not John 3:16, which everybody hears about. And then if you want to get that deep in it, when Jesus said, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, he wasn't talking about the world per se. He was talking about his people that was in the world, that was spread to the four corners of the earth. That's who Jesus was coming for. But I challenge any preacher, you know, explain to me Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 68, that when he said that when Moses was prophesying that we should be taken into Egypt again, Egypt meaning the world system again, but this time by ships. If any minister can explain that with a clear conscience, then I know we can talk.
Yeah.
But if he can't explain that and beat around the bush, then I know he's a fraud, even though he's preaching in the pulpit. I grew up back in the day, you know, that we had our own Bible study group as young people. You know, we had no elder person over us. We had a brother that, you know, that was maybe a year or two older than us, and we used to have Bible study in the backyard. If not, when he got his apartment, we used to have in his apartment. We got called out. In many cases, we challenged the powers that be, that the scripture says this, but why are you doing this? You know, and we went in different type of churches and always challenged folks, not to challenge them to start trouble, but because how we desire to live through God's word, we was causing trouble. So we was stirring the pot too hot. You know, keep it cold, keep it lukewarm, but we was stirring the pot too hot. So we was like, in a sense, troublemakers. It was like one minister I remember real quick, and I'm just going to cut myself. And I remember one time, you know, I remember back in the day, I started learning how to drive, and I got me a car, got like a little 4-door Dodge Omni, you know, and he used to take us back and forth to different church functions, because we did the street witnessing, we did the ministry to the convalescent homes, we went to different churches, put on plays, and we sung and all that, you know, we did different activities as young people, you know. So one time we had a concert or something, and we wound up doing shuttle runs because everybody didn't have a car. So my car only fit about 5 people in it. So I had to do a shuttle run back and forth. But in doing the shuttle run, God was faithful to us because we was faithful to him. He wound up blessing saints with other cars. So now we pull into churches now, not those brand new shiny cars, but something to get us to and fro. So now we pull into church, you know, and all of a sudden you have a youth minister. I'll never forget it. And then instead of saying, here come the saints or whatever, we get this mentality of, here comes he put a financial twist to it, you know, the capitalist. That's what he calls it, the capitalist. You know, because God had blessed us with vehicles to get around in, not to show off in, because like I said, you know, it was used cars. You know, we didn't make no big deal out. We used it to get to different church functions. Many of us at that time was working then, so we had to use it to work. But yet to hear a minister of the quote-unquote gospel say, here comes the capitalist. Me being young, I ain't know what capitalist was. I mean, why he called us that? You know, capitalist. Why he called us that? And then realizing that in his mind, because we was that because we had cars, we was more materialistic than anything. So I just want to say this, that, you know, Christianity just pretty much let me down, not to get focused on a quote unquote religion, but that's all it is, a religion, instead of a relationship with the Most High. But I always challenge ministers, you know, if you can explain to me Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68, who was Moses talking about when he said they should be taken again to Egypt, this time by ships? The only people I know that went to ships was us. Now, if anybody else can explain who else besides us as a people that went to ships, I would like to know. But
I would like to know too. That's a good one.
But when we read the scriptures, the scriptures talks about us.
That's right.
You know, so all this that comes back to us while we're so talented, even in our oppression. Notice how the title the brother had, you know, blacks being oppressed in America. Even though in our oppression, we can still build. Like I was saying earlier, you know, it was somewhere in the Old Testament where the Most High told his people, even though, once again, you're in captivity, you still get married, still build homes, still raise a family, still plant vineyards, even though you're in captivity. And this is what we're doing now. Even though we are in captivity, we know we're in captivity. When I can go down and do a job for a coworker at work, and she can tell me that her husband can't come back late at night on a route to go home. You can have like at times they say slave patrols, but I like to call them the centurions, you know, Roman centurions, because we're still up on the Roman system. And the police officers ain't nothing but centurions. The centurions back in the day, they in Jesus' time they act the same way. To the point that they slapped Christ. But Christ made a distinct answer to what's that, to the king, and the centurion smacked him in the mouth and don't answer him that way. And the police do the same thing, you know.
You ain't lying.
And I just want to leave it at that. You know, I just want to leave it at that. Maybe there was something that's in me that had to get out of me, but I just want to leave it.
This is the place for it, brother.
That's one thing.
And I appreciate it.
Right. That's the one thing about me. That's the one thing you're going to learn about me, and that's the thing I learned. When you desire to walk in truth, you're not going to have a lot of friends.
Right.
Yeah,
the
mindset is that truth is scary, man. It's scary.
Right. And the mindset is that you have to prepare as if you won't have any friends.
Exactly.
Like being a boxer or a runner or whatever, you got to be prepared for the long haul. Regardless of everybody else don't make it, you got to be prepared. And
that's right.
If you are prepared properly, you're going to meet others that's prepared properly along with you. Then those are the ones that you're able to hook up with. Everybody, like old minister said, you know, everybody talking about heaven ain't going, but they don't have the mindset to get there.
Exactly.
But the mindset is to prepare right now. Like Malcolm X said back in the day, you know, he said the future belongs to those that prepare for it. You don't prepare for it, the future ain't yours.
And not only that, but there's a joy to being obedient to divine law. The more you become conscious and the more you understand what it will take, you know, the word discipline scares people, but discipline is joy. Discipline is heaven. Right. Discipline and being aligned with creation and your creator and the universe and the system. It's heaven. Everything is synchronized then. You're connected. And I've had days where I notice street lights when I'm driving the bus and you'll see the light green and it turns red and you know, well, I'm going to sit here for 90 seconds. But when I get there, it opens up again. Right. When you're synchronized and you know it, you chuckle to yourself that you're even above all things man-made. You don't worry about anything. Sometimes I've walked away and forgot my lunch, packed my bag and left the bag in the car and went. And on certain bus routes, There are no restaurants that serve the kind of food that I eat. I don't worry about it.
Right.
Here comes some old lady that rode my bus 2 weeks before that I did a favor for and said, driver, I was thinking about you. I brought you these fruits. I brought you, and I know you don't eat everything. I'm like, look at that. I don't worry. I show concern.
Right.
I don't worry, because when you're disciplined, when you follow divine law, and like you can follow it better other times than others. We're not perfect. We do go over that double yellow line sometime. It doesn't always mean we're going to have a head-on collision, So
right.
The older you get, more mature you get. We're still ourselves. We were just talking about back in the day, weren't we? We were having fun and everything. We still are. But I know that you don't have to worry about a thing as long as you do what that internal spiritual GPS system tells you to do. You know when you're on point. You know when you're right. No matter what the world does around you or what your friends say around you that may be off, or those little negative voices that try to come at you, you have that thing inside you that resonates, and it gets stronger and stronger. Don't turn your back on that. Whatever you want to call it, whatever religion you're into, whatever it is, it's a divine voice. Last night, good example. Me and Mrs. SCURV were coming from, I forgot where, we hit multiple places, but I was a little tired. We're heading in. We're about maybe 5 miles away from the house. And where we were, I usually take a certain set of streets to get here, right? I made a right turn, and something told me, don't go down there. I didn't actually hear a voice. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. For some people, they do. There are times I have.
Right.
Yes, SCURV has heard voices. I ain't crazy. But I didn't, it was something inside of me that I heard. Don't go down there.
Right.
Now, I don't know what happened. I don't know if anything happened. I don't know if I did go down there, something would happen. Maybe there was a bullet that was flying through the sky that I would have been at that point and caught it in the head. But I heeded that voice. It was very strong. And so when I turned and hooked a U-turn, Mrs. SCURV said, where are you going? I said, I heard that voice. We're going to take the other way home. She, okay. She knows how I am. See? That's you have to follow that. Now, some people hear all kinds of things and they let everything in. When you're walking with, and many people would say the Holy Spirit, or you're connected, or you're in the zone, or your third eye is open, whatever you call it. Like right now, after this conversation, look, I'm home. It's quiet. Mrs. SCURV has some things to do today. I'm home alone. I'm here. It's a monk-like existence for me. I am so high right now. When I go into work tomorrow, I'm high. I'll be able to damn near read somebody's mind. And I want to keep that, because that's what being in line brings to you, to get away and detach from the outside world. I did not know when I fired this conversation up that we've been on so far, like 6 hours? Beautiful. I don't feel it. It's like I've been here for 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Because this is what was supposed to happen today. This is what was in line for today. And I roll with it and accept it. Kim Collins did her laundry, and she's ironing, and she did her chores and everything like that. We kept her company.
Right.
She's going to be hearing us tomorrow when she goes about a day, if she goes to work or whatever it may be. All of us, we shared this. This kept us from probably doing things maybe we shouldn't have done, or thinking things we shouldn't have thought. I don't know. It's something different for everybody. But whatever it is, when you follow that divine thing and you're in line, everything opens up for you. You could be speeding 90 miles an hour toward a brick wall. I wouldn't suggest doing that. But if you're truly in your destiny, that wall is going to open up. You see what I mean? That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I was actually, when he was talking, right? And I'm looking, and I'm just, you guys tell me what y'all think, right? And just as he was talking about the Bible and the scripture and things like that, and the people, us being brought over as he sees it, and I was following him 100%, right? And then I got to thinking, just out of nowhere, because no matter what they do, they try to keep the knowledge from us, which keeps us divided. Let me set up. Keeps us divided, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they always have this way to try to divide the black man and the black woman. For example, have y'all been noticing every TV show, right, that's popular, right? every commercial, right? Have y'all noticed, or is it just me? I'll give me y'all take on this one.
I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead and say it.
Have you noticed every sister got a white
man? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
That's the only way. That's the only way that they seem to show her successful, right? And if she is with a white dude, she's his mistress or his whole, or somebody not productive, right? And then look at the commercials, right? And you got the black woman in a car with the white dude swooning over him. He's driving her in a really nice, fancy car. He's at the beach with her. He's at different locations, various locations with her. And when they have the black guy in the picture with that group of people, the black guy is on the far opposite end of the sister. The white dude is next to her, and another white girl on the opposite side of him. So in other words, it's like making the black guy look thirsty, and it's like trying to tell the black woman, "Hey, look, sister, y'all can't be successful without us. With him, you're not going to be successful.
The white man's is a savior. Yeah,
you're going to be successful. Right. I'm your savior. Get it through your head." And it's, to me, it's a bit spooky in the fact that I don't say all sisters. I'm not going to say all sisters, but some of them buy into that propaganda. And again, love my sister. I wouldn't trade a black woman for nothing in the world. Love my sister. Yes. But I get concerned when I have some of my boys tell me, how it is when we lose our job. And say you working, your sister working, and y'all both working in the household, right? Right. And then you lose your job. Because you know how they like to let go. You know how to let us go. They love to let us go quick. There ain't even a question about it, right? So now you're looking for another job, and you busting your butt trying to find that job, right? But your sister still got her job. Now, somehow she's not understanding, baby. There is a high turnover rate for black men in the job market, right? We have the highest points of unemployment in the system right now, okay? Mm-hmm. Understand what they're doing to us. They're trying to keep us divided, okay? Don't let them sidetrack you, because when you come at me, I'm already hurting because I'm not out there making my money as a man. Right. Yeah, I need you to stand by me. Understand, it's going to get better. This is a test for me and you. Please do not fail this simple A, B, C test. This test is too easy for you to fail. Because think about it, baby. Flip it around. Say you lose your job, and I'm working. I won't blink because you're my woman. And I'm going to take care of things. I'm going to take care of the household. I won't blink. I'm not going to worry about that, because you know why? We're in this together. We're not separate in this. We can't allow them to separate us and make us feel that way. But when you come at your man like that, 100 miles an hour, and not give him a break, you're trying to take his manhood has already been taken. Because if you're conscious, you know how we are. You know that they got a system set up to break you down and break up the family and the household. And they know how to do that. Mm-hmm. They're going to get that sister. Sister don't understand. They're going to give you that job before they get that black man that job. Yep. Trust me. Because what they'll do is they can't unemploy both of them, because that's too obvious. Now you got a serious lawsuit and a serious issue on your hands, because they can't do that to both of them. But they're going to give it to one of them. They're going to choose the sister over the black man, because like you said earlier about the laws that were passed in '69 about the welfare, and if you don't have it, you can't have a man in the house. So you can get a sister, but you can't get a sister if you got a black man in the house. Basically, what they were saying. So we have to be so careful with this divide and conquer mentality. And I try to talk to my sisters about it, because my sisters may be hard on their when they were married on their husbands. Sometimes I said, sisters, y'all gonna lose your good man, okay? It's just a matter of time for that brother to find a job, because when he loves you, he gonna make stuff happen. He's just on his back right now. A good man gonna make he gonna make a way. But you got to understand, he's probably angry as all get up. He just got fired from a good job, and he didn't do anything wrong. He probably stood up for himself. He probably wasn't going to coon for the white ball. Mm-hmm. Whatever happened, he wasn't having it, and they let him go. Or he just got fired because, hey, we don't want him here, right? So if you work it, I understand what moms might be saying, but you got to look at it from his point of view. This is tough. His manhood has been taken from him. Mm-hmm. He don't need you beating him up. You just maintain that boat, okay? If unemployment is coming in, there's still income coming in, you're not really missing a beat. But don't listen to your girlfriends who don't have a man tell you how to keep your black man. You can't let them tell you how to keep your man, because she would gladly take your man and bring that brother up with her, and not have you sitting there looking stupid going, well, you said you didn't want him, you was nagging. Now I got him. I tricked you out of your man. But I'm just curious. you know, when I was watching, every time I see a commercial, they got sisters on those TV shows, on those commercials, and it's just ridiculous. The brother never really has a woman in any of the commercials. He's not driving a car. He's always either the passenger or he's some like a sidekick. He ain't got no ties to no woman in those. It's like, okay,
a nomad.
We know a lot of white women love black men. They love black men. We know that. Most women in the world love black men. They can sit there in front and say that they don't. But out of all the men on the planet, most women gravitate towards that masculine energy the black man puts out. It's just fact. We've seen it. I've experienced it, and we see it, right?
Yep.
Why are you trying to advertise? Why are you trying to advertise yourself to black women as, hey, look at me, hear me roar? No, sister, you ain't never heard a man roar like a confident black man that got your back.
That's
when
right.
you hear him roar, the heavens shake because he got you. And y'all, and there ain't no connection like that. Black man and black woman is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. When I see them together out jogging and running together, sitting down and talking and speaking to other black folks and confirming that unity, man, and that strength and that power. When I see these commercials and I see these TV shows, scandal,
right? But brother, but brother, even on the flip side of that, because of that, even on the flip side, even for us as men, you look at once again, it's like beating the old hat now. I mean, you look at our athletes and entertainers. I wound up going through the computer, Googling it up, and I didn't realize how many entertainers specifically had really married Caucasian women. I mean, I'll figure maybe a handful.
Yeah.
On down the list, I said, man, that's too many. And then on the flip side, you got the athletes that's married, you know, the Caucasian woman. But like my man, Mr. Umar Johnson was explaining, which is so true, and a few others, Boyce Watkins, a few others said the same thing. You got this wealth. After you gone, it's not like the wealth is going back into the black community's hands. It's going to go back.
Right.
Michael
Jordan.
Michael Jordan. It's like Jordan, yeah. I don't know. Well, Jordan's like half our age, like about 50 something, but yet he married somebody I heard like in their 30s. Right. On the natural tip, a man don't normally outlive his wife. On the natural tip, he normally don't outlive his wife. So already he's $1 billion icon, and already his money is already set up to go to his quote unquote wife of now.
But he's a fool.
And what you think? And what you think you're gonna do with all the money that she gained? Where you think that's going? It's not going.
Going right back into the white community.
That's right.
Right. So
and that's what I don't understand. I don't understand. And again, that's why I say I love my sisters, and when I talk to my niece, I always tell her, look, you see a brother, right? And he's in high school and he's doing his thing, and he may not be the most popular cat in school. Speak to him. I ain't saying lay up with him because I ain't having that. I'm saying speak to him. I'm saying say hi to the brother. I'm saying give the brother some conversation. I say, hey, I'm gonna tell you why. I've never had a problem with sisters. I love sisters. I've never had a problem with women. So I don't. But I have seen sisters go after that cat that ain't worth nothing, or that job, or that athlete. But this other cat who's doing his thing and got bigger aspirations and gonna try to be something different. But I've seen a lot of sisters pass up on that brother, right? Mm-hmm. And I tell sisters, don't do that, because see, the funny thing about white girls, they will talk to you no matter what. And I'm looking going, I don't get that, sisters. I don't want this girl. I want you, right? Again, I've never had a problem with women, so I don't. But I've watched some of my boys go through it, and the white girls seem like they want to speak and they want to conversate, even if it's just to say hi. It ain't maybe that's what I try to keep the draws, but it's just speaking and saying hi. And if you listen to a lot of the athletes, they say when I didn't have nothing, the sisters didn't want to talk to me, but the white girls always did. See, that's a scary thing for me. And I think the best analogy I can use is this. Now, take it for example. You walk into, you $1 million brother, right? We all $1 million black men, right? We walk into a McDonald's, black girl sitting there, nice booty on her, black stomach, nice chest, attractive, right? She ain't got to have a brain in her head, right? A lot of times we'll get us an opportunity because she looks good. We don't know nothing about her. Mm-hmm. Now flip it. brother could be a nice looking brother, you know, well built, no gay stuff intended. Well built, got his thing going, got his own place, got his own car, maybe not the best. He ain't got that $1 million salary. But then walks this beautiful sister with this $1 million salary. She ain't gonna give that brother a second look. She may say nice looking, but she's not gonna give him a second look. She's gonna say he ain't on my salary level to make the same money that I'm making. So he's not somebody that I can see myself building with, right? But now you just missed out on a good brother. Right. You have just missed out on an opportunity of a good brother. And I tell people all the time, you know what? You might just have passed up on somebody decent. Okay? Right. Because again, give him that opportunity. You know, talk to him, see where his head's at. Because if he's respecting you and talking, you know, he got some sense, and if he's got dreams and aspirations, he ain't gonna ask you for nothing. But that ain't saying don't help the brother get on his feet if you see the potential in that brother. Give him an opportunity.
I once heard that even though, let's say, my wife is making $75,000 and I'm making $25,000, together that's $100,000. You wouldn't have $100,000. We wouldn't have $100,000 without my $25,000, right? Or I won't have $100,000 without her $75,000. So we learn how to put things together. That's the perspective we got to look at too. Let's put it together and see what we got.
Right. There you go. If
you take my $25,000 away, we won't have $100,000.
That's right.
So you got to learn how to have the mentality of both of us, of learning how to work together, as well as understand the system that we're under. Once again, going back to the spiritual component of it, that like the Most High was saying, even though you're in captivity, and I know you're in captivity, I'm gonna get you out of captivity. Right. Do this, do A, B, and C until I get you out.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Even though we're up under this Roman type government, that's our form of captivity. We still gotta go out here and make a living. We still gotta go out here and make it happen. That's the mentality that both of us have to have, not just one, but both. But if one chooses to have that mentality, you'll hope that the other would see that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is long as you watching the programming of society, and you know the game that goes on, one party or the other is going to get tricked, and that's where the frustration comes in at.
Exactly, because they always, man, once we get caught up in that mindset, and because I'm telling you, a white girl I've seen them do it. They try to do it to me. I've seen it, and it's weird, man. I've seen white women that have a lot of money. They'll roll up on me and be like, "Oh, you're nice looking." I'll be like, "Okay, cool. I will speak, be professional, be courteous as I can possibly be, but I just don't. Right. I don't date white girls. I'm not.
Right.
I don't hate. I love all women, but I love my sister. There's nothing better than a sister. She's paramount. She's paramount for me, because I can do. We can come home and have this conversation that I can't have with this white girl. But the sad thing about it is that white girl will see me with not a dime in my pocket and be like, "Hey, you know what? This might have some potential. Let's work on something. Let me help you get on your feet." Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's what scares me.
Right. My mentality, even with that, even though, you know, I'm married now, of course, but I've never dated, you know, the other race. Never had the desire to. But my mentality is over the things that I learned. You know, like I heard brothers like to say, you know, you better watch out for them. They might set your behind up. And I say, yeah, you got that right, because I heard the story where that, you know, she'll help you smoke your stuff up. But if she was get caught by the authorities, then she'll confess everything. Yeah, he got it here or whatever. I said, yeah, the one that helped you smoke up your stuff, now she's telling on you.
Right.
Yeah, your stash that.
So I implore to any sister, don't always shoot for that bad boy, that cat that got $1 million, that cat that does this and does that. Because if he loves his money more than he loves you, you still got a problem. You just got money coming in, but you're still gonna be spiritually dehydrated when he's done with you.
Spiritually dehydrated.
You're gonna be like, oh my God, what just happened? And again, you're gonna see that brother that you passed up on. That was a good brother. He's gonna have all his ducks in a row. He's gonna have everything lined up, and you're gonna be wishing, oh my God, why didn't I give him? Why did I make this guy the father of my kid? Why did I, don't pass up on, stop looking. Because to me, if you're a chick and you're looking for an entertainer, right, or an NFL player, or an NBA player, or a baseball player, if you're looking for those kind of guys, I'm telling you what you're looking for. You're looking for pain. Because they're on the road too much. They got women coming at them 24/7, always in shape, always looking nice. If you want some pain, keep going in that direction. And you got nobody to blame for that, because you're only as special to a man as how he feels about you. You can think you got the best stuff between your legs in the universe, right?
That's true.
But if he don't love you, you just got some good stuff between your legs. That's it.
But you know what though? If he loves you, the stuff that you got between your legs can get gray hairs on it, can dry up a little bit. Your body's going to change. You can have morning breath, but he still loves you. It goes beyond, and so many women don't understand it. They think, well, they think it. I'm really surprised. I'm not just coming down on my sisters, but some sisters, and too many of them. You hear the conversation that it's almost like it's just a sex thing. Like, okay, well, does your woman do this? Well, I can do this. And does she look like this? I look like that. That's just one thing, man. A lot of vehicles that you see on the road driving that are brand new and look good, test drive it, and it feels like crap, like an old truck. It don't ride right. You see, so it's not just about looks or what you can do in the bed. It's that connection. I love you all here. We're connected. And for some, this is the first time I'm talking to some of you guys here. And we have that connection. So there's a love deeper than just, oh man, you can tell me some war stories and that's it. With a woman and a man, when you really love that woman, I don't care how many badass chicks come at you, or ones that will, by the world standard, look better. In your eyes, when you love that woman, no other woman looks better.
Nobody looks better.
And you will notice, you will see the other ones in the curvature and the way they look, and you say, wow, she's a really beautiful woman. But it's not going to have that spark, especially when you have a ride or die chick. And I'm not calling a woman chick, that's just an expression. When you have that ride or die chick with you, and she's down for you, you can't whip that. I don't care. You can get more liposuction and suck in your waist. You can buy titties, get butt shots. You can watch the porno and do freaky stuff and gargle stuff like it's mouthwash and do tricks with it. It don't matter. You know what I mean? If that man loves that woman, you cannot pull that man from that woman.
Right.
That is his queen. That is his soulmate. That is that one that he has peace with.
Right.
That when he's home and she's not home, he'll do shows and do live streams. No, when he's home and she's not home, he don't feel right. When he leaves, he has to tell her where he's going. She is the center of his universe. Now we know God is, but God gave you that woman. And if it's all lined up, your creator, and you're living God-centered, and it's about him, well, she not eclipses God like she comes before God, but he handed her to you. So you're worshiping God, and she gets the rays of the worship. She's right in the middle of it. So how you going to say you love God and you don't love your woman, and he gave you your woman? You can't, oh, I love God, but I can't say. Exactly. Even though you both are individuals, you're synergistic when you combine.
Right.
Say it again.
Right. Even on that tip right there, it's like when it's you and your wife, a lot of people, which I didn't know either back then, that when you make love to your wife, that's part of the worship.
Right. That's right.
That's part of worship.
That's right. So
I told the old girl I was messing with back in the day, and she had told me about her past and her escapades and stuff that she was doing. And I sat down with her one day and I asked her, I said, baby girl, let me ask you a question, okay? She's like, yeah. And I said, outside of sex, right? What do you bring to the table? She got quiet. She looked at me. She couldn't say nothing. I mean, she looked around for like 5 minutes, like I had just blew her mind. I said, okay, then if you don't know in 5 minutes what else you bring to that table, you got problems. Because you can't bang every man like he's your husband. Because what you going to give your husband? And she just froze, man. She looked at me like, oh my God, what did you just say? And I'm like, because if you can't bring anything else to the table than sex, me and you going to have a limited existence. Our relationship is going to be finite. We don't have infinite possibilities with you and me. We have finite possibilities. It's going to be very short-lived. The sex thing, if you, I'm an intellectual cat. I like to talk. I like to go places. I like to travel. I like to talk about the pharaohs, the Cushites. I like to talk about just world history, things, planets. I'm going to talk about everything, right? If you can't follow me, we got a problem. If you can't follow some of what I'm saying, we got a problem. I ain't expect you to understand everything I'm saying because we enrich each other's life with the stories and the knowledge that we share, right? Mm-hmm. But if you only have that between your legs that you find fascinating, you think it's going to captivate me and keep my mind captivated, then you are selling me short at your buffet. Your buffet is limited.
That's boring.
Now, brother, real quick, even on that comment that you just said, now, what if you had a sister that would like say, okay, I really don't know, but within her heart, she said that, I don't know, but could you help me?
Sure. It wouldn't be a problem.
What would your response be when she honestly mean, could you help her mean that she wants to go for the ride? And I ain't talking about that particular ride, but the intellectual, spiritual ride. And then eventually, if you get married to her, then she'll have the physical ride, but after all the spiritual and the intellectual ride are already taking place. So if she wants to say, look, you know what, you're right, blah, blah, blah. Now, could you show me? Like a kid trying to learn how to ride a bike. You don't know how to ride a bike, keep falling off, but you come along and say, you know what, let me show you. And then if the kid is willing to learn, are you willing for that sister to learn up under you, even though this is what you want? Do you have the patience? Would you have the patience to show?
I can say I know a lot of sisters, man, that I have made that attempt with. Right. And I'm not with any of them. I gave it my best shot.
Oh, okay.
And they will all tell you this guy here was the best guy. Even when he was, some of the girls know when I was 14. He is the sweetest, coolest dude I have ever met in my life. And I was 14 then, but I mean, what I'm at now. But I'm just saying, the women that I have tried that, they'll say, "Don't leave me, help me, give me some time, have patience with me." The whole nine, right? I think the last one that told me that, she ended up becoming a lesbian. Whoa. The last one that told me that,
a lesbian?
Becoming a lesbian. I just looked at her, and I'm talking. I had to sit down. I don't drink. I asked for a drink that day. I had to sit down. I said,
what you said? She became a lesbian?
Wait a minute. She was like, in fact, the only way that I found out. One of the young ladies I used to mess with that I tried to give her some time and tried to wait it out with her and work it out with her. Right. She happened to see me come back to town. I come to town like I would go down and get those kids and spend time with those kids and take them to church and stores or stuff like that, right? And I came home to get this particular lady, right? Young lady, right? Right. And I didn't know what was going on, but she was fighting me tooth and nail, right? And I'm usually pretty quick on stuff. I never experienced this. So one of the other young ladies I used to mess with, she saw me, so she pulled up and she started talking to me. And we're talking, and she was like, well, where is she? And I said, I think she's in there, right? And I'm shaking my head, dude. She comes outside, the cops pull up on me. Well, I'm at law enforcement, so these cops know who I am. They were like, man, what are you doing, man? I ain't seen you in so long, blah, blah, blah. And they said, you out here fighting. You out here fighting. I said, fighting who? And I said, they said, her. I don't want to say the name, of course. Right. And the girl I was involved with, or I thought I was involved with, came outside with a chick that looked like Blue Al Dang to play for the Chicago Bulls. I was like, what the hell is this? It's like, what is this? I thought y'all know Blue Al Dang is, right? Play for the Chicago Bulls, play for the Miami Heat this year. I was like, what the hell is that, right? So the other female was standing with me. She looked at her for a minute. She looked at the other girl. Again, I'm not picking up on her. I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on? But I noticed that the person, the female that was with her, was Pat rallying her. She was coaching her, as I like to call it, coaching her, telling her what to say. So I call it Pat Rally. Pat rallying my girl, right? And every time she said, tell the cops she's scared of him. She said, I'm scared of him. I'm like, I just flew you out here. So what do you mean you're scared of? So the other girl knew about what was going on. So she said, well, I know she just left his place where he was at. He flew her out there. And she was saying, tell him you this and you that. So all this stuff. And then the cops was like, well, they asked the other young lady, how do you know him? The other young lady got a big mouth on her. She said, I used to bang him. But she didn't say bang him. She said the other word. She said, I'm trying to keep it clean, right? And I used to bang him. He said, quit being smart. She said, I ain't being smart. You acting. I'm telling you, I used to bang him. I had to grab my forehead, right? I was trying not to laugh, right? I was like, wow. So the girl that was with me,
You've been through some
looked at
stuff.
the other girl in Luau Dang. I like to call her Luau Dang. And she asked her, she said, oh my gosh. And this is her exact word. She said, you bitches off them bulldaggers. I looked and it hit me. I was like, you know how you just the realization hit you like a bullet. I had to sit down on the curb. The cops looked at me and they was like, the cops was looking at me like, dude, ain't this the girl you was ready to marry? And they didn't even try to say nothing. They drove off because they remember we used to work together. They knew her. She'd come through the station and drop off food, and we was, we would hold out for like.
You never know.
So the cops drove off. They tapped me on the back, and they drove off. And the girl was with me. She said, "That's all right. What comes around goes around." She said, "You bitches are foul." That's all she kept saying. I couldn't stop. I was so hurt, man. I had to sit down on the corner. And to try to, and those two drove off. But every time, it was weird because every time the girl said that she used to bang me, the other chick that I used to be with, it was like she was cutting her with a knife. You could see her flinching, like she wanted to jump on her. So I'm like, if you all into this, why are you tripping? Because she said it was just weird, right? She drove off. I had to sit there, man. I remember I went to my old stomping ground, and somebody, there was a lot of females there that knew me. And they said, what's going on? I told them what was going on, and I said, I need a drink. And they looked at me and said, you don't drink? I said, well, I'm drinking today. What you got? She gave me some, I think she gave me some Smirnoff apple vodka.
And you remember it too.
Yeah, of course, man. That was pain, man. That was pain. That was some new Charlie Brown, Mr. Football. When Lucy pulled the football out of you, pain, right? I had to sit there and you put the Grand Apple in there, man. It lit me up, and I sat there, and they were, the women, they know you're a good guy. Mm-hmm. And they had their heads hanging down, man. They were trying to talk. They were trying to, lighten my spirits, and it was like, I'm stunned because I had never seen anything like that. And there's plenty of females that I tried to help, but they ended up getting worse. And my boy had a famous quote he used to say to me all the time, right? He said, I'm tired of getting these girls ready for the next dude. He said, I'm tired of that. He said, they can't learn how to treat me. Well, meaning, basically, y'all know what he means. I'm treating you right. I'm prepping you for the next dude to get a good girl. I'm teaching you how to be a good girl, but you ain't going to be good to me. You're going to be good to the next guy. Right. So, when I heard that, it flowed through my mind. And the girl that I was talking about, she's been through all kinds of crazy. She used to know God. Man, she got to the point when I would mention God around her, she started cussing. She would get angry. And I knew then, I was like, I can't help her. She's gone. When you start talking about God and why you talking about God, and I don't want to hear. When you start talking like that, you have just lost me. There's no way me and you got anything else in common. We didn't have anything in common with the chick. They ain't showing nothing in common when you start talking against the man upstairs. For me, it's a done deal. So I have been there with a lot of females, and they try to call me now. They try to get back with me now to this day. I used to get called at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm ready to settle down now. I'm like, why are you willing to settle down? Well, I just had a baby. I'm like, whoa, come on, really? Well, I still don't have any kids. I can't do nothing for you, baby girl, right? I can't do nothing for you. I want my own family. I want my own kids from my own woman, mine and hers. I don't need to be having your baby daddy calling and keeping static going and knocking on the door. What you're getting with me, you're getting peace and quiet in the household. There ain't no girl calling me talking about you owe me child support. There ain't nobody talking about you gave me an STD. There ain't nobody telling you nothing other than you got a good man I wish I could have. How can I get him from? That's the only thing they'll be asking you. I remember what you had. That's it. And I've seen too many situations like that. The only time I ever got my feelings hurt was with another one before, but this one kind of hurt my feelings not because she went, the lesbian route was just completely freaky in itself in any capacity. For me, I was like, okay, God has left you right now, or he's letting you keep leading you to your own device. But what got me was the fact that she turned her back on God. How angry she would get when you would mention his name. That sounded demonic to me. You know, the anger, man, her eyes would just be like, I don't know, you know, I was like, wow. So, you know, I'm done. I said, I'm done with you. So I was telling any young dude, any young female, if you got to get a dude or a female right, you got to work on getting them right. They're not together already. Don't waste your time. Walk on by. There was a song called "Walk On By." I can't remember who sung that.
D-Train made it, and who made it?
People made a remake, right?
Yeah. D-Train made it in '82, and Dionne Warwick, I think. Walk on by.
Remember that? He did it. Yeah. Remember Syllable? She made one in the 1990s. Syllable did. Oh, the late '80s, 1990s, early '80s, early '90s, late '80s. She made that. I recommend anybody, do not waste your time on somebody as far as your dreams are concerned, because they'll be sharing the next dream with the next person. And you'll be wishing you it'll be the worst mistake of your life. Every now and then, but it's hard to tell. But I'm saying don't waste your time, because life is too short to be giving all that, power to somebody, man. I mean, you only got one heart, man. You got a million motherfuckers out there trying to break. You know what
it is. My thing is that if you,
brother, you had a lot of
well, night, Sweet Berry.
You had a lot of drama with females here and there. I mean,
but no, let me interject real quick before you change it up. Let me tell you something, man. If a person doesn't already have a dream that they're working hard toward already, or something, if they have nothing in them already that they're striving for, they don't have to be there yet. But you have to see some track record. You have to see some type of resume before they met you. They can't start talking positive just a lot. Then you know they're lying. What have you been doing to reach your goal? It's about a goal.
You got a 5-year plan.
When you hit, yeah, right. You know, dreams. I mean, I'm not knocking when you said dreams. I understand exactly what you meant. But dreams to me are when you're a kid. Goals when you're an adult, because you're supposed to be already on your way to a goal. It should be concrete. What have you done? Have you gone to school for this? Even if you haven't gone to school, you're saving money for this, or you studied up on this, or you fiending for this. Maybe 10 years ago, if I said, listen, yo, I'm gonna do a live stream, it ain't gonna be no good. What is that? You never did that before. But y'all know this is what I do. So you tune right on in. Proven product. We got to deal with proven products. I love when I meet someone, and I'm married, but I'm saying I love when I meet someone, male or female, their energy, they have been about doing something. Even if they started out small, which most of us have to do. But what's your track record? You can't meet as a man, you're not going to meet a woman, and she can't tell you what she's after or what she's been doing, and she ain't been doing it. Oh, well, one day I want to do this, and one day I want to do that, but her cleavage is up in your face. I don't want to see that.
Right.
Because I don't care how small your titties are, you can push them together, make some cleavage. Any woman can do that. You know what I mean? You got to show me more than that.
Right.
Like you said, brother, to waste the time. Like, okay, when I agreed, when there's one who's willing, yeah, be willing, but I can't slow down what I'm doing because you're willing to learn. You should have already been. Yeah, there are some who will be dead on because they never really dealt with anybody that has your energy, but you shouldn't have to wait for that man. There's so many women out here who talk, I'm independent, I have my own. Yeah, and they're working a job, and that's all they have is a few possessions. But what are you working toward? What are you working toward? Anybody can be the middleman between the boss and the landlord, or a middleman between the boss and the credit card payments or the car note. But other than that, what are you doing? I got to go to work all week. I work 2 jobs, right? I got one to go to later on. But look what I'm doing. And when I come back, I'm doing something more. The work is like a dude who says, I take care of my kids. You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to earn and whatever. What are you doing extra on top on your grind to make your dream goal come true? That just cracks me up. Right. Booty and breasts, all that's nice. That comes as standard equipment on most women, depending on what the size, what your preference, what your taste. And the men who get fooled with that. Yeah. And these men who reach their goals financially, professionally, and run into one of these women who aren't about anything, but because now they never got the attention from a good-looking woman, they pick up any old good-looking woman who has no substance. That's wrong too.
Like these strippers, these NBA players keep marrying.
My God!
I'm like, what is wrong with wrong with this strip club? I said, do you understand the levels of despicable action to get next to you? Trust me, she don't roll $1 million circles. There's a reason she don't roll $1 million circles. She don't know they're millionaires. If she did, she would be messing with you. But they okay, I'm gonna bang your publisher to get next to you to get a shot. So she's banging people throughout your group, and they'll act like they don't know that they don't know her, but they just letting you meet her for the first time. But she gonna do favors and tricks for them to get next to this NBA player or this athlete. How are you gonna marry a stripper? I don't know. I've never understood that. I mean, you gotta have a higher standard for yourself, man. I mean, how you gonna?
Yeah, but are you talking about the football player? What's his name?
Oh, there's a couple. It ain't just him. There's a couple.
Oh, okay.
NBA players, NFL players. These brothers keep marrying these strippers. I'm like, wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Wow.
You can't go to Jamaica and find a beautiful black woman. I'm just saying, if you want to go, I'm just saying, you can't go to the Dominican Republic. You can't go to the Brazil. You can't go to. I'm just saying. I'm not taking away from the football in America. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, you're gonna get that bad where you can't go find you a chick that looks and is built a certain way. You gotta go to a stripper to marry a stripper. you got millions. You settling for a chick who sit on laps for a living. I'm not saying they're all bad, but I'm saying you got money, but your woman then sat on lap dances, and they'll tell them, well, we know what they're capable of doing.
Of course, VIP
to make that extra money. You telling me you messing with this chick, and the prettier she is and the badder she is, the more she's probably done, because somebody gonna pay top dollar to get her to do these freaky extra things because she's so good looking and so well built, and her stage performance. So these dudes are having these incredible fantasies about her. So then they drop $5,000 just to have them sit on her lap, a private lap dance. Then it whispers something else in there. You do this, I give you 10,000. You do this, I give you 20.
Well, even with those guys there, I mean, it's like quote unquote handlers. It's like whoever are around these guys, man. I mean,
you talk to them, man.
These guys, I mean, you would think it's big business now. You would think that they quote unquote managers or whoever's a personal whatever would be steering them away from that because it's too much invested in it.
That's trouble.
I
think Chris Bosh married one. I think the brother married that chick named Superhead, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, you married a chick, you're a movie star, and you married a chick named Superhead. You know what she's done. She just told you in the book and her name. We all know what she's done, right? But you gonna make her your wife. See, this is when you get confused as a black man. It's like, dude, why are you lowering your standards? She should be beneath you. Unless you just still got hood in you, you haven't evolved to the point where you're a man and your maturation process is really slow behind the time. Somebody needs to pull these brothers to the side and say, hey man, you need to look at Grant Hill and Tamia. He went out and got a quality female. I've never heard anything about Grant Hill and that relationship with Tamia. I've never heard anything about anybody cheating in that relationship. But these other
he came from a good family because his father
right,
so,
exactly.
I mean,
now what did his mom say? What did Grant's mom say? She told him once was nice. Wait a minute, once was enough, twice ain't never nice. Now these other cats that have married these strippers, right? They got cats all the time. They got beef with throwing up in their face. I've had your wife did this, your wife did that.
Man.
You're not gonna have me. I don't care how bad you are, how big your booty is, how tight your stomach is, how good you look. I'm not wifing you. I'm not making no wife out of you when I know you got a sex tape with dudes tearing every orifice you got up. I'm not married.
How could Kanye West do that?
Right.
Kanye West.
It's almost
right. It's almost like
throw that on out there too. Then Kanye, you know exactly what I'm talking about. How you gonna do that, man?
Amber Rose, he was with.
Aren't you embarrassed? Or do you not have any shame? That's like marrying Monica Lewinsky. You know what she did.
Right.
You married a nasty female. She has no class. I'm going to sit there and let a dude make a videotape about me, show it to the world, and become famous because I was in a sex tape with this guy. But then I'll turn around and marry you and act like you premier. You're not premier. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care how much makeup you got. You're not premier. I'm embarrassed. Just because the woman that we may be with now, she may have some sexual expectations, right? we don't know about it, right? And there ain't no videotape floating around. But when you can pop a videotape in or a CD or a DVD of my woman getting done up, or she's in a magazine spread, that ain't the woman for me. I can't speak for y'all, but that ain't the woman for me.
Right, exactly.
But you know what?
We don't roll in those circles.
Right. Even in that, that's like that's once again that's where the generation gap comes in at, because now because they're on TV, they set bad examples. So now we got the generation behind them following their example.
Superhead has a Wikipedia page. Unbelievable.
Right.
Right. How do you? I mean, and people say, you know, I'm tripping because I gotta give. And I get confused when these sisters marry these cats with kids already too. Kind of, you know, when they've been like world travel. I'm saying somebody like Beyonce and Jay-Z, right? I don't really know. I know he got a couple of kids, or I think he's got one, right? And my thing is, she don't have a bad rep. I've never heard anything about Beyonce letting a bunch of dudes have her or be out there in the street or be put down. She may have other things that are strange about her, but you can't say everybody can be with her.
See, her father was protecting her that way, but her father was out there doing all the chicks.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't look at her and go, okay, man, you know, she may, you know, people, you know, she may be attractive or whatever, but at least I can say my wife ain't known for this. Kanye can't say that. Superhead, I can't think of the guy.
Even the name.
Superhead girl. What's it? I don't know her real. She got a book out. She's been on
Karen Steffens.
She's in,
Kareen Steffens.
She was in it. What's his name?
Kareen Steffens is her name.
Right, because she was in that mystical video a long time ago. What was it? Danger. She been with Shaquille. She's been with so many of these athletes, man. And then she married the cat that was in what is it? Step up. When they were doing the dances of the the fraternity, the brother that did he was mowing the lawn and he didn't have the pedigree to get into the college like he needed, but he was messing with Megan Good. Well, he ended up marrying her, and I keep thinking to myself, you do go. You know, I'm not marrying your name is Superhead. And you wrote a book about how many penises you done popped in your mouth like a Tootsie Roll.
For those who don't know who she is, let me read this off real quick. Karen Steffens, born August 24th, 1978, is an American author, most notably of the Vixen series of books. She has worked as an actress and as a video vixen, having appeared in more than 20 music videos, many by multi-platinum selling rap artists. In 2007 and 2008, Steffens visited a number of college campuses to speak about her involvement in the hip-hop industry and its expectations of women. Steffens was born in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, and moved to Florida when she was 10 years old. She has written about her troubled childhood. She grew up in poverty, suffered emotional and physical abuse at the hands of an alcoholic mother and indifferent father, and was raped when she was 13. She ran away at 16 and began working as an exotic dancer. She lived on the streets for a month. She lived in New York and Arizona and then moved to Los Angeles in 1999. She currently resides near Hollywood. When she was 17, Steffens moved in with rapper Nathaniel Wilson, better known as Kool G Rap, with whom she had a son. Their relationship was tumultuous, and Steffens says she left for Los Angeles to protect her son after physical abuse landed her in the hospital. Steffens' relationship with Kool G introduced her to the growing hip-hop music industry. After moving to Los Angeles, friends she had made in the industry through acquaintances of Kool G began showing her the ropes. She made her video model debut at the age of 21, appearing in Jay-Z's Hey Poppy video in 1999. Steffens has also worked in videos with R. Kelly, LL Cool J, and Mystical. In April 2006, Steffens appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show in a segment titled Smart Women on Stupid Girls. Guests discuss the objectification of women. Steffens discussed how she had suffered sexual abuse as a child and how she allowed herself to be sexually exploited in order to obtain work in music videos. Well, this goes on and on and on and on. It's a long thing, but that's she's on Wikipedia, but she pushed it as an author. But you know, yeah, she was slick. She flipped it. Superhead. I don't think I see Superhead on here. I don't think I see it on the Wikipedia page.
Hey, man.
Slick.
That kind of don't make her look. I don't know if Wikipedia going to accept that nickname, but that's her stage performance name.
Oh yeah.
Everybody know because they said she's so good at the at you know, at
Yeah.
the you know,
Right. Getting the knees dirty.
Supposed to be so powerful. Right. There you go. So, you know, again, you know, she said with all these NBA players and stuff like that. And when I know your history like that, that's too much, man. That I'm not gonna be sitting up there and having the thought of you worrying about. I mean, Shaq. What does Shaq taste like? What this guy taste like? I don't know. I don't know how them guys register that in their head. I'd be short circuiting like a robot. I'd be like, first off, I wouldn't be in that situation anyway, because you gonna just straight out tell me from the gate. You ain't gotta tell me. My friend or my boy or some girl down the street gonna tell me, oh, you mess with Super. That's your wife. You just married Monica Lewinsky. So you're not gonna be telling me that you that special, that's spectacular. And you might have change, but I don't know how much. Change is what you keep in your pocket.
Well, you know what though?
I don't know how much change you keep in your pocket.
There's so many twisted men out here. You got to understand that. Look at the amount of down low brothers that are out here. Okay, now I have to say it, but we're not in those worlds. But I hear a lot, and I see a lot of people out here who share a lot of things with me. There are a lot of women out here who indulge in certain things with their men. There's a growing population of, and just like I told my dear friend Madam Whip-Ass way back in the early 90s, we didn't have the term down low men back then, but I explained to her what that was because I observed it. But what I see now, and people won't believe me, there are a lot of women out here who like their men who like other men. Just like many men like threesomes with two women and want to see the two women do each other. There are a lot of women out here. I've talked to some. I'm trying to get one to come on to the show and speak anonymously. There's about 2 or 3 of them I know. They say, I can't deal with a straight man. I like a man who will get down on his knees with me and do this. Now, I'm saying this for a reason. There are a lot of dudes that, see, where we ain't going for it, some women who've been around like that, there are some men who love their women doing that. There are some men who love their women doing that, and they right there with the video camera. And as soon as they swallow that man's next generation, they go back and give that man one big fat kiss. As sick as it sounds, y'all know I ain't gonna lie. I'm telling you the truth. There's a growing faction, and the trends. Look at the trends, right? Look, I'm not trying to bring this back to porn, but go way back in the day. When you would see these video cassettes in these places, growing up in New York City, we had Times Square. So we saw all these different subcategories of porn that pushed it as far as being weird. But without the demand, why? There's a supply, right? There wouldn't be a supply if it wasn't for the demand. More and more now, we're seeing male bisexual porn. Somebody's watching this bad boy and beating their meat watching it. Yes, this is what's happening. And look, we got all these dudes down low and gay. A lot of them are switch hitters. And a lot of the women like that. I know one woman personally, really good. Never dealt with her, wasn't like that. But she's open with me. And I'm gonna try to get her, not that I'm trying to indoctrinate or push an agenda, but we need to hear what's out there. Because look, there's a lot of dudes out there with these types of women and don't even know. I'm not saying superhead is like that. Superhead, maybe she might be like that. But I bet you one thing, there's a lot of dudes, oh, superhead. So what was it like? So, and it's like, why you asking me that? Well, I'm just asking. They getting all turned on and whatnot. You know what I mean? It's the honest to God truth. If you could see the down low brothers out here, see these other types of women, it only makes sense. Trust me. But people won't.
But the bad part, even on that, right? And the bad part about that, when you have kids, now you gotta look at it from their perspective.
I know, man.
Like,
it's twisted, man.
At times I think about my son, because once again, my son is 19. Now I'm thinking like, who is he going to be hooking up with? Because who he hooking up with might not be who he think he's hooking up with.
Exactly, because they may have a past that way and may not say it to him. They may look at your son and say, okay, I'm going to settle down with him. But what did they do? And then now people say, well, you can't knock somebody for their past. Shit me. So you might have dated somebody or been, yeah, but come on, you out here like that? And there are women out here like that. Right? There are women who are out here, I know personally here in Orlando. If y'all are listening, I ain't gonna mention your name, so don't get scared. Oh God, let me talk about this stuff now. Come on, y'all. Look, I got this platform. My number's out there. People call me. I will never blow a person up. But there's one young lady here in Orlando, and she wouldn't mind me. She's probably going to get turned. Oh, you told about me, Lance. I was so turned on. Did anybody contact you? Send them my way. There's one woman that I know that she likes to go to the gay clubs, right? And most people think she's a lesbian. She's not a lesbian. She wants to get around the gay guys. And she tries to pick up gay guys. Yes. She tries to pick up gay guys. And I'm gonna use your imagination. I'm not trying to be lewd, y'all. I'm just telling y'all what's out here. Look, I'm on the bus in the street. I used to work in the jail down here. I do this platform. People talk to, everybody talks to me. I'm telling you, you don't want, that's why I can't sleep at night, y'all. Sometimes I get people telling me things like, oh God, what did you tell me? I don't judge nobody though. I don't judge nobody, but I'm just saying it's like a mind blower. How do I repeat this stuff without me sounding like a nut? It's like you see a ghost. Who you gonna tell? I think somebody, he's smoking. He said he saw something in his room with him. Look, I'll use this one example. She likes to go and she will offer money. She'll find a gay dude or two gay dudes or a gay dude or whatever that she'll go hang out in the club and watch what's going on and see these two guys hooking up, and they're obviously hooking up, and she'll approach one of them and they're looking at her like what does she want, you know? And she'll basically say, listen, you know, I'll pay for the room. I want to watch you all do what you do, and I'd like to participate. And the one of them may say, no, we're not into that. Listen, no. You don't have to do me. I'm not looking for that. I can use my hand for that. But when the one is on the bottom and the one is on the top, whoever's bent over catching it, she wants her mouth down there while one's going in the other, right? Oh. Now, I'm sorry, y'all, to mess up your dinner, but this is real.
I'm gonna need therapy.
This is real.
Yep.
This is real.
How bad
she has a husband, works hard as his own business.
Wow.
She goes to church every Sunday. But I got that knack. People love to open up to me that way, right? And she opens up and she tells me, and I'm like, wow, really? And it bugs me out. It bugs me out. And I know she wouldn't mind me sharing that because I'm not telling her name or whatever have you. But yeah,
right.
And no, but wait now, unprotected.
Whoa.
This dude's going up in this next man's backside, and her mouth is right there. And when he erupts or whatever it is, because he's too mad, I don't want to talk about it. She's down there to catch it all. Gulp.
What the? You know what?
And you tell me the devil ain't real.
And going to a husband at night.
Yeah.
That's some low, man. If you speak, man.
She gonna. I told her. I said, you know what? You're gonna die if he find out.
Yeah, because he gonna. Yeah.
Erase my number out your phone. Don't call me. You know what I mean? Call me from somebody else's phone. I don't want no detectives coming over here. Did you know about this?
Right.
There's some foul stuff. There's some foul stuff.
That's pretty crazy because look, you got. I tell anybody, better ask questions about who you messing with.
But you know what? You're not always going to get an answer. You have to observe. And
slick.
And you can't really observe. Yeah, if you can't really observe when they're around you because they're putting on that new face, right? So if you're really, really, really serious and you really can't see their tracks through time recently, you're going to have to go into that old neighborhood and send some of your boys to ask some questions or pick up on things. Or you're going to have to be real. If you're really serious about and you don't know their walk, look, we need to go back to the old-fashioned way and have people introduce us a person who knows of a person and a person. These new people from out of town, like Eddie Murphy said, they got graveyards, not just skeletons in their closet, but they got daggone graveyards. And that's what you have to do because the internet, information, fantasies, kinks, fetishes, all these things, it's just a keystroke away. You can go right to the point. And the thing with that world is that when you get to that point, what if I did this extra thing? And then you want to go further into it. And guess what? There's always somebody like-minded right now that's available a keystroke away. But back in the day, like I always say, when you had something on your mind, right? You had to take time to get next to that person. If a dude was trying to get to some next man's wife, he couldn't meet up with her by chance on an internet Craigslist or whatever. He had to take his time. Because if she found out and she wasn't with it, he was going to die. But all this stuff happened before,
but it didn't happen as fast. The internet, the computer, these hookup apps, they make it where you can state what it is and you're not ashamed because they can't tell who you are. And you can go right to the point. Then you have the titillation of being able to see things. Your mind is out there saying, I want to try this. And so you put it out there and things are happening, y'all. Trust me. And I want to do shows on that too.
I tell you what, man, I mean, you know, like we said, what, man, you
got you stuttering. Don't get a drink tonight, man.
It's hard to make me, you know, I'm like at a loss of words because I mean, even the thing. Oh man, even the chick ended up being a lesbian that I was involved with, right?
Mm-hmm.
She threw up some signs, and I didn't, and because I told her, I said, if that's what you into, I'm out. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because I said, you want to go there, I'm done. I don't play games. I don't share nothing.
Right.
I don't share nothing. I ain't sharing my water. I don't share nothing. So I'm not gonna share you with another woman. I don't get out like that. That ain't how it is. I don't share. Right. So she said at that point she was done. She wasn't even thinking about it. She was crying, and I said, okay, cool. So a couple of years went by, and my thought was there was another dude involved. You see what I'm saying? But then the back of my mind, there was a young lady that I knew that was that lived around the corner from me. She said, well, how do you know it ain't a female? I said, because, you know, and because my answer was, I've never had a dude come between me and her. We've always been able to try to sort of work stuff out to where a dude couldn't come between us. We just would not talk for maybe a week. And then we get back, you know, through the communicational stage again, right? But this time was a little bit different. I kept thinking, something's up. And because I've never seen a female do the whole lesbian thing like that, out like that. I've never seen that. I just said, okay, you know what? When I did find out, it was a done deal. You know, you can't work that out.
Right.
I can't work that out. Maybe the next person can, but I can't work that out because I believe in a higher power, right? And it doesn't, you know, my God don't roll like that. I mean, you can, you know, I don't play games with my emotions. I don't share, and when it comes to my soul, you're gonna always lose. When it comes to me, you know, and you know, going to the next level, you're gonna lose because you're in direct contradiction of what I believe in, and I'm gonna stand by that. You know, people get mad talking about the Bible, this and Bible that. I'm not even necessarily talking about the Bible. It's like your spiritual connection. When I've been around that energy, when I was around her, that energy was so powerful, so negatively powerful, that I was like, what the hell is this, right? Because I'm a very spiritual person, and it took. It would just make me angry. It would make me ill because I'm like, what the heck is going on? The energy is so black and so dark, you just can't. I mean, people can say what they want to say. They can call you homophobic all you want, because homophobic means you're afraid of something. Right. Phobia is a fear. I'm not afraid of it. It ain't got to do with that. It is something that spiritually unbalances me. Right. And if you feel it because something is spiritually unbalancing me, then you actually have the problem, because I should be able to say whether or not I want something in or out of my life. I shouldn't have to have something forced upon me. That's right. I should be able to say yes or no. So for you to say, well, you're a bigot and then ruin my name and ruin my career and my life and my company and whoever I am because I don't agree with your lifestyle, that's kind of messed up, because I don't want drug dealers around. I don't want drug dealers around. I don't feel right with drug dealers around me. Exactly. I don't want pedophiles around me. So why is it that if I say I don't want that around me, I don't accept that lifestyle, why am I being tortured? Why am I being sued? Why is my life being disrupted? And why are they comparing that to the black? I know we're getting off topic a little bit. And why they keep comparing that to the black agenda? That ain't, you know what? I ain't never seen an island of homosexuals get brought over on a boat and they kick them, and I'm going to use the term, right? Because this is the term they use on us. Right. I have never seen a kick them off the boat and say, pick that cotton faggot. I've never seen that happen. First off, you'll never see it happen because the homosexual community cannot reproduce. If there was an island, let's just say they can never reproduce. So if there's just an island of women or an island of men that's separated by a large body of water where they can't get to each other, that population is going to die off. So that's one way you won't ever see it, right? Right. The second way you won't ever see it.
Brother, I remember growing up, once again, going back in the day, growing up, that was unheard of. Matter of fact, you know, I was in the barbershop about 2 weeks ago, and we was like talking about this particular subject, and the older guy said something about faggot, whatever. And I told him, I said, yeah, but you can't say that openly.
Right.
So now you get in trouble now. But I said, but I know what you're talking about, because I said back in the day,
right,
you can say it loosely. And matter of fact, if you said it to a friend or a classmate, whatever, you know, they get highly upset with you. I mean, what makes so bad, I was like telling one guy at work, I said, we were so bad back in the day, and at times you used to hear it, they said faggot two ways. They used to say faggot real fast, and then they say you ain't nothing but an old fag. So they drag the sound out.
Yeah, yeah.
Really, you ain't nothing but an old fag.
But how, you know, when they try to compare it to our situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black is a way of life. I mean, black is who you are. It's what you were born into, right? And you can't go, if you go into a job interview, right, as a black person and a homosexual, right?
Mm-hmm.
All you gotta do is keep your sexual stuff at home, right? You can get that job.
Yeah.
My blackness is gonna tell me no matter what, 24/7. It's speaking out loud for me. And for me to prove that you're being racial discriminatory because of my skin color is very, very difficult to prove. Even if you got all the information, the paperwork, everything lined up. But if you're going to say they're discriminating against me because I'm homosexual, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. So again, when all of these black people are getting shot in the street and killed unjustly, right?
Right.
Where's the LBG, whatever acronyms they use?
I say the same thing.
How come
a lot of people have been saying the same exact thing.
But you want to piggyback off of our suffering and our plight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's a civil choice. We're fighting for a civil right. It's a completely different month.
That's right.
So I don't ever get offended or get bent out of shape when they try to say, well, you're being a bigot. No, that's your fight. This is my fight.
Right.
My black community is my fight. My black people is my fight. Your fight is completely different, because if it were the same fight, which we know it's not, why aren't you out here when Trayvon Martin was murdered? Samir Rice was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you when these brothers just recently got murdered out here, right? Eric Gardner. Where were you? You're not, because it's not your plight. It's only your plight when it suits your agenda and it helps further your agenda.
There you go.
That's when it's your situation. That's when it's your plight, because you know that's a powerful thing. But our suffering, you're not getting gunned down in the street like that. You know, everybody. I don't prove nobody gets beat down. I don't care what you are. I don't want anybody hurt. But everybody gets beat down occasionally. You know, bullies are everywhere. People get thumped throughout life on a basic fight sometimes just because. Now, those disgusting people that kill them and go overboard where they kill blacks or whoever they kill, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunate. It's highly unfortunate. And I'm not advocating beating anybody, homosexual or whatever. But stop saying that your fight is the same fight as our fight. We have a juggernaut we're taking. They've done more for the gay rights community in the last 10 years than they've done for blacks in the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we step up and say we have an issue, they push it to the back burner and they bring up a gay agenda. And then we need to take our claws out of everybody else's fight and fight our own fight.
That's right.
We have a battle. We have to fight on our own. We cannot fight everybody's fight. We need to step back and pick and choose our moments, because nobody's fighting our fight with us.
Because we're a tool.
So you know what?
We're a tool. We're used.
We spread ourselves too thin as a people also. Instead of focusing on a few issues, we spread ourselves too thin. And when you spread yourself too thin, you don't have enough strength to do the very thing you spread it out to do, you know. And I also remember back in the day, like you said, like back in the day, they was called fags then. And I remember that, once again, being on summer nights or winter nights, whatever, be out there talking. And sure enough, somebody say, look, here come one of them. You see them walking across the street. Now, back then, like I said, growing up back then, the street lights that they got now, with the nice bright amber street lights, back then we had those like blue lights where they was dark.
Right.
So somebody saw them coming up the street, and we used to sit on the porch, and then next to us was a house with bushes in the front yard. So we used to hide in the front. Being young again, teenagers, we used to hide in the front part of the bushes area. Next thing you know, we let them walk across the street. We would let them walk on the other side of the street, walk up a little bit. The next thing you know, we was throwing things at them. Next thing you know, you saw boot going over to them. And next thing you know, they running. But we did it for fun, but we also knew that it was wrong for whatever reason.
Right.
It was wrong. And you're talking about the late 70s back then. And
but you couldn't even call a gay dude a fag back in the day. You know, I mean, in the black communities, don't call me no faggot. You might have known he was one. Even he didn't want to know or be called that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And what makes so bad, Lance, the guy at work was telling me back in the day, because he grew up on the other side of Nuke, he said, yeah, we had, you didn't have too many back then, but when you did, it was one guy he had named, I think it was named Tyrone, something to that effect. Said, yeah, he said, if somebody, he knew he was, but if somebody called him out of it or they try to mess with him, he said one thing about this, he beat you down like a man, though.
Right.
Even though he was acting opposite. You had one of them always knew how to fight. And he
of
said,
course.
I never messed with him too much, but at times they try to warn the person, like leave him alone, but the person didn't know no better. Next thing you know, he wound up beating him up. So he fought him like a man.
Yeah.
Jacked him up like a man.
Might have had a woman voice, but a man punch.
Right.
And you as a man, you didn't want to get beat by one of them. That was, man, you let him beat you.
Back then, they were strong. Then they used to wear the, what's that, the cutout shirt, the shirts with the muscle shirts, like.
Right.
So back then, yeah, they wore it back then. So you knew automatically. They had the eyeshadow, maybe the short hair or whatever, but they wore something like the headband. If the headband wasn't, the headband, they used to wear something around the neck.
Yeah, remember that?
Around the neck.
Yeah.
And they had the cutout. They had the cutout, like the cutout shirts. So they were like muscle shirts.
Right.
So you knew it was big and strong back then. But you called them what they were, but you ain't mess with them but so much. You just make sure whatever they did, they wasn't doing around you. And pretty much they did their own thing behind closed doors. They wasn't so much out.
And that's all we're saying pretty much, because you don't see people that are committing adultery run out there talking about I'm an adulterer and all this, I'm banging.
I want rights.
Keep your personal business to yourself, man.
Yep.
I don't care what you do. Why do I have to hear it? And why do you have to teach it to the children?
Right. Yep.
Why are you trying to teach it to the children?
You kind of heard of it in rumor, and you saw the tendencies of it, but they never put it out there like that, because those back then during times you might have got, if it got that bad, you might have got killed. Who knows? But
you know what though? Down here in Orlando, the way things are down here, after the post shooting, I had two the other day.
Right.
Walk right in front of the bus. I was at the red light. They walked. I'm sitting there. I'm a captive audience. I'm sitting at the light. I'm face forward, and they stopped. And they were walking so close to the bus, and they looked up at me before. They stopped and started tonguing each other down. And they stopped tonguing each other down, and they looked up at me. Yeah, they looked at like, so what you gonna do? I don't know. They knew I wasn't down with that stuff, but it was like, you just want to push this on people.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're brazen with it. I had another dude downtown here in Orlando walk up to me and ask for directions. Now, I'm professional with everybody. I think what I think, but I treat everybody fairly and professional. This guy got close, too close. I took a step back. He kept coming with the phone. Do you know how to get to this place? I took another step back. Then he looked like he was going to take another. I put my arm out in front of me. I said, I can talk. You can hear me from where you're standing, right? And he wanted to come up with a way to say, I can see it this face where, oh, I want to go to your supervisor. He looked disgusted, like he couldn't get away with his crap in the name of asking for directions. So I said, you can tell me from where you're standing where you need to go. I do not feel comfortable with you being up on close up on me like that. And he was upset. Well, I just want to know how to go. I said, it's one street over. You see where the courthouse is right there? Go over there, and that's your street. Make a right and walk down. He saw I put my hand out again. I'm not, look, what? Oh, there's another one. And I know he probably knows about this show. I'm gonna tell it on him. And there's a brother who rides with me who he happens to be gay. But he's a cool brother. He knows I know. He don't come at me that way. He rides the bus. Right. And we chat on certain things in the neighborhood. There's other things that you could, the ones who know it and they ain't flaming, and they just vibe with you on other levels, I'm cool with that. We joke and everything. I'm glad when I see the brother come, like, yo, did you hit the last one on this one? And we talk. Anyway, there's this other passenger who he's not working for some reason. I gather through hearing his phone conversations all out loud that he got into a car accident. And I think he has something neurologically, I won't say wrong, if that's the politically incorrect word to say, but that accident did something to him. So he sounds a little drunk. He walks normal, but he's not sure in his step. So I believe that if there was an accident, the accident affected him that way. But also, he's loud. He's like those dudes who have cerebral palsy and they'll talk loud. I don't want to imitate it. I'm not making fun of the brother. But he's like, how are you doing, driver? What did you do today? I have to, right? So I say, okay, he's got this issue. So that's the way he communicates. And I have to deal with people who have different types of handicaps. You come from New York and up north, you're around a lot of people, you see a lot of things, as opposed to the ones down here where the cities are smaller, right? So anyway, I heard him on the phone talking about how he got in the accident and he's not able to work right now. I said, okay, this is why. And he's going to his lawyer. So I said, all the times, I see him 4 times a day on my bus. There are other buses on my route. My route is a slow route so that at nighttime, I'm the only bus round trip on the whole route. And it's a short route. But in the daytime, there may be like 3 or 4 other buses that run the same route because there are more people. After the rush hour dies, it's just me because I work a long shift. That being said, every time it seems like he goes downtown and comes back and then goes downtown and comes back, at least 4 times a day, he's on my bus. I'm like, what's the chance of that? He's purposely coming on my bus. But it didn't hit me until he would always greet me. I greet everybody. If you don't speak, I don't speak, right? But he's always standing on the side and he's looking at me, staring at me like, okay, we're on the bus, you're facing each other. I'm not touchy that way. I got cameras on me. I'm used to being looked at. People are looking at me now. I don't know who they are, some of them, right? That's okay. But he's always trying to push up on me. And I detected that was his way of living. None of my business. He didn't bother me, but he kept pressing up on me where as a man, right? As a man, as a man's man, as a straight man. If I come to y'all and y'all don't know me and we in the street, regardless that this is my job, right? We in the street and I'm a little too friendly out of nowhere. I mean a little too friendly, like I'm pushing up on you. There's a little bit of radar that goes up. Not like if I say, hey, bro, I'm a little lost around here. You know where I can get some good Chinese food or so-and-so. Hey, we on the bus stop, we rapping as men. But there's something when another man who is coming at you under the cloaking, the visuals of a man, but it's something else. Like your spirit will pick it up. I started picking up this something else. Even though he had his little speech problem, he walked a little funny. There was something else about him. Hi, driver. How was your day today? That's nothing wrong with saying that. Brothers come to me and say it all the time. So what made me wonder about him was that when we were 2 stops before, he would get up, driver, you know my stop, right? I'm like, I didn't say anything. And I'm like, why would I know your stop? Of course I knew his stop. You know people stop that ride regular when they get off repetitiously over and over and over. You already know who asked for a transfer, who wants a day pass, who wants this. You already know, even though you play dumb like you don't. Okay, I know that lady. Look, there's a couple women out there. I know what color dress they're going to wear, what color pumps they're. I'm not looking at them that way. It happens, right? So I'm like, ding, my red flag went up. Now, why am I supposed to know this unless we vibe like that where we're talking and so I'm usually quiet. So we got near the stop and he didn't ring the bell. Nobody else went to ring the bell. I ain't stopping until you ring the bell. I'm flying. Hey, you know my stop. That Negro had to walk back because you ain't training me that way. So that my friend, who happens to be gay, he's on the bus, he was cracking up. And it wasn't just because of that one instance, but my gay friend rides regular, right? So he picked up on certain things. So when this guy got off, I turned to him. I said, yo, my man. He said, what? He says, I know what you're going to ask me. I said, what am I going to ask you? He said, I'm not even going to give you the question.
I'm going to give you the answer. Yes, he is. I say, I knew it. And I told him, I said, it ain't because of what he does or what he desires behind closed doors, because you my buddy and you are. We talk like this. But don't push up on me like that when you know it ain't happening. You know what I mean? And so the next night, and this is after months of this type of stuff where he's pushing up on me, or the last time pissed me off. And I'm gonna go a few more minutes because in about maybe 20 minutes or 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to leave out of the house. But I'm gonna tell you this part.
Right.
Now, he's always on the bus, and I picked up on him, right? He's always in the past forcing me to pick him up like he wouldn't be on the stop. Now, technically, if you're not on the stop, I'd have to pick you up. But I'll cut a brother a break. I'll let him on. Thank you, driver. He wants to be daggone noticed. So I had a wheelchair come on the bus, so I had to put down the ramp. So I had the ramp come on, and I buckled the guy down. And so everybody else got on, but I had like a little break I could take. And this guy's like, are you going to take a break? I said, listen, are you going to get on the bus or not? Because I'm cutting dry with him. Okay, I'll get on the bus. He should have swiped his card then. Everybody swiped their card to pay. I picked up on these things. So now I get off the bus. He thought I was going to stay on. I closed the doors, got off the bus. We took a break, came back, got back on the bus 2 minutes before it's time to leave. And he's still standing there talking to some other 2 white dudes. As soon as it's time for the bus to take off, here he come to swipe his card. Negro, you could have been swiped your card. Why you want to swipe the card when I'm sitting down? So now he did it. He ain't walking too steady. I pull off. I said, listen, you coming to swipe your card. You had time enough. You can't stand. And for him, I said this. You can't stand in front of the yellow line when the bus is in motion. Wait to swipe your card. Right. It's okay. I'll do it. So here he comes when the bus is moving. He's staggering because he's neurologically incorrect. And he falls into me. Now I'm like, now you're trying to be slick. I can understand how some of these women feel that are on public transportation with big breasts. These guys trying to run. Don't be rubbing up on me, man. Now I'm not touchy that way. We playing ball or we doing some work and we bump into each other. Yo, I'll give you a hug, man. I love you, my brother. But not him. Not with that flavor. You know what I mean? So now he pissed me the F off. Now I'm driving. Now I went in straight robot mode. Because see, I can be relaxed and whatever. Now I'm like, I'm driving this bus. I'm doing things by the book. Don't even come near me. So he's back there talking to these white dudes who I never saw before, right? There's a liquor store that all these white guys who are winos go to at night. And it's funny. Anyway, he's talking to them. He's like, oh, driver, what kind of day did you have? I'm sitting here driving the bus. I ain't saying nothing. Driver. He says to the white guys, oh, the driver doesn't want to speak to me today. We always speak. Now you lying. We don't always speak. And he's saying it so loud. And so then he got up again. Yeah, then he got up again. And he's like, driver, why aren't you speaking to me today? I turned around and said, yo, my man, we're going to handle this now. Because now you're trying to put me on the spot. Right? I said, listen, my man. And I gave him the eye contact because I never really looked at this clown. I looked at him and said, my man, do I know you from somewhere? I don't know you, do I? You know me. I ride your bus every day. I said, man, there's a lot of people who ride my bus every day. Who are you? I don't know you. I said, I'm here to drive the bus. You are distracting me.
Oh, man.
Well, come on. You know me. I said, listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. I remember you. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm on my job, right? You pushing up on me a little too close. I'm the bus driver. You're the passenger. If you need to know directions, I'll give it to you. If you need to know anything about the bus system, I will get you the information. But all that other stuff, cool it. And you know exactly what I mean. What do you mean by, and this is how I said it without saying it. What do you mean by pushing up on you? I said, number one, I'm going to say it like this, and you know exactly what I'm going to say. I got a wife. I got a wife. I got a wife. And I go home to that wife, and I'm interested in that wife and only the wife and nothing else. All right? So if that's what you do, don't push up on me like that. See? You're a bit too aggressive. There are enough people here in Orlando especially who love to kiss under the rainbow. I'm not one of them. He sat down.
Right.
He shut up. And I haven't seen him since. He was purposely taking, and that's what the other dude was saying. My friend, the gay guy, he was saying, and I know his name. I'm not gonna put his name out there. He was like, man, he's been with this for a long time because
when this dude would get off the bus, he look, when you get off the bus, right? When you'll ride the bus, I'm assuming you'll drive, right? But the times that you rode the bus, you don't get off the bus and turn around and stare at the driver until the doors close and he pulls off. You get off the bus and you walk and go on where you're going.
Right.
Unless you happen to be crossing the street and it's right there, you turn, you not all up in the driver's face. Now I happen to wear shorts,
right,
and my legs are a little developed from the years of bodybuilding I did many years ago. This dude is always up close and just looking down. Hey, now some of the chicks do it. I don't mind that. I'm not looking to pick up no chicks, but I'm saying that I'm a man, so you a girl checking me out? Sure, look all you want. But come on now.
Man, you killing me, man.
I feel like that chick, this dude's looking at me, right? I feel like that chick that came out the club real late and went to IHOP with her girlfriends to eat, but she got the club clothes on, but it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and she walks past the construction site, and she wants to walk and pull down her mini skirt. You know what I mean? I felt like I had a mini skirt on and I was a chick. Don't make me feel that way. Now I'm not going to like you. I'm gonna end it with that, y'all. But whatever's on your mind, let's take another 7-8 minutes and wrap it up. And I don't want to wrap this up. It's only because I got to make this run out and then come on back. But I just want to say that on Sundays we'll get down like this on Sundays. It may not be the exact same time, whatever, but I like this Sunday flow. I may not even schedule a Sunday show, but if you subscribe to the channel, Lancescurv channel, you'll get that alert. And I'll say my particulars right now. And I said it before, right? Download the Lancescurv app at the Google Play Store, the Amazon Store, and the Apple Store. Subscribe to this channel. Right. Go to Lancescurv.com. Check out the blog. Check out the artwork, the blogs, the street videos, and everything that we do. And thank you for your support and everybody who came tonight. It's been crazy. We touched on so many different things. I'm sorry if I disgusted some of the people with my story about my friend who does those crazy things. Yeah, I know. But be careful, y'all. Be careful. I'm going to let y'all wrap it up. Just give me like about 6 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever. I got to really jet out of here, but I hate to be the one to, end it. Whatever you have left in your heart to say, I got your numbers down. I'll text you all whenever other shows are coming, but keep in contact. But y'all wrap it up for me.
All right. I guess you you took the win out of me with that.
You know my stop.
I started to laugh, right? But I was like, no, this is funny. I mean, I just, when I got nothing. I don't know, man. I mean, it has been great. It's been a great conversation, man.
It has.
Oh yeah. From the beginning to the end, and the people tweet in the chat. They're amazing people. The chats are amazing. We had one in there, and I'm glad he got him out of there real quick.
Yeah,
trying to come in there and mess up, mess the energy up and whatnot. But you brothers are very insightful, man, and you guys have, just a vast amount of knowledge, man. And I'm just glad to be able to speak to brothers on this level and be able to talk and share these thoughts, man, and some of the old school things that we did as a kid, and some of the old school things that I didn't get to do, but I'm sharing it through you guys, and then now I can pass this on to somebody else too. So it's just a blessing, man, to share these energies, man, and these conversations. Because again, we did start off with a lot of hurt, a lot of anger, man. I mean, we got to release some of that. So now it doesn't feel as bad. We know we know this monster's still under the bed. We know it's still there, and it's it's trying to crawl out. It's actually in the closet. It's under the bed. It's around the corner. It's the water cooler when you go to work tomorrow. But we definitely have to stick to the what we said earlier as far as empowering each other and supporting Black businesses and becoming a economic juggernaut, which we have $1 trillion between us with all of the Black community. We need to start investing it within ourselves. Step up to the plate.
That's right.
Take our claws out of everybody else's battles and fight our own battles, because our community is suffering because we're spreading our energies in too many different directions. We need to really focus on the Black community, and we should never feel bad about this, because every other community does it and no one says a thing about it. But why can't we?
Okay, wait a second. Hello? Don't tell me this thing cut. Not now. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything now. I don't know what cut us. This is crazy. Okay, they're wrapping it up, but I don't know what cut. The connection here is not cut on my side. Oh, what a way to end it. I wanted to end it with everybody else's voice. Let me see if I can figure out what this is. Oh, man. You know what? I'm going to cut that line and see if I can call back. And this sucks. This really sucks. Let's see. Okay. Please, dear Lord. I don't want it to end this way. Let's see. No, it's not working. I don't know what that is all about, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys can even hear me, but I know the listeners can hear me. It's been a wonderful night, and for some reason the conference call and the conference line did cut. I know I've been stretching the limits because we've been on for, what is it now? About 7 hours now? 6 hours, 30 minutes, 7 hours, 7 hours and 30 minutes. That's a long time, y'all. And when you hear the broadcast, I didn't do this on purpose. It just happened that way. And since we are wrapping it up anyway, you know, we'll let it go that way. It's been a wonderful night. And I said what I had to say. We will be on tomorrow night. When I come back, I'll make the link. It'll be about around 1:30 a.m. or whatever. It's not going to be a 8-hour show, but it will be for a little while longer. And we touched a lot of points. And we need to have the long ones like this because we have a lot of truck drivers that listen. You want to do your chores. And we're all long-winded, but we had stuff to say, and it's really been good. And I hope you all sleep tight tonight because I know I will. I know I'm going to sleep real good tonight. But anyway, we'll end it like that. Please understand, brothers, if you can still hear me, something disconnected that I know it's because we've been on so long. And I know the conference hookup probably went past its limit. But other than that, I love you all. Take care. Send me your suggestions. Text me. Call me, 407-924-8793. And with the brother that came on earlier, his name is Taref. I'm going to reach out to you later on tonight or maybe tomorrow, but I will hit you on the email or the text message and whatnot. If you're up, we can vibe tonight. We'll probably do something tomorrow at some point. I want to get your story out there. I'm so honored that you came my way. This platform is for everybody. And we have these good old long ones. I hope you all enjoyed it. And again, sleep tight. This is Lancescurv. As you well know, I hope I didn't disgust you with that crazy story. I hope I brought you a laugh and all the shared wisdom. I'm honored to have been here to absorb this. So it's been wonderful for me too. I got to hit this call like Batman coming up the Batcave. I will see you all tomorrow, and just God bless. I love you.
Every Friday evening, tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, Lancescurv.
See you in the ball. Love you all.